Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to the BUZZ Expo. We're happy to welcome Miguel Ángel Pérez Alba, brand manager at Visit Valencia. Yesterday, we were happy to listen to his keynote speech about the future of the European aviation post-COVID. Today, he will tell us more about the beautiful and unique European destination, Valencia. Welcome, Miguel.
Hello, nice to be with you and your audience again from sunny Valencia.
Welcome. We are looking forward to hearing more from you about this really beautiful destination.
Perfect. So whenever you want, I am ready to do it.
Perfect. Go on.
Okay, so I'm going to I'm sure everybody is happy to see me. But I am going to show you a presentation with very nice pictures from Valencia. I will not share videos because videos then depend on the Wi-Fi from the people and so on, but I will explain you where you can see hundreds of videos from our destination. So I'm going to share our presentation. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to tell you, because this is an important question, and this will match with the speech that I did yesterday on European aviation, is that we have already now in July near 100 direct flight destinations to 20 different countries. This includes main carriers, daily flights to Frankfurt with Lufthansa, to Zurich with Swiss, KLM to Amsterdam, Air France, Air Europa, Ryanair to over 40 destinations, Vueling to more than 10 destinations, Volotea, Eurowings, Transavia, with Air, which is in fact opening a new route to Milano Malpensa, adding to the ones that they have to be in Romania, Bulgaria, Lux Air, for example, for the first time in our history, we will have a direct connection to Luxembourg twice a week, Mondays and Friday. I was already told that for the first 2 days, the plane is already full. So things in this sense seem to react. I never do the same presentation. I always try to adapt it to the audience and to the times that we live. And I was checking early this morning how many flights we will welcome today in Valencia. We all know 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we were having 1 or none flights per day. But now today we already have 31 flights from 9 different European countries. People coming, of course, from Spain, France, Italy, Belgium, United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, Swiss, even Poland. No? And this amount will be increasing in the coming weeks. Okay, so first thing, planes seems to start getting activated. Of course, you can reach easily Valencia by train. We have the high-speed train to Madrid in only 95 minutes, 2 hours and something to Barcelona, 4 hours to Seville, etc., etc. And then, of course, you can reach Valencia by road if you want to fly and drive. This is also a great option. Second thing, accommodation, hotels. Okay, also private apartments and so on, Airbnb and these other things are also available, but we like to focus on the traditional accommodation, on hotels. And at this presentation, I wanted to talk to you about the the unique places, the unique things to be done in Valencia. Always when there is a crisis, economical crisis after this sanitary crisis, some people think we have to take prices down. We don't want to do that. I mean, at the end, the market will guide us on one direction or on another direction. But let's be honest. If we take the prices down, at the end, your salary, my salary will also go down, and we will enter in a big depression that is not going to help you, is not going to help me, is not going to help the people from the hotels, the people from the restaurants, from the aviation, etc., etc. So our proposal, we want to keep on offering value, top value, adding more value. In this case, adding a lot of value on cleaning, safety, which is what people is looking for, but not going down, going always up. So not most, but now around 50% from our hotels are already open. Some more hotels will be opening in the coming weeks. This was one of the best. No, well, of course, it's one of the best because it's a leading hotel of the world. But I wanted to say one of the first hotels opening in Valencia already in the beginning of June. The director told me, Miguel, we were surprised. People were coming from 40 kilometers away or from the province because people could not come from any other places because we were in the first phase of this when people could not move between provinces. But they were getting bookings from people who really wanted to relax at the hotel and at the swimming pool and so on. And of course, watching the picture, it's easy to imagine that many people wanted to do so. This hotel has 253 rooms, and this Saturday they expect to have over 150 rooms already occupied. So this mode of Valencia on seems to be activating. This is another hotel which is opening this week. It's from the Spanish chain Hospes. It's a smaller boutique hotel, 66 rooms with a very nice restaurant. This is another 5-star hotel which is opening very close to the old riverbed, the Turia old riverbed, with a beautiful swimming pool as well, spa. So many hotels, so no problem in terms of accommodation. Well, here you can see a few brands that we have in Valencia. Before to this pandemic, we've been during the last 4 years working a lot with the local companies. We have more than 400 companies involved on the promotion from the city. Of course, there might be more than 3,000 or 4,000 involved on attending the tourists, but the most important from them are members of the Valencia Tourism Board, and we work with different brands and different clubs, so Convention Bureau for MICE, Cultural Valencia, sports, shopping, film office, etc., etc. This helps us to create a better offer, to improve our destination, and to offer a higher value to our visitors. Here in this picture, you can see a lot of spas to relax after these critical months. Gastronomy, of course, is always in Valencia is one of our main assets. Of course, most people who knows paella. We will see later on the picture. Paella was born in Valencia, but then we have a huge garden outside Valencia called La Huerta de Valencia, And this is where we grow a lot of vegetables. Some are sold all over Europe. The best ones we keep for our tourists. So the best ones are to be enjoyed in Valencia. Many chefs, like here, this chef with the brown jacket, this is Bernd Noller. He's a Valencian German. From a one Michelin star restaurant, and you can even book him to go with him to the market so that he will explain you a lot of things about Valencian products, and then he will cook for you at his restaurants. We have 2 Michelin star restaurants in the city, one with Ricard Camarena in the middle, and the other one belongs to Quique da Costa. Quique da Costa is a chef who even has 3 Michelin restaurants, 1 hour in the south of Valencia in Denia. And these 2 chefs, they have different restaurants also in Valencia, not only the Michelin ones. And most of these restaurants, and in total 50 restaurants, will participate in Cuina Oberta. This is a restaurant week that we will have from the 16th to the 26th July. It will be the 22nd time that we do this restaurant week that we decided to organize to help to activate all the gastronomy and the restaurants at our destination. The other thing that I was explaining you about is the paella. Very important. In a couple of months, we will celebrate the 3rd World Paella Day on the 20th of September. So you have 2 months and a half to come to Valencia, learn how to cook a great paella, do your pictures eating paella, and then share on the 20th of September. Another important issue always when we travel is shopping. And what we are doing with shopping is focusing on the artisan products. 2 kinds of products: gastronomy products that are not manufactured but grown in the Valencia gardens, and then products which are handmade, like fans or like jewels or clothes made in Valencia, hats, lladró, which is fine porcelain, or even diamonds. I'm not sure if the diamonds are from Valencia, but you can also buy here. Okay, I don't know how many of you know Valencia or have ever been in Valencia. You can raise your hand and I will see you from here behind your computer. Just joking. This I always like to talk about Valencia, but this is difficult, no? Because you are talking to the computer and you cannot see the reaction. Well, I can only see Marcus because he is the presenter, so I can see if he smiles or not, but not the rest of it. I try to be quick so that you don't get bored. This is a city with 2,000 years of history. We have survived a lot of difficult times. The name Valencia comes from the Latin Valentia, which means valiente in Spanish, or in Latin, it means brave people. And it was given this name because the people who was living 2,000 years ago in Valencia, they were very brave. I don't know now. I'm not going to say that, but 2,000 years ago, we were. Now, at least we try to be, and we try to be brave, especially now in these tough moments, reactivating our destination and opening. During these days, during these weeks, I talked to a lot of hotel managers, restaurant owners, tourist activity companies, and all of them tell me, Miguel, we will go over this. We will activate again Valencia. We don't know how many tourists we will have next week, but we are going to open the touristic bus. We don't know if the oceanographic will be full, but we will open it. We will open it again. But the way I recommend a lot, we will see later on pictures this oceanographic or the biopark, because the animals have been during 3 months without visitors, and they are now just desperate to see tourists again. And we have a lot of baby animals that were born in both in biopark and baby fishes in the oceanographic, and they told me from both places that is really a great and a unique moment to go now and visit this parks again. So one of the biggest historical city centers in Valencia that you can easily walk or bike, because there are bike lines all over the city, and it's very easy to rent a bike. There are a lot of companies, or there is also a public system to rent the bike. We have many of the historical buildings are from the Gothic time, from the 15th century. At that time, Valencia was one of the most important cities in the Mediterranean Sea. Even the Pope was from Valencia. The best architects they want to come to work in Valencia. This Silk Exchange Market, for example, is also from that time. Is World Heritage by UNESCO. Valencia was the end of the Silk Route, starting from China and coming to Spain. So you can visit the Silk Museum as well. This is something important. This, you are going to have 1 month more to prepare this trip, so than the World Paella Day, which is on the 20th of September. On the last Thursday of October, the 20-something, I don't remember now the date, but the last Thursday of October, we will start the second jubileum year in Valencia. The first one was 5 years ago, like, you know, jubileum year, they go 1 year and then after 5 years. So this will be the second. Why do we have a jubileum year that only a few cities in Europe and in the world have this possibility to go through the door and all the sins will be forgiven? Because we have in the cathedral the Holy Grail. Maybe you didn't know that, but I'm sure you know Harrison for Indiana Jones, looking for the Holy Grail. Harrison, Indiana Jones, it's here, it's in Valencia. You can come and you can see it. I don't know if you will believe me, but the Pope granted 5 years ago Valencia this jubileum year to make known this Holy Grail. So in such a way, is a way of saying this is the real one. This is the one you were looking for. You can, at the same time, after or before seeing the Holy Grail, you can see the cathedral, which is also very nice, with different architectonic styles from Romanic to Baroque, Renaissance, Gothic, etc. This is another very top visited place in the city. Is San Nicholas Church. Some people is calling it the Valencian 16 Chapel. I always say the same. Some people say size is important. Some people say size is not that important. The 16 Chapel is 800 square meters. This is like 2,400 square meters. So that you make up your mind. No? definitely a visit is worth the same for this charge. And Valencia offers also a top cultural offer with a lot of museums. This is the Fine Arts Museum, which is the second biggest in Spain after El Prado, which you know is in Madrid, only 95 minutes away to Valencia. We have the IBAM Museum. This was the first modern art museum which was open in Valencia. It's already 30 years old. We have the opera, which will start soon with a new program and with guided visits to visit the building inside. And another unique thing from Valencia is the Mediterranean lifestyle. With over 330 sunny days a year and an average temperature of 19 degrees, this is a great city to enjoy 365 days a year. Because even we have 25 or 30 rainy days, if you come and it's raining, you can say, oh, I'm lucky. I got one of the rainy days in Valencia when you can also see very different colors and make different pictures. So this weather makes that we can enjoy a lot life outside. And during this period of COVID, that everybody wants to keep a little bit social distance and so on. Me personally, I'm looking forward to near distance. I am missing the contact with people. But of course, we need to be responsible, and we are responsible in Valencia, and we keep the tables with a distance, and we are following all the rules that we get from the health government. And in fact, I was reading this morning on the newspaper that the World Health Organization was saying that Spain and also Italy were two of the countries that were being really responsible to go over this situation and this problem. So as mentioned, a lot of open places where you can sit down. This is another thing quite curious. This is an old picture, and now people, this is not a right picture, because people is very close. But this is old one. This is something that was that we do every Thursday at 12 o'clock on the cathedral since 1,000 years ago. I am sure during this pandemic they had to cancel a few Thursdays, but they will be doing that again. When I say this at the presentation, this all meant during 1,000 years. I always say the same. Not these old men. I mean, they change. Some of them will die as well, and some other new will come. No, but it's something very, very, very nice. It's one of the oldest oral courts that are in the world. Whatever they decide about the water system and so on in Valencia, this is the law. No? The other festival that we have very important in Valencia is Fallas in March. This year, like many other festivals in the world, we had to cancel. In fact, we started at the beginning of March. Even some of the Fallas were coming to the streets, and now we have 800 Fallas, 400 adult Fallas like this one that you see in the picture, 400 children. At the end of the presentation, you will have my email. If you want a falla for your city, for your house, for your garden, contact me. Have a lot, and they are not burned. I'm going to show you another area from the city. This is the City of Arts and Sciences. This is one of the landmarks of the city, if not the landmark of the city. It was designed and built by Santiago Calatrava. Well, by Santiago Calatrava and his team. One man alone is not going to build everything. But this is his complex. This is one of the most visited complexes in Spain. It has well, now it has new letters like many cities. Very nice to make pictures, but it has a three-dimensional cinema. It has a science museum. It has the largest aquarium in Europe, the oceanographic, and it has the opera house that I showed you before. The City of Arts and Sciences is at the end of the old riverbed. This, I was going to say this is a river. No, this not now is not a river. There is no water. This was a river. 1950 something, we had a very big overflood, and we decided, in order not to suffer these problems again, to divert the river outside the city. And then we had a huge area, like 9-10 kilometers, to do whatever. In the 70s, they were considering to make like a motorway to divert the traffic in that area. Finally, governments didn't manage to make this idea because people was against that idea, and we were lucky that our ancestors decided to create these beautiful gardens. It's now a place where people can go biking, running, walking, etc. Another huge space where people can keep this social distance. When we were starting to stop being at home and we were allowed to go outside like 1 hour or things like that, this was one of the places where people was going to enjoy the new today or the new tomorrow, or however we want to call it. You can see again here the City of Arts and Sciences. This is the bio park that I was mentioning you. It's already opened, so you can already visit it, and you can. If now is not allowed to go to Africa from some countries, you can come to Valencia if you are missing Africa. And for 20 something euros, you can enjoy an immersion in Africa, and you can see baby gorillas, big gorillas, giraffes, many different animals. The other place that you can visit, only 20 minutes in the south of Valencia, is the biggest lake in Spain. The biggest lake in Spain is called Albufera. It comes from the Albufera is an Arab time. The Arabs were in Valencia for around 500, 600 years. Albufera comes from the Arab Albuhaira, which means a small sea. It's a huge lake in the south of Valencia. This is the area where we grow the rice for the paella. This is the area also where we can go with the family or with friends to have a traditional paella, one of the areas. You can also make a boat trip. You can enjoy one of the nicest sunsets you will see in the world. A very quiet and relaxing time, again, open air and safe. And now, because humans have been so long at home, animals have been getting their space, and now is the moment to enjoy it. This is the garden that I was mentioning you. Also around the city, really, I don't know any destination in Europe where you can have a lake, have a garden, have the city itself, have the beaches, 9-kilometer beaches. I used to say always at all my presentations, but now this is more important than ever. We have first line, second line, third line, fourth line, fifth line, sixth line, huge beach. Do not worry on getting a parcel. Do not worry, I will arrive there at 7:55 in the morning and maybe I don't get a place on the beach. This is not going to happen in Valencia. Anytime you go to the beach, you will find a place to enjoy it. You will have my email, or I will give you my mobile phone. And if there is not a place, you can call me, Miguel. You lied us. I didn't find a place on the beach. No way. 9 kilometers, 7 of the beaches with blue flag, which is the biggest quality in the European Union for beaches. And a lot of services around, a lot of nice restaurants to have fish, paella, vegetables, Mediterranean food, Mediterranean life and safe. And also sports, if you want to do some sports on the beach. We have also the Marine, where we had the America's Cup, also a very nice place to walk around, another great open area. Usually I talk about cruises on my presentations. Now these are still postponed. I cannot give you a date. Here, where you see postponed, there were a lot of dates because we have a lot of cruisers and cruisers who love cruising and come to Valencia and enjoy our city and enjoy the Mediterranean. But now we still don't know when will this be possible again. Meetings, incentives, events. The city is great for events. The event places are again opening in a safe way. Of course, all of them with a smaller amount of people, but we have very, very, very big places where we can have people keeping their social distance. So we have our Valencia Convention Bureau. You can look for them on LinkedIn or visit their website and so on and ask them for the information. This is now another forbidden picture. A lot of people know this dance at all. This was our marathon last year or 2 years ago. I don't know. We still don't know what will happen. I think Berlin and New York marathon have been already cancelled. Our marathon is the first Sunday from December. Do you know what will happen in December? I honestly don't know. I can only tell you that the 30,000 tickets for the marathon were sold like in 1 month or 2 months. The people who wants to buy a ticket for this year, they cannot buy because they are sold out. The people who has bought a ticket, do not worry because the organization is a very serious organization and they will take the decisions that they have to take with the sanitary and the health authorities, and they will contact you. So don't worry on that. But you can already enjoy a lot of sports like golf, which is very good keeping distance with people because you just play with a few people around you. We were having in the last weeks one of the main events in Spain, one of the main sports events. This was the the basketball final tournament. It finished on Tuesday. We had 12 teams playing in Valencia. They were staying in 3 different hotels. They were like in a safety bubble. I mean, very controlled. They were visiting the oceanographic, for example, when it was closed, and visiting other areas, but very protected. We did not hear on any COVID issue with this tournament, thanks to all the safety measures. Valencia was chosen between 10 Spanish cities to celebrate this final tournament. One reason for the safety that we were offering. A second reason for the city itself. Third reason because we have one of the biggest basketball factories in Europe. We have, it's called La Alquería del Básquet, which is like a basketball factory which 13 different courts, and there are all the teams could train. No? And getting to the end, we have as well the province. Valencia is a city, but it's a city inside the province. In less than 1 hour away, you can visit castles, you can visit wineries, rivers, beautiful natural places. I don't promise that the boy or the girl will be there. This was a picture. I can promise you a place on the beach. I cannot promise you the girl or the boy at the river. Important things for the future. Valencia will be the world design capital in 2022. Very important. We are already working on this. We've heard that we have a vacuum for COVID before 2022. That's what we heard. So we hope we will be able to celebrate this, and this event will help not only Valencia but the whole world designing a better tomorrow. This will be a new basketball arena that we are also already building for the year 2022. I like to mention these things for hotel investors, airlines, and so on, so that they realize that there is a big future in our city and in our destination. We are working a lot as a medical destination. And just a few technical tips, because most of you will be tourism professionals, and after this presentation, you will be thinking, I have to sell more Valencia. You have a lot of tools on our website, BUZZ.travel. In BUZZ.travel, people can already buy some of the tourist products. We are not trying to make a competition to the ticket companies and so on. This is mainly a service to our tourists in case they arrive here and they don't know what to buy, where to buy. We offer these products at their disposal. Then we have a new brand. This was launched 1 month just before the pandemic, Unique Valencia. This is a website with very unique, singular, exclusive activities in Valencia. Please keep in mind that this is very new, and these very exclusive activities, they are now, some of them reopening, restarting, and so on. So we all need to be understanding, but at the website, you can contact directly the suppliers from the activities, so you can ask them. Many of them are great because these are activities thought for a small amount of people, 6 people, 4 people, 10 people, which is one of the products or one of the characteristics that people is looking on the new tourism. And then you can find at our website a place to download images, videos on Vimeo, YouTube, different contents, local suppliers, social media, and we are always open to work together with airlines, with tour operators, with travel agencies, with bloggers, with media, whatever. I know I am like yesterday, 2 or 3 minutes over time, but you will have enough time to have a coffee and so on before the next presentation, which I think is Israel, if I am not confused. And to finalize, I thank a lot BUZZ.travel team for this opportunity to showing our destination. Spain awaits you. Spain is a safe country. There is no zero risk. There is no zero risk in almost in nothing in life. But we are taking all the measures to minimize any possible risk. Valencia was one of the areas in Spain with less impact from this COVID. I don't know why. I'm not a scientific, but this is so. We don't relax because we know the virus is still outside, but we know as well that we have to live again and to enjoy life in a responsible way. but in a happy and optimistic way. So anytime the flights are there, the hotels are there, and our hospitality, which is one of our main assets, is here waiting for you. Thank you. See you soon.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
leave
That has
out
been
the presentation.
so. Thanks, Miguel. That has been a really, really great presentation. You made me come there for sure. And I have friends that live near Benidorm, so it will be not so far next time when I visit them to visit Valencia, because now I have seen so many things that I think, hey, I'm interested in. I want to see them and explore them. So thanks a lot for that presentation. And we keep in touch. And for everybody who would like to get to know even more after this presentation about Valencia and what it all has to offer, get in touch with Miguel. You have seen his LinkedIn. You can contact him, of course, while the trade fair here on the BUZZ.travel platform and in the Expo. So get in touch, get your information, and learn more. Miguel, thanks a lot
Thank
for
you.
that. Have a
Thanks
great
a
day.
lot.
Stay safe.
Benidorm is only 1 hour away, only one
I
hour
know.
away,
I
and
know.
now with free motorway. So
That's good to know. Thanks for
that's
the
good. That's
information.
good to know.
I'll
See
let you know
you.
when I
Thank
arrive.
you.
See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the BUZZ Expo. I'm happy to welcome Michelle Roberts from the Israel Tourist Board today. And I have to tell you, when I read the title of her today's presentation, I got very curious. It's called Israel, Land of Creation, a training poem. Welcome, Michelle. Let us know more about it.
Hi, everybody. Yes, my name is Michelle Roberts, and I have worked for the Israel Tourist Office for the last 11 years.
That's a lot.
And yeah, and during that time, well, you'll be able to tell, I have a very big passion for selling Israel as a destination. But in partnership with my passion, unfortunately, comes with the fact that if hockey was an Olympic sport, you're looking at the gold medalist, okay? So I had to come up with a way for me to keep on target and not go off rambling and make, a 20-minute presentation turn into 3 hours, which I can do. So I've created this little Israel poem that just points out the USPs in a fun and exciting way. And it is not meant to be taken very seriously, people. Okay. It is lighthearted, but it does just give you a little glimpse on all the different things for Israel. So if it is okay with these gorgeous gentlemen, I will share my screen now. So hold on. And I am sharing. Whoops, hold on. Sorry. I do apologize. I did something very silly there. In my fear, oh no, it is ticked. I just wanted, yeah, I had to make sure I ticked the right one. So 3, 2, 1, there we go. And are we all seeing this okay?
Yes.
Lovely. So hello and welcome to the Israel poem presentation. I'm going to be taking you around the country to all the big main sites and then tell you a little bit more at the end about the actual USPs that other, countrywide USPs that we have. So, and let me just get my presentation to work. There we go. So here we go. So there never is enough time to talk, at least there's not for me, about how wonderful Israel is with incredible sights to see. First, we'll start with the center, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. These cities are under an hour apart, but as different as chalk and cheese. Tel Aviv is vibrant. Its restaurants and bars a delight. It's LGBTQ friendly and the place to party all night. Jerusalem is an ancient wonder, thousands of years old. It's a place you can touch history with astounding sights to behold. Now, the lowest place on earth is next. The Dead Sea will fill you with awe. Its healing properties are unique, and it's the best place to visit a spa. Now, up to the north, it's lush and green with amazing natural beauty. It's also the place where Jesus grew up and preached around the Galilee. Nazareth is well known as Jesus' hometown. If you're looking for great Christian sites, this place won't let you down. Now we're off to the coast and Echoes on top, an important ancient port. It's where the Crusaders made their base and is now a historic resort. Next down the coast is Haifa with its gardens of Baha'i. Its 19 levels can be walked if you're feeling spry. Caesarea is also on the coast, an important historic location. It has an ancient aqueduct, and its ruins are quite the sensation. Now we're down to the south. The Negev Desert's not just sand, it has incredible sporting and landscapes sure are grand. And now we're at the tip of the country, Eilat is a wondrous resort with plenty of fun activities like diving and water sport. So there it is, Israel, laid out in one little rhyme. But here's a few more facts to know as we still have time. So that is actually the poem portion of my thing. It's primarily been made because when you're in the travel industry over here, you have a lot of speed dating events that you have 10 minutes to talk. So it really does hit the USPs, but just allow me a little bit of breath to do these things. Okay, so we've got, let's talk about Israeli food. Okay, there are certain things about Israel that people understand automatically. Okay, everybody knows Israel is the Holy Land. We all know that it's got important sites for Christians and Muslims and Jewish and also Baha'i, and we've got other things that we've got local Bedouins, and just, we've got all of that. And the cultural aspects of Israel are just absolutely incredible, really incredible. There's so much stuff to see and do. However, people will love this stuff and then they'll end up coming back for the food. Now, Israeli food is very, very special because I want you to imagine when the country took in all the Jewish people in the late 40s, they came from all over the world. You had people coming from the Americas, you had people coming from South America, Eastern Europe, the Far East, everybody, they all descended on this little itty bitty tiny piece of land. And by the way, that's something that a lot of people don't really realize is how small Israel is. Okay, because Israel, if you wanted to go from like the on the Mediterranean coast, Ras Hanikra, and drive all the way down to land, you can do it if you really don't want to stop along the way, you could do it in 5 hours. And east to west, it's only 2 hours. So it is not a big area of land. So it basically became this melting pot of different cultures, different food types. And what it's taken is melded all of this into this just incredible, incredible, tasty, tasty food. It doesn't even have to be the 5-star restaurants that you will have sensations that'll make you come back. Even the Israeli street food is just incredible. And it's also really big, funny enough, for the vegetarian and vegan movement. In fact, there's been a huge, huge increase in the amount of vegan food that's actually served over there. But it's vegan food with a difference because Israelis love their food. They love their food and they are very particular. So if you've got a restaurant that isn't like absolutely amazing, trust me, it will go out of business. They will not get people coming there. So even everything down from the street food to the 5-star restaurants, it just is incredible. And what's really, really cool is the fact that you can go over and you can have like cooking experiences as well if you want, if that's your thing. Because, for instance, you've got the Machne Yehuda market in Jerusalem. Well, you can go there and do a cooking day where the chef will take you around the entire market. You'll pick your fresh ingredients from the market and then go and learn how to cook a particular Israeli dish. I think you can also do that at Carmel Market. And there's little experiences like this all over the country. So you may come for the history and the art and the weather and everything else. You'll end up coming back for the food. It is absolutely amazing. Okay, and another one of things people don't realize is the fact that Israel is a wonderful place to go for a wine tasting holiday. If you see in front of you, you've got the Israeli wine map, and this map will show you everywhere in the country they have boutique wineries. In fact, there are over 300 boutique wineries in this small little country. Not only do they have the wineries. It is winning awards. And from a personal experience, before I started working at this office, I barely touched red wine. I really wasn't a huge fan whatsoever until I tried the Israeli red. And even depending if it's an individual grape or, funny enough, my red favorite is a combination of a bunch of different type of red grapes. I actually like the bog standard combined one. But it just is an experience. And not only that, if you go there for a wine trip, you have all these different landscapes. You can actually go and visit wineries in just an abundance of different places where they grow the wine. Up in the north, it is very hilly. It's very green. That's where most of the water sources are. So they grow the type of grapes that grow well in a climate that has got good water. And you can literally go on a wine tour. I have to share a story though. My big giggle was a couple years ago. We had a tour operator who they did a bicycle tour, and they incorporated a day of visiting wineries on their bicycle tour. I have no idea how they've done that, because you can taste Israeli wine, but can I tell you one thing? The one thing they aren't afraid of doing is adding alcohol to their wine. Normally, most Israeli wine is like between 13% and 14.5%. I cannot imagine going on a biking tour after going tasting wine at a variety of different wineries up there. But hey, I'm off topic again. See, this is why I have to write in the poem. Anyway, so that's the big green area. Then you go down towards around the Jerusalem Hills. Now the Jerusalem Hills, very hilly. It's much drier, but they've developed the wine, and there are just a bunch of some of Israel's nicest wineries are around the Judean Hills. But the really interesting thing is you can go and experience a winery in the desert. Because when all the Jewish people came and Israel was established, the environment was not that hospitable, okay? They didn't have half the trees they have now. It was arid. The land wasn't very thick. So Israel ingenuity, this is where it comes into play, because Israelis have developed probably some of the world's leading agricultural practices. So they developed this incredible way of drip watering their stuff, especially when it's in the desert. And you can tell I'm not that technical with this. I just know it is basic. But they've taken all this incredible knowledge and they've made the desert bloom. I can still remember the first time that I went through the desert. It was like I was at the Dead Sea and we drove all the way down to Eilat. And it's so fascinating because you get these really gorgeous dark desert landscapes, and all of a sudden you just see these little green patches popping up all over the place. A lot of Europe's fruit and vegetables, especially in the winter, come from Israel because they have mastered taking what should be a piece of land you can't grow anything on and making it bloom. But the wineries in the desert is just where it gets really, really interesting. There is a lovely place called, and it's on my bucket list of places I want to go to. It's called Karmei Avdat. And this Karmei Avdat is actually a winery in the desert. And they also have little cabins speckled around the property that you can rent. And if you really seriously, if you want to get away from it all, but still have the luxury of absolutely fantastic wine, take a desert winery trip. Amazing. So now, the other thing I want to tackle is the fact that Israel, even though it's not been pushed all that much, it needs to get pushed, because for sporting and outdoor activities, it has such brilliant offerings. You have to understand that Israel, with the weather, it's a real outdoor society. That's how all these Israelis stay so trim. And you will find there's Israelis as a whole tend to be very, very fit, because you've got this gorgeous area outside. Who wants to stay inside when you can have glorious sunshine most of the time? But there's so many different types of sporting activity. Now, I am going to show you, this is the only video I have, but I'm going to show you a very quick clip that just gives you an idea of what kind of sporting and fun there is when you're over there. Okay, so as you can see, especially now, I realize this is going out to everybody, but I want to concentrate a little bit more on when you're talking about the Europeans going to visit. One of the really great things about Israel, sporting wise, especially for the winter sun people, is the fact that it is not far from Europe. UK thing, you can get there in under 5 hours. But it is great for winter sun holidays, especially if people want to be active. You get so sick of just the doom and the gloom and the rain and the snow and everything else. And less than 5 hours away, you have this absolutely fantastic destination that generally has very nice winter weather, especially in the desert. And of course, down to Eilat. Eilat is probably the winter resort, and a lot of people remember that in previous years it was very, very big, and then the rest of the world opened up. But Eilat, and that they all have great winter sun options, so it's really, really good. Now, we all know what's going on in the world, and just like every place else, we have been making preparations to open up Israel again to international travel. We haven't got a date as of yet, but there is a reason for this. Because of Israel's history, Israel has always been very, very safety conscious. Ben Gurion Airport is one of the safest airports in the world. They take the safety of their citizens and the safety of their visitors very, very seriously. Sometimes people think, oh my gosh, is Israel safe? It is so safe when you're over there. Obviously, normal logic, you wouldn't go around a big square full of people, waving money around. That's just logical stuff. But you walk around at night. I walked around at night by myself, and it just is the atmosphere it's safe. You will see people on the streets. You will see probably guns when you get over there. For Americans, it ain't gonna phase you one bit. I think something, especially in the UK where they don't have armed police, sometimes that, you look at it and you're going, no, but trust me, it all blends in, and it is a very safe place to go. And this will continue when it opens up to international visitors. They've taken coronavirus very, very seriously. They were one of the first countries to start shutting the border because safety is important to their citizens and is important to the way things are. They have gone over and above COVID preparation. Obviously, just like every other airport, when you get into there, there's going to be testing. There's going to be everybody wearing face masks and all this other kind of stuff. But in Israel, they have this special badge that they have created for COVID awareness, and it's called the Purple Badge. And in order for a business or a hotel or a site to open up, they have to be able to prove that they've done everything they need to do, that they've secured social distancing, that they've done all that. It's done. So when the skies do open up, you need to know that you can send your clients or yourself to Israel with confidence. Unlike a lot of countries around the world where the population does not seem to be listening about social distancing, in Israel, they take it seriously, and your clients can go there and be confident that they're limited, that they're not going to end up catching something weird because they're over there. Obviously, no guarantees, but honestly, out of every place in the world right now, if I could go anywhere on holiday, even before the lockdown, I would go to Israel, because I know that everybody is taking the proper precautions. So it really is sad to have to include something like this in the clip, but it's total honesty, and it's another really good reason that you want to go there, especially when everybody starts traveling again. It's going to be perfect for Israel, because probably people are going to start really getting the traveling bug when it comes to the winter time, and it's just the perfect place to go. Now, that is the most of it. Now, I was told it was 20 minutes, so I've even got a little bit more. I've done a 20-minute presentation, but as we do have a few more minutes, why don't I go back and talk to you about a little bit more about Tel Aviv. Oh, whoops, I've stopped. So I've shot, well, I can actually go to video. You don't really need to say anything. So screen sharing has stopped. Okay. So yes. So that was it. Marcus, was it as funny as you thought it was going to be?
I really have to say yes. I've been curious about it when I read it. I saw I said that in the beginning already, because I thought, how can you do a training poem? But
Yeah.
to be honest, you got to the point. I thought it was very, very entertaining. Of course, with the presentation of all the places that you have been talking about, you really got me. It was really, yeah, it's really great.
It is, I like sharing my passion. And that, I think a lot of times when people hear me talk about Israel, they go, she's so passionate about it. Unfortunately, you don't know me. Trust me, I would not still be here 11 years if I hadn't absolutely fallen in love with this country. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact, though, too, is when I first started working there, I knew nothing about Israel. We're talking nothing apart from bad news you heard.
Of course.
And every new fact I found out just made me fall in love more. And then I started visiting the country, and then I really it is this, to a certain extent, it's kind of undiscovered because you just don't realize it's there. So yes, I trust me. Somebody last year gave me the chance to do a training presentation for 3 hours. I filled it. So
I'm not surprised, to be honest. But this only shows that you have the passion for that, and I think this is one of the most important thing. If you love something, you can talk for hours. I know
yeah.
that from my side. Everybody who has ever done an interview with me knows I love talking. So this is, I think we are both the same in that kind of way when it comes to talking to people and to share your passion in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's great. And do you want to know what? It's easy. It is so easy. Wax lyrical about Israel. It's not an issue. When I first started, I was really paranoid. What the heck am I going to do? Because as you can probably tell, I've got a very, dare I say, bubbly, a little mad type personality. And I was like going, what? You want me, the Holy Land? Seriously, you want, and the thing is, you do have this vision that Israel is all desert, and No. It's Tel Aviv. I'm a Tel Aviv person. If you had to place me somewhere, you'd stick me in Tel Aviv. But other than that, I mean, I'm not sure if you have any questions coming in or anybody has anything they'd like to ask.
No, not yet. There have no question been yet, because in the company
They want me
presentation
to shut
usually we
up.
don't have any. No, not at all. I like that. Hello. No, I just have to say, when I saw your presentation, not only the poem, it's things that I really thought. Okay, I never heard about that. For example, well, in general, I'm not a wine person, to be honest. But hearing wine in a desert is nothing that you would usually think of
Yeah.
can work. And I think this makes it so interesting. And I have to say, well, I live here in Spain, and it's
Oh, well,
early
yeah,
in
I
the
know we're
morning. But
spoiled.
seeing already the your nice images and your talks about the Israel food and wine makes me thinking about dinner already. So you see, I really
Well,
got into
lunch is
that.
here. Hey, listen, it's almost lunch by you, I think.
Oh well, it's 10:30, so a little early maybe. So
Yeah.
we have a long day to go here with all the upcoming events. But well, it just for you to know, you really got me, and I believe you got a lot of people watching this presentation here now thinking about, hey, why don't I go to Israel? This is a great place.
It is.
The video as well. I mean, of course, it has been very well produced. I have to say, compliment for that. And it just shows what all you can do in the end when it just comes to sports. I mean, it's so many people that go out not for only laying at the beach, but who want to explore a country, to be active, and when they have these opportunities, I mean, to go swimming, to go by bike, to explore the country in the same time, or even have a wine tasting. And I have to say, I have no idea how that can work when you do a really good wine tasting being on a bike. But well,
I when I saw that on their itinerary, I just laughed. I seriously did because I couldn't. But hey, they did it. We have got, and that's another big thing to remember too. It's like not so much. I don't know about the rest of the world, but the UK, we don't currently have somebody that does this dedicated bike touring or hiking. And hopefully we have been working with people, and in the very near future, we're going to have that because Israel is nothing but trails. There is a national trail that goes from the north all the way to the south. They've got east to west trails. You can even have a trail that walks in the footsteps of Jesus.
oh really?
It's called the Gospel Trail. It goes from Nazareth to the Sea of Galilee, and it follows in his footsteps.
Wow.
And you can do it. You don't even have to be religious to do it because the scenery and the archaeology that's available on the trail is great too. So
Unbelievable. So I think we have been talking earlier to another destination, but now I think I have another one on my bucket list. So maybe I just should tell my bosses, hey, I take a year off and visit all the interesting destinations now, right now, that I have seen in these presentations here, because it's so much to explore in the world. And especially when you know people or get to know people that are so passionate about it, and they can tell you for hours what you should do. I mean,
unfortunately.
Just grab a piece of paper and write down if you review this video here, for example, guys. So there's so much to explore.
At least I'm self-aware, okay?
Absolutely.
I wasn't self-aware. Anyway.
No, that's perfect. Michelle, thanks so much for this talk. And thanks to Sharon for introducing us. You have really, really nice colleagues that I have been talking to already. So if anybody would like to reach out to the Israel Tourist Board, do that. It's very, very nice people. I had really great talks with them. We laughed a lot. So, and as you have seen Michelle here, I mean, what could you expect more if you want to know something about a country, right? So, Michelle, thanks a lot, and we stay in touch. You'll be around on the BUZZ.travel platform, of course. So if anybody would like to have more information about Israel or how to write poems, maybe, just get in touch, connect with her, request an appointment if you like, and get to talk. Michelle,
thank you so much.
Thank you for being our guest today. See you
My
later on.
pleasure. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good day. During the last couple of days, we have heard a lot about DMO strategies. We have heard a lot about over-tourism, concepts like that. We have also heard we need new success criteria, and perhaps our next speaker can help us here. Dr. Paul Rogers is one of Asia Pacific's most experienced tourism experts when it comes to tourism as a factor for developing. In '97, he completed his PhD studies on tourism, conservation, and development issues in Nepal. He's been a long-term consultant for the UN Nation Tourism Organization, and he's been working with a lot of other international organizations. His work has been mainly in Nepal, Bhutan, Laos, Greater Mekong, Myanmar, North Korea. That's a very interesting one. That would be another live session, Paul, I guess. West Africa and Australia. Now, the reason Paul is here today is he is a co-founder of Planet Happiness, a non-profit organization which is trying to measure the happiness of residents living in World Heritage Site. Paul, I am very curious and anxious to hear what you can tell us. The word is yours, please.
Thanks very much, Jan, for that kind introduction, and very many thanks for inviting me to be a keynote speaker at this excellent and groundbreaking event. Hello, everybody, wherever you may be in the world. I hope you're all well and enjoying the fruits of this wonderful online conference. I'd like to share my screen for the presentation. Technical support, can you help me with that, please? There we go. I hope that's up in front of everybody. And I'd like to welcome you to this Planet Happiness presentation. Planet Happiness is a tourism and big data project that measures the happiness and well-being of residents living in World Heritage Sites. Now, following the onset and the devastating impacts of the COVID pandemic on all our well-being, and as our Planet Happiness inclusive approach to destination planning is relevant to any tourism site, we're pleased to be able to expand our offer and deliver 5 key benefits to destinations interested to partner with us to build COVID resilience and recovery. These 5 benefits include, firstly, being a world leader, positioning your destination as innovative and groundbreaking by applying a well-being approach to building COVID resilience and recovery. Secondly, developing a marketing narrative using our approach to develop media stories and a wider branding strategy. Thirdly, we focus on engaging residents and industry stakeholders to develop these well-being focused interventions. Fourth, we support destinations to position themselves as high quality places to live and visit. And I'm sure you'd all agree that the adage, a great place to live is a great place to visit, has never been more relevant than it is today. Fifthly, we invite you to use our well-being data to build trust, alignment, and synergies between tourism stakeholders and residents. And this also means developing policies to improve the residents' quality of life, provide higher quality visitor experiences, and build resilience against future waves, any future waves of the COVID pandemic. And collectively, therefore, this helps to identify and implement recovery strategies, tourism recovery strategies and actions. So how are we able to deliver these benefits? Well, let me work backwards from here to explain how we do this. Planet Happiness is a project of the Happiness Alliance, a globally respected non-profit providing tools and resources since 2010 to support individuals, communities, governments, and other stakeholders to engage with the happiness and well-being agenda. We're invited participants of the UAE's World Government Summits and OECD forums on measuring well-being, for example. So the key takeaway from this slide that perhaps many of you may not be aware of is that happiness and well-being can be defined and measured and that these measurements are integrally linked to happiness and well-being science, policy and practice that is increasingly being taken up by enlightened governments around the world. Besides the UAE, think of Bhutan, the birthplace of gross national happiness, New Zealand, Iceland, for example, and I should also mention that all EU states are engaged in different forms of happiness measurement and policy making. If you want to know more about this agenda, please visit the Happiness Alliance website at the bottom there, happycounts.org, and perhaps buy a copy of the book you can see there, the Happiness Policy Handbook, which explains the different policies and practices that governments around the world are currently employing to advance this agenda. So Planet Happiness was formed in August 2018 to support two elements, let's say. Firstly, a more inclusive approach to destination planning to promote responsible tourism and avoid or better manage over-tourism related issues, and to support growing global interest in this fascinating, intriguing happiness and well-being agenda. Now, on the subject of inclusive tourism planning, over the last 20 years, I've supported the preparation of more destination management plans than I can remember. And many of you will know that this is a relatively straightforward process that involves engaging with many different government departments, not just tourism, but transport, environment, culture, for example, the private sector through the various subsector associations and through innovators in the sector. But it's a little bit more complex and challenging to engage local residents. But this is a very necessary and important process, especially if you believe that tourism should be developed to deliver not just local employment and income generation, but also celebrate local culture, indigenous communities, and to protect and conserve local ecosystems and biodiversity. So our Planet Happiness approach is focused on addressing this gap and this lack of inclusivity as far as destination hosts and residents are concerned. So how do we do this? Well, we use a Happiness Alliance tool called the Happiness Index Survey, which is a 15-minute online survey currently available in 24 different languages, and it's an OECD recognized best practice approach to measuring individual and destination well-being. From the survey, we produce personalized one-page scorecards across 11 well-being domains that allow every survey taker and each destination to directly engage with the happiness and well-being agenda. 9 of these domains in black, you can see there, align with Bhutan's approach, the pioneers of subjectively measuring well-being. 2 additional measures, satisfaction with life, were added to align with international best practice of well-being measurement. We've also added a range of, well, around 6 questions to gauge resident satisfaction with the way tourism is developing in the destination. And these particular questions are centered around the contribution of tourism to local and sustainable development. And these are aligned, the questions are aligned with the way that tourism is featured in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So just as we have individual personal scorecards, we can create destination scorecards from the collective result. So on the left here, you see a destination scorecard with the residents' results in gold compared to all other survey takers in grey. And you can see from that one-page scorecard that it gives the impression that the residents are happier than most survey takers. So that may spark conversations between different groups or individuals on why that might be the case. Now, from a tourism planning perspective, this gets more interesting to me if you remove the comparison with everybody else and stack the scores from low to high. And in this example, we can see that the highest scores are clustered around psychological well-being and satisfaction with the environment and life, but they're lowest around access to lifelong learning, the arts and culture, work-leisure time balance, and sense of community. So if tourism is a vehicle for development, as we all know it is, we can ask, well, what can tourism do? What activities, what interventions are needed to be implemented, designed by the local communities and implemented to strengthen these deficiencies down the lower end here. Now, while these one-page scorecards are great at sparking conversations about individual and destination well-being, they're backed up by more substantive, in-depth reports that come from the data that we harvest from the surveys. And these reports are link the survey results with tourism development issues that need to be addressed and managed by the destination. So the scorecards and these more in-depth result cards are used as a bridge for dialogue to build trust and alignment at synergies between residents, governments, and the private sector. And the stakeholders can work together to develop tourism responsibly by supporting actions that are proposed by local residents to strengthen destination well-being. And across destinations, we can create ranking profiles, and we can showcase what destinations are happy and why in which areas, and spark conversations to carry this agenda forward. Now, a little bit more on our process and how we work with destinations. We have a 10-step approach. We work primarily with destination management organizations to engage a broad mix of stakeholders who assume ownership of the process. And we will deliver as much or as little backstopping support as may be needed to carry the process forward. Now, the how page of the Planet Happiness website goes into a bit more detail on each of these steps. It's just a 10-minute introductory read, and it covers this in more detail than I have time for today. But to say briefly, we assign each destination with its own unique URL that allows additional questions specific to that destination to be added if needed. And following some detailed planning and capacity building on our part with the destination, the survey is deployed largely online, but perhaps also through enumerators if needed. And at step 6, the data is analysed, the reports are produced, and then these results are presented back to the residents and stakeholders for residents and resident groups to take the lead in determining the interventions that are needed to strengthen well-being, and that these are implemented alongside any other activities that are typically implemented through a destination planning process. So this isn't rocket science, right? As you can see, it's fairly straightforward, it's cost effective, and it's an intuitive approach that aims to meet and bring together the needs of all stakeholders. Now, given the linkages between the happiness agenda and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, World Bank colleagues that we're in conversation with, and many other planners interested in this approach, they recognize that this data-rich approach enables measurement towards sustainability and towards achieving the SDGs on a destination level. And of course, it also engages different stakeholders in an active conversation about sustainability. So where are we at the moment? Well, since we started the project, we began with four sites, 4 World Heritage sites. We now have 17 up and running at various stages of development, progress, and we have new conversations starting on a week-by-week basis. Last week, we signed an agreement with the Department of Tourism in Vanuatu to support their COVID recovery process. And we have many other conversations that we'll be able to share with you as this project moves forward. We also have a partnership. Our first partnership agreement was with PATA. We also have an agreement with GSTC. Now, this is interesting insofar as the GSTC's destination criteria. It regularly refers to where tourism should be developed to support destination well-being. But I think a lot of people are in the position of not really understanding what well-being is. Well, as I've mentioned, we help to define it, we help to measure it, and we help to measure movements towards strengthening well-being. We also have a partnership agreement with the World Tourism and Culture and Heritage Association. Chris Flynn, he's presenting as part of this, excellent conference. We have another agreement with the UNWTO affiliated Center for Excellence and Development. We also have partnerships with a range of universities that want to engage their students in conversations about sustainability, responsible tourism, and the happiness agenda. And their local universities are often able to play a role in deploying the survey and engaging with stakeholders. So we look forward to embracing more partners and showcasing our work through conferences, webinars, and various publications. Now, where are we heading moving forward? And I'm pleased to share with you that a couple of months ago, as a direct result of the COVID pandemic, we have been approached by a global corporate, a very large corporate, leading in the application of artificial intelligence systems. And they're keen to work with us to support COVID recovery processes. So we're imagining interfaces that connect the different stakeholders together. So you can imagine perhaps that a survey taker could take the survey on their phone and then engage with an app that helps them to interpret and use that data. And those systems can be connected to multi-facing dashboards that different government departments would have to allow them to engage with that data, develop forecasting capabilities of the impacts of different interventions. So the results of this process would be more demonstrable benefits for the different stakeholders, for destinations. Now, to talk about that in just a little bit more detail, the survey takers can choose, we're imagining, to either keep their data personalized and to themselves on their phone, or they may wish to engage with governments or NGOs to co-collaborate and create what we're calling citizen science well-being projects. So the government multi-facing dashboards would, I've mentioned the forecasting capability, for example. They would also be able to use the data coming in to engage with communities to create these collaborative interventions. So an example here might be, if we think of Wikipedia and the different pages in Wikipedia, they are formulated, as we all know, through co-collaboration. So in a similar way, stakeholders could co-collaborate the design of different types of interventions to support the agenda that we're talking about. AI is used to create Wikipedia pages, for example, and bots are used to help fill in the gaps and facilitate and enable the process. So what we're imagining is a closer, more collaboration between the stakeholders, well-being outcomes with shorter feedback loops, trust being built between the different stakeholders, and greater transparency and visibility for the well-being agenda. Now, the very last slide I have here tries to illustrate what that data pipeline is going to look like and how we would address privacy concerns that people would have, which they have with the contact tracing at the moment. For example, we could develop a system that would work with contact tracing and give much more in return to those users that are supplying their data that are being interpreted by government departments. So all this will be set up to be GDPR data compliant. So I'm sure you will agree that's a fairly interesting and compelling agenda, and it's going to be very interesting to see where we're able to take this moving forward. So there we have it. That's an introduction to Planet Happiness and how we're able to work with destination partners to deliver those 5 key COVID resilience and recovery benefits that I outlined at the beginning there. So thanks very much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions from you. Thank you. Now I need to delink my screen, do I? I'd like to delink my screen, technical support.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was a very interesting overview. And when I take account of all the discussions we've had the last couple of days, this is something actually practically which can be implemented pretty fast. As you said, it's not rocket scientist, but it can bring a lot forward pretty fast. If I may, let me allow, the backbone of all this is this 15-minute survey you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Is that, I have three questions in relation to that. Do you have the same survey for a destination in Northwestern Australia and in Bhutan or Nepal or North Korea? Would that be the same? That's point one. Point two, you take a 15-minute survey. Who do you choose? How do you choose the people whom you're going to interview? Who's going to make this survey? Normally, if you don't choose, you have a biased result because people who are mainly interested in this subject will be the one to do it voluntarily. And then point three in that relation, you do a survey, you have these, and I understand the result of this survey is mainly an instrument for communication. And once you have communicated, you expect the stakeholders to make action. Do you make an update? Do you measure the result after a certain period again? I don't know if you could comment on these three aspects.
Great, thanks, Jan. So firstly then with the survey across sites. Yeah, the survey has been designed, rigorously designed, reviewed through an academic process to be applicable across cultures and continents. So that in itself is quite an exciting prospect to start conversations about what happiness means across cultures and continents. But I also mentioned that each destination gets its own URL. So that gives us the ability to adjust one or two questions if they're not applicable to that destination, and to design questions that are specific to the needs of that destination. So ideally, we do need to keep a solid core of questions to allow for that comparison, to make sure we're comparing apples with apples around the world. But having this flexibility to tailor survey instruments to the needs of different destinations is obviously very important, and that's what we'll be doing in Vanuatu, for example. Now, on the second question, who to interview? Yeah, great. When we first started to conceive of this project, the fact that the survey can be delivered online and that we had it to begin with in 17 languages, and we quickly made partners that were interested to translate it to their own, national needs. And if we're going to deploy the survey online through stakeholder processes and conversations with tourism stakeholders and, particularly the private sector associations and employees, and through local media, we can distribute the survey through Facebook groups, whatever it might be, in a very cost-effective manner. And this would be a way to start the process in a country, in a destination, through convenience sampling. But for destinations that have a more rigorous ambition, they may choose to go about this through a random sampling approach. And again, this is why it's handy to have local universities engaged, because they can support that design of the random sampling approach, which governments need, a more diligent approach to work with the data. So we have the flexibility to start small or start big, according to the needs and the ambition of each destination. And then coming to the third question there, Jan, on the redeployment of the survey. Yeah, the idea is to design an intervention, carry out that intervention, and then remeasure with a further iteration at some point in the future. And when that redeployment would take place can be decided by the local partner. It might typically be each year, but if there is a particular intervention that requires a smaller time period, then that can also be done through support from local media strategies, for example. But again, if destinations want to do this every other year and measure progress on a 2-yearly basis, then equally we can support that and deliver that according to the needs of the local destination. I should say that our ambition is to increase the level of survey uptake each time the survey is deployed to make the planning process more inclusive and engage more stakeholders in this process moving forward.
You get engaged in the discussions after the survey, or is this, you deliver an instrument for communication, or do you then afterwards get engaged in saying, okay, these were the measurements, or these are the measurements we perhaps need to implement to get to better values? Yeah,
okay. So any destination planning process that I've been involved with over the last 20 years, it includes some form of consultation with local stakeholders, and that may be broad town hall meetings, it may be focus groups, for example. So these results can be presented in small focus groups, in broad town hall meetings, with particular community organizations, with tourism associations. And the beauty of having these one-page scorecards is that they're very easy to communicate either through social media or traditional media or through these groups. And I have to say that my colleague and co-founder, Laura Musikansky, the CEO of or the executive director, I should say, of the Happiness Alliance, she has this wonderful approach to developing colorful, engaging reports. They're not, wordy scientific documents. They are practical, easy to engage reports that we can blend with a typical tourism planning process to engage respondents, user groups, and bring them on side with this process and agenda moving forward.
Great. It's a non-profit. You have, of course, bills to pay as well. How's your business model here? How's that working?
Yeah, right. Thanks. Good question. Well, as you can imagine, each destination is different, and I'll be honest, we don't have a one-size-fits-all amount, figure, cost for destinations. Rather, I mentioned in the 10-step process, we have an MOU, and in that MOU, we include reference to an annual fee, a modest annual fee that can be seen, if you like, as a payment for the URL. I emphasize it's a modest amount. It's not a prescribed amount. It's a suggested amount, and there is a conversation around that time on the payment for that particular fee. Now, throughout that 10-step process, we deliver backstopping support as required, particularly around the planning of the process, training and capacity building to follow the 10 steps, and then in particular in relation to the writing up of the reports that I mentioned. Now, if local universities are engaged, that may adjust the need for the support from us. Our approach here is to empower local stakeholders and provide the support that they need at the pace they need to empower them and allow them to manage this process themselves moving forward. So local ownership is key. It's a progressive process, and we believe this is a more valuable process than each time a plan is prepared, you fly in some consultants who deliver something without building too much capacity and fly out again. So this is the model and approach that we're taking to this, and we look forward to hearing from any potential clients to discuss these steps a little bit more carefully and work costs through with them according to their needs and available resources.
You mentioned in the beginning you're working with World Heritage sites. Whom would you be interested in talking to going forward?
Yeah, we began the project to focus on World Heritage sites, not least because many of them are suffering from World Heritage, and we wanted to build this narrative about the importance of World Heritage and introduce global sustainability issues around World Heritage, be it cultural or environmental biodiversity related factors. But following the COVID pandemic, we can see that there is a very strong need in building resilience, or bubbles that people are talking about. Building those bubbles is going to mean engaging the variety of stakeholders in a very close dialogue to redeliver the employment that has been lost. And so we're happy to broaden the scope of our approach to embrace demand as it may appear. And principally, we would like to hear from destination governments, if you like, but equally we can we work with universities, as I've mentioned, and we're also keen to engage with corporates of whatever size that are taken by our approach, that like our approach, that see the logic and the sustainability of our approach, and we're keen to start dialogues there as well.
At the end, you mentioned artificial intelligence. Two questions. The charm of your approach today is that it's very simple. It's very simple to understand. It's very simple to implement. If you add artificial intelligence, that will look a bit different, won't it? That's question one. Question two is, how is your plan moving ahead? How does that look?
Yeah. It's a great question, Jan. Yeah, the AI agenda is, for me, before this company approached us a couple of months ago, I didn't have a great deal of knowledge about AI. My colleague Laura Musikansky, who I mentioned before, she actually sits on a global committee looking at the ethics of the interface between happiness and well-being and artificial intelligence. And actually, when you look carefully at this, and I can share papers on this, the artificial intelligence systems that we're looking to introduce here will facilitate and enable and make more interesting the process that we're talking about, through allowing people to engage with the data on their phone, exclusively on their phone without engaging with others, can provide hints and suggestions on what they might do to build their own well-being. But equally, if people want to engage in these citizen science projects, as I mentioned, the dashboards that are being envisaged for governments will help predictability in terms of forecasting for the impacts of different interventions, and allowing for the co-creation of different projects, whatever they may be, according to local needs. So we're very excited about the possibility for this, and when it comes together, the media attention that it will generate, both locally in the destination and nationally and globally, we think will facilitate this process. And we believe that this well-being agenda is going to have huge and positive implications for global sustainability, to correct some of the challenges, the crises that the planet is variously facing at the moment. So there are people working on these systems and processes at the moment, and frankly speaking, the more interest we have from destinations to learn about what we're explaining here and to engage and create a demand for it, the quicker we will be able to design and deliver these processes, because that will reassure the corporate that we're working with that there is a strong and positive demand for these systems.
Paul, this is so interesting. We are running a bit over time, but anything you want to say before we need to shut up here?
Well, I'd just like to thank you and the audience again for listening, Jan. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. And for those that are interested, please visit our website and follow up with me via email. And let's start the conversation and work with each other to support the resilience and recovery processes that are needed to bring back the employment that has been lost around the world and creating hardship in so many countries. So thanks again, and look forward to hearing from people.
Let me just finish by saying I find this highly interesting. As I said in the beginning, we have heard a lot about strategies, about the big words. This is a very simple way which can be implemented pretty easy, pretty fast, and not with a lot of cost to start doing something actually. And I wish you and I wish Planet Happiness a lot of success on this. To the audience, Dr. Paul Rogers is available on our Expo. You have a stand, reach out to him. I think this is something very interesting. Thank you a lot, Paul.
Great, nice one, Jan. Thanks again, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, once again to the BUZZ Expo. We're happy to introduce you to Shema Ser. Shema is the founder and CEO of Jetsy, and her topic today is Live the Jetsy Life, get access to 5 million Generation Z and Millennial travelers. That's quite a number, right? Welcome, Shema. I'm sure our audience is waiting to get to know more about you and the Jetsy Life. Please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Shama Zehra. I'm the founder and CEO of Jetsy, which is the world's first real-time dedicated platform for people who love to travel. We started this company 6 years ago in 2014. At that time, there wasn't a dedicated. Now there are a few other dedicated social networks for travelers. And the idea is that, when you go somewhere, you do not want to have just the touristy trap, or you want to have an authentic local experience versus the experiences where you just stuck on Times Square in New York and you're doing what all the other tourists do. Whereas what you do is when you come to New York, you connect with me. I live in the West Village, which is one of the cutest neighborhood in New York City. You find out that I'm a fashionista, I'm a foodie, I'm a hiker, I'm a beach lover, and you ask me what is the best thing to do so that you can travel like a local. So that's the idea, that you can not only just connect with me, but also maybe get to hang out with me, because I am the type of person who love to hang out with people who are visiting New York if I have time. But there are people who become part of Jetsy who want to connect with other people, and that's the whole concept about Jetsy. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about why a lot of millennials and Gen Z are involved in Jetsy, what you need to do to get the millennials and Gen Z involved in your brand, what are they looking for, and then how can we help if you would like to partner with Jetsy. So let's go. I'm going to share some presentation with you. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's on.
Okay, great. So let's let's look at what millennials are looking for, right? And in order to engage millennials, it's very important to understand what this breed is all about. So let's see, there are a few things that are very important to millennials. So the generation that was Generation X, and the baby boomers before that, there was a lot of commercialization in them. Their life was all about making money, especially in the US. I'm not 100% sure about all the countries, but in the US, the people, it's all about capitalism. But whereas the millennial and Gen Z both, they are not that driven by money. They are more driven by purpose. They want to have a difference in life, and because of that they're not making as much money as their parents were making at their age. So they really want to save and they want to spend wisely. It's very important for them. You will see that their feeling of financial security, self-reliance and responsibility is much higher than their parents when they were their age. Then there's a very important thing that you all need to learn about millennials, that you cannot sell to millennials, they sell it to themselves. That is a super important distinction that is there. And 91% of millennials, they buy based on the recommendations from their friends or their peer group. So if you put in an ad about a tour that is happening somewhere in Africa, the chances are they'll pay attention. But if you do experiential marketing and show that other millennials are enjoying that and their friends are recommending that, then you will get much better ROI on your ad. Does that make sense? So that's why social media marketing has done really well for millennials, because people like to understand, people like to learn from each other. They want to get recommendations from each other. Then I'm sure you all know that millennials value experiences much higher than physical products. If you talk to the credit card companies, they will tell you that in that age group, the experiences spent on the experience is getting higher and higher, whereas the spend on goods and services is not that high as compared to their parents. um, they're very big on choices, so they like to have a lot of different choices. So you don't want to show them just one or two things, but show them a few things before they make up their mind. They want to have choices. So these are just a few things that are different about millennials that I wanted to share. Then let's specifically talk about Gen Z. Gen Z is this new generation that's coming out. They are very stylish, they love to spend money. They are a little bit different from millennials. They like to spend a little bit more money if they can see value. It's the online experience is very important for them as well. They're very digital. These are the Snapchat audience, Instagram audience. They were born in that age, so a millennial is still a little bit older, and these are very young. These are people who are, let's say, I think under 25 or 28. So that's the age group that is. And make sure that your tech is really cool. It's not just glitchy or slow or old or boring. You need to bring really cool logo, really cool animation, or a good online and digital experience when you're talking to these Gen Z. They're pretty open minded, they're very focused on diversity and inclusion. They are also very purpose driven. They want to live a life of purpose. It's not all about money for them, but they do want to spend more than the millennials do, and they go on emotional purchases. um, they're also environmentally conscious, so people who are focused on sustainable travel will attract these people. And they are also very social. I mean, social in terms of uh, social networking, but also they care about social causes and giving back to the community. So those are the things that they're pretty um, you know savvy on, and they care about that. Then what else? Yeah, as I told you earlier, they want to pay for experiences. They focus a lot on authenticity. Yeah. So this is something that is a bit common in millennials and Gen Z as well. Millennial is also very focused on authenticity, so they want to have a local experience. They don't want to be a tourist. But Gen Z is a little bit more than that. And I can't tell you how many times the Gen Z community have been telling me that we don't want to do what everybody else do. We don't want to do the touristy thing. We want to have our own experience, and we want to have an authentic local experience. They want to gravitate towards companies that are purpose driven from a consumer and customer standpoint, and they are authentic and they stand apart from the competition. So that's a little bit about Gen Z and millennials. So let me a bit tell you a little bit about Gen Z. 90% of our audience is millennial and Gen Z, and we have more than 500,000 people involved in our network. We reach about, this number is a little old. We reach about 5 million people monthly, almost 6 to 7 million impressions we get, and almost 3.5 million people engage with our platform. What is this? It's to connect with like-minded people, get authentic recommendations, get rewarded for free and discounted travel. We give rewards to people. We have people in more than 170 countries. Again, it's a little bit more about Gen Z, Gen X, and Gen Y. Most of our community is Gen Z and Gen Y. If you look at Gen Y, which is the millennial, just that particular group spends about $219 billion every year, and they are 150 million people in the international travel spend community. So this I'm not talking about the millennial which is poor. There are also millennial who are staying in only in hostels and holding on to their bread and peanut butter to spend the whole week. This is not that audience I'm talking about. I'm talking about flashpackers who are different from backpackers, and they spend about $219 billion every year. And they travel about 4 to 5 times a year, actually sometimes 6 times a year on an average. Some people I know, they travel between 9 to 10 times a year, especially in the Gen Y community. We have a lot of celebrities, artists, business influencers, and media influencers involved in our community. We did a survey, and our average Jitsi user earns $100,000 or more a year. So they have money to spend. They value a lot on experiences, and their purchasing power is much higher. We also have affiliations with 13 universities, top business schools, alumni like, UPenn, Cornell, Chicago, Michigan, London Business School, INSEAD. And that's a very spendy community. They travel a lot. And I'm one of them, actually. I went to two business schools, and that's why I've been on the board of these organizations. So we have a very uh, peculiar opportunity to present and market to these people who are attending, do have very high purchasing power, and they travel the world. And this is the average Jitsi user. They value experiences a lot. They want to immerse themselves into a culture, and they want to have an authentic local experience. They want to meet new people. They take 5 to 6 trips, as I said, a year, on an average. They value digital media a lot. They want to book a trip. They pick up their phone. They want to call a friend. They pick up their phone, of course, but they anything that they want to do, they want to do it on the phone. So they buy trips on the phone. They buy insurance on the phone. They really value lifestyle, and they prefer to travel like a local, like I told you earlier. We have a ton of influencers in our platform. These are just some of the photos that I've shown you. This person, if you Google him, he's a very famous economist, and he's part of our Jitsi network. He travels all the time. This person, if you Google, I've just put in some. There are many like these. He's a billionaire. He owns about 40 companies, and you would see him when he's in Dubai or in Switzerland. I would see him on Jitsi, and he would be checking it out and seeing who can he can connect with. We have a lot of travel bloggers as well, and they are, as you know, travel all the time. We have hundreds of travel bloggers involved, and they are in turn, they have a lot of followers. So if we partner up with a brand, we can not only market on our platforms, but we can also market alongside a lot of different influencers that we have who are part of our community, and we partner with them. So, what are the different partnership opportunities with Jitsi? The different advertising options. We can put together a targeted campaign as per people's budget to reach a very highly digital affluent users. We can target our users using various factors such as location, age range, their interest, their income. We have a lot of information about our users, so we can pretty much target a different age group or geography. Plus, we have 50 plus influencers that have 45 million travelers in their network. So we can also do a campaign where a brand would want to have access to a huge a database of people. So it could be that people want to just launch a brand, and they can come to us and say, hey, Jitsi, we would like to reach 50 million audience at the same time. We can do that for them. What type of different campaigns we can do? We can do social media marketing. We can do email marketing. We can do Facebook event. We can create an event saying that, hey, there is a deal out there for XYZ airline for this month. And then we can get people to join that event. We can do in-app advertising. We can do promotion through influencers. We can do buzz marketing. Buzz marketing is super effective. So buzz marketing is like we are creating a buzz. There will be a lot of dialogues on Facebook, Instagram about a brand that, hey, have you checked this out? I just joined so and so. I just took a trip with so and so. It was super cool. So it's like very normal dialogues that are happening, which is looks very authentic. It doesn't look like an ad. So we can even do buzz marketing. So you will see tons of people going on the web and talking about your brand. We can do different type of campaign packages and event packages. We're happy to discuss with people according to their budget, especially these days because of coronavirus. We are offering a lot of help to people because we understand it's a bad time. So we want to help people get back into the game and get in front of the millennial and Gen Z users. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you all know about email marketing, but it's one of the best way to reach your audience. You can get your brand inside people's inbox, and you can develop a targeted email campaign by adding attractive content about your brand that can be delivered to the audience and could be the right fit for your audience. Then we can do a bunch of different in-app advertising depending on your budget. We can post photos. We can post different type of rewards. We have a reward program where a lot of people go and check that, and then we could insert your brand into our rewards program according to your budget. Again, we can bring it on the top, and then I can then put that out in front of the targeted audience. Um, it would be best actually if you guys, or if somebody wants to offer a free experience or a free trip to users, because that would be a huge positioning of your brand in front of the millennial and Gen Z audience. So you offer something for free, it doesn't cost that much, but you can get a lot of ROI out of that because we can blast that out to a lot of people at the same time, and then people will pay attention because it's free. So that can help you position your brand in front of a lot of people. I already talked about Facebook events. I'm pretty sure you all know, but we can put together a Facebook advertising campaign. The difference is that if you put it on your Facebook, you probably will get, I don't know how many likes, but sometimes we get 5,000, 4,000 likes when we put anything on our platform and boost it for a very small amount of money, because we have a lot of people engaged in our community. So we get a lot of likes and engagement on our um, Facebook. Sometimes people don't like that much because we have a little bit older audience. It's not just that Instagram audience that we have, that is just going to like and Snapchat audience, but we also have people who have money. So not all the time they would like, but we see from the back end that people see the post and they engage with it. There are additional partnership opportunities. We can create events. We're now doing digital events versus physical events. We have, we can target that to different audience. So if anybody wants to just create an event for the affluent community in New York City, we can do that. We have a lot of people involved in New York who travel all the time. So that is definitely an option for people. This is just a little bit of about Jetsy. We have been published as the best social app for travelers. This was just recent in best business travel app by Business News Daily. We were endorsed by Swiss Airline as the travel app pick as to travel like a local. We have a lot of business influencers who are praising us. This is actually the head of innovation of Red Bull. And he posted this photo on Jetsy, and he said, not only I love Jetsy, but my 15-year-old son loves Jetsy too. So that was pretty cool for us when we saw that. And we have a lot of travel influencers involved. You guys can go Google us. We've been published by Huffington Post, The Points Guy. We have not paid anybody a single penny for this publication, and that's pretty much it. I would love to take any questions. If people have any questions, or if you may want to share something, I would love that as well.
So everybody, feel free. You see the Q&A section on the lower part of your screen if you have any questions. We still have some minutes left in the time here in this presentation. So Shema, what would you, for example, if I may start the questions, what would you suggest? Anybody who would like to get in contact with you, how do you usually, find the best solution for those who want to partner with you?
The best solution is that you can contact us through Instagram, Facebook. You can definitely write to me. My email is there. It's shama@jetsapp.com. We are very responsive. You can go on our website. There's a contact email address. We check that all the time. So there are a bunch of different ways to contact us. So feel free to contact us. We have a lot of deals going on right now for what you may call brands right now. So we are happy to talk to you and understand your needs and give you very cheap advertising right now.
Yeah, I think that's a great way. So first getting in contact and really finding out what what the people needs are, as you already said, and then go to start. I think that's the best way to go for that. Are there any more questions here from the audience? Feel free to ask.
Can I ask questions from the audience or no?
Yeah, you can, of course.
Okay, I would love to know who's attending. If I can see Pauline Favre.
Yeah, you can all write in the chat as well if you like. If you don't want to use the Q&A section.
Yeah.
Feel free to say hello.
Yes, I would love to know who is in the audience. So especially
You
Pauline.
see,
Sorry?
Rachel Heller wrote hi. So hi, Rachel. Do you
So
have any
Rachel,
question maybe?
yeah, Rachel, what do you do? I would love to know. I'm a blogger, but my numbers are quite small. Do you work with microbloggers? Absolutely. We work with microbloggers. We also publish bloggers, by the way, so we can help you get more followers. That's what we do for microbloggers. We have definitely, I mean, we work with both men and women, but especially for women, we have a really cool program.
So,
We do both. We can even publish your interview.
that sounds great. And we got a question from Donald Gaston, or Gaston. I don't know how this is pronounced correctly. I hope I did it right. Hi, how many countries do you have users in?
We have users in 170 countries. So pretty much
What's quite a number, right?
yeah, so you can pretty much go to any small country. It's funny, we have one of our investors who was traveling to, his assistant was going to Hawaii on an island that I hadn't heard. So and I was like, oh, I'm not too sure if there's anybody there. And we opened up and there were two people there and she was able to connect with them. So that was pretty cool.
That sounds cool. And we have Pauline now in the Q&As. Hello, I work in Korea in a travel agency and we have daily tours. I'm curious about the app, so I'm watching from Seoul.
Oh, where are you reading that?
In the Q&A section down below. You should see it there.
Yeah, Pauline, definitely get in touch with us. We may have people who want to go to Korea. So we would love to see what you have. Oh, the question disappeared.
Yeah. So, could you share contact email address?
Oh, sure. How do I share it?
You can easily put that in the chat down below. Just make sure that all attendees receive that one.
Okay, so where do I type here? Okay. So I'll give
Of
you.
course, for everyone, Shema is, of course, member of the BUZZ.travel platform as well. So, and she has a stand there. So you can, of course, find the contact information there as well. And, of course, contact her there. And it will be published here as well.
I gave you both the partnerships at jetsapp.com and Shama at jetsapp.com.
Yeah. Okay.
When you say you work in a travel agency in Korea, what type of tours that you do? Could you share a contact email address? I just shared it in the chat. Can you see me?
It should be there, yeah. So let's get to the next questions. We have some minutes left. Anonymous question, what countries is Jetsi most active in?
Um, it depends. We have different platforms. If you look at app, definitely US. If you look at social media, it's Asia and Europe, I think. If we look at our emails and events groups, it's more US. So, but it all depends which platform. That's a good question, actually.
Yeah,
If anybody wants to target the Asian travelers, we have a lot of Asian travelers who are in what you may call Asia. They travel a lot. The Asian travelers.
that's
Any
true.
other question?
So we have Pauline. She is in contact already with one of your staff. Well, if that has been now, you have been very quick, Pauline. Great. So you will be having a meeting tomorrow. I see. Perfect. And Pauline just lets us know here she does daily tours, DMZ city tours. So
Okay, daily tours, DMZ city tours. What is DMZ? What does DMZ mean?
let us know, Pauline. Or maybe it's the name of the company as well.
Okay, who's Sarah Ann Anderson?
Demilitarized zone.
Sorry?
Now we got it. The demilitarized zone.
Oh, okay.
That's
That's
perfect.
interesting to know because in Korea they're okay. And
course.
who's Sarah?
Maybe some things you don't really at first thought about it. So yeah, of course, that's good to know.
And who's Sarah Ann Anderson? Can you tell us about yourself?
So Rachel just told us she's between the North and South Korea in the demilitarized zone. That's good.
Oh, wow, that sounds great. I would love to go to Korea. I've never been. Have
Should
you?
be interesting, right? No, I've never been there. But
Yeah.
interesting for sure to explore that one.
Yes, exactly.
So, and we see last information now here. Sarah Ann Sanderson, I represent properties and products in South Africa and Zanzibar.
Oh, wow, that sounds cool. Where are you reading the answers, by the way? I can't see
In the
it.
chat where you have been posting your email in.
Really? I don't see it for some reason.
That's strange. I don't know. this should work just in the chat view.
Okay.
So, but Shema, we are now, we're at our half an hour. We're running a bit out of time. So I would just encourage everybody who's interested in JetC and to know more, maybe start a cooperation to really get in touch. As you have seen in the chat, you have the emails to get in contact. Shema is, of course, on BUZZ.travel as well. Send an email, get in contact, get in touch, figure out what's the right way to do your promotion, how you can partner with her. I think that's a great opportunity for everybody. And Shema, some words to close this session here.
Well, thank you all very much. We would love for you to contact us and tell your friends about it because sometimes your advertising could be very, very inexpensive, especially for coronavirus. We're offering a lot of deals. And Sarah, definitely get in touch with her because we know a lot of people who would like to go to South Africa and Zanzibar. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time and appreciate Marcus, appreciate your time as well. And
it had been my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Stay safe. Have a great day. Everybody else who's watching today, have a great day. Stay safe. So, and as I said, let's all work together. Let's all stay or get and stay in touch. Have a great day. See ya. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. It's the BUZZ Expo once again. We are happy to welcome our friend Abdul Sakor from marketingmentor.travel once more. He already presented great content in his sales masterclass earlier this week. Today, he prepared 3 master LinkedIn hacks that are worth much more than you might expect. Welcome, Abdul.
Hi, Marcus. It's great to be here again. Thank you.
My pleasure. So, Abdul, would you like to share with us what you have prepared? I think 3 master hacks. This sounds really great. And I think as far as I know you, this will be quite effective.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to be here. Thank you very much. I really believe that this will be very, very useful for everyone. We'll make it short and sweet and hands on the job. So, yeah, let's get down to business. I'm starting to share my screen. Just bear with me. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my screen now. So welcome everyone. Today I'm going to present you 3 LinkedIn hacks that helped me achieve $500,000 of sales. These combined actually helped me a lot, not only to attract leads, but also to look for leads. So I need to emphasize, first of all, the importance of LinkedIn. Just a quick introduction. My name is Abdul. I'm from the marketingmentor.travel. And yes, I'm really excited to show you the 3 hacks today. So LinkedIn, first of all, some fun facts and figures. LinkedIn has 675 million users worldwide, according to LinkedIn statistics from 2020. 200 countries, 30 million companies are listed in the platform, and you have an incredible 40% conversion rate as a result of LinkedIn message ads. What does this mean? So, as you all know, you can create paid campaigns on LinkedIn, and one of them is sponsored messaging ads. There are 2 types of sponsored messaging ads, which is message ads and conversation ads. Usually, this is very, very effective if you want to target your ideal customer, and because this is so targeted, it creates much more engagement and obviously has a bigger impact in your efforts. So let's say you want to target a specific client, you know his job position, you know his expertise, his professional experience. So it's much more easier when you're doing a one-to-one conversation in a message and actually giving him value to basically attract to your website or schedule an appointment. So it has been very, very valuable for a lot of companies, and that's why, and the numbers talked by themselves, it achieved such high rates of conversion. Worldwide, LinkedIn is distributed in different countries. As you can see, 167 million users in the US, 64 million users in India, 49 in China, 41 million in Brazil, 21 million in Great Britain only, and the platform is available in 24 different languages. So hack number 1. My first suggestion is that if you really want to take advantage of LinkedIn, you should not limit yourself to show your active status to the first degree connections only. You should make yourself visible to a wide range of potential clients outside of your network. I'm going now to directly to transition to LinkedIn and show how you can achieve this. So in here, what you should do is in your messaging on the right-hand side, you just click messaging. Where you see the 3 dots, you click in here, you go to message settings. As you can see, you have another setting option. You update the settings. which will open a new window. And by default, who can see when you are on LinkedIn? Only your connections, only, which is only your first degree connections that will be able to see when you are on LinkedIn. This is limiting only to your first degree connections. So what you should do, you should go to all LinkedIn members, and this is updated automatically. This will give you a wide range of possibilities to attract people outside of your network, because there maybe you have a lot of opportunities outside of your network which you shouldn't you don't know yet, but it can give you so much opportunities to create new businesses, maybe to get new jobs, maybe to create new partnerships. So yeah, this is something you should do right now. The second hack that I would suggest is to basically use LinkedIn Boolean search. Use effective ways to search for prospects by using quotation marks, the command and, the command or. You can exclude using not as well, and you can use parentheses. So the LinkedIn Boolean search is very, very effective to target specific people with specific job profiles, for example, or specific industries. And it, for example, if you're not using quotation marks, for example, you'll get 1 million contacts when you search for a specific job posting, for example, job profile. I'm sorry. So instead of not using them, if you use them, you will get maybe half of it, and it's much, much more targeted. So let's go to LinkedIn again. And how you should do this? The best way to do this is, first of all, in the search bar here, you click on people. Let's take an example of travel consultant. And you see here, it generated 1.3 million results. Okay, so let's try now with quotation marks. The same keyword, but with quotation mark, generated 218,000 results. So this is much more targeted. It will help you to target your ideal contact with the ideal job description, and to um, make your life much more easier if you are trying to reach someone specific. Okay, and because we don't have a lot of time, I'm going now to the next hack. Hack number 3, and I think this is one of the most valuable hacks I found so far, and which helped me a lot achieving shocking results. Increase your LinkedIn company page reach with this simple trick. Let's go back to LinkedIn again. Everyone is very anxious now. Okay, so the third LinkedIn hack is mostly for company pages. Okay, let me go to my company page, Marketing Mentor for Travel Professionals. Okay, then I want to make my page more accessible to reach a wider audience. So what should I do and how can I do it? I have my page here. I will edit the description of the name of the page, go into the options, and finally, I want to manage the information in another language. So as you see, you can add a different language here. You can add up to 20 languages. And remember when I said, for example, I put it here Portuguese because there is an opportunity of 41 million people using LinkedIn in Brazil only. But I'm opening my scope not only to Brazil, but all the Portuguese speaking countries like Portugal, Mozambique, Angola, Cape Verde, São Tomé e Príncipe, Guinea-Bissau. Okay, so everyone that is going to open my company page, they will not only see the content uh, in in English, uh, but if they have their language preferences set it up in Portuguese, which will be more common because they are in a different location, they will see the description here in Portuguese. This will enable them to see that okay, the content maybe the content is in English. That's okay, but if the description is in Portuguese, they will see okay, this guy speaks my language, so why not try to reach him? Maybe there will be an opportunity for us. Maybe he understands our culture, our company culture. Maybe he understands our country culture, our business culture. This opens a wide range of opportunities for uh, different markets to work with different people, with different organizations. This, guys, this has helped me a lot achieving shocking results. I've received contacts from people that I never actually target them. I never tried to reach them. They came to me just because they saw this description in their language, and it created a massive impact to them. So the super benefit of the Hack 3 is that you can configure your page in over 20 languages. When members view your page, they will see the name, description, and tagline in their selected profile language if you've entered information in that language. If you haven't configured your page name, description, and tagline for their language, they will see information in your page's default language. So it will be as any other English page, okay? Any other page, it will not be in their native language, and you might be missing huge opportunities to connect with people from those markets. So this was it. I hope you really enjoyed it. There are some free resources which you can download in marketingmentor.travel. Also take advantage of the sales skills training. The first training session, it's usually 3 days after you subscribe to the course. You will find sales hacks and techniques, how to master the art and science of negotiation, and you'll get to learn a lot of persuasion skills as well. More growth hacks to superpower your business. There will be more courses coming up. So 5 rules for a successful negotiation on LinkedIn, how to win a negotiation by video conference. And yeah, please subscribe to get more sales hacks and marketing secrets, and you'll get to learn a lot. I hope I can help you. I'm also a learner. I'm always learning every day with people's feedbacks and with the experts. So yes, I will have a great pleasure to connect with you. And please add me on LinkedIn. Always trying to connect with different people, so it will be a pleasure for me. Okay, so these are the sources of the statistics that were taken. Um, and yeah, thank you very much for this presentation. It was great to be here. This expo is being really fantastic. I really want to thank to Marcus, to Katia, to Jan, to all the team that is organizing this fantastic event. I've been taking a lot of notes, so it has been really, really good, outstanding. And yeah, I hope I can connect with everyone very, very soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Abdul. This had been one example once more how you can make your life in the end much more easy with some easy things that you might not have thought about first. So thanks a lot for sharing these ideas and this information with us. This must have brought a lot of value to everybody. So go on and try it out on your own. I mean, you have seen this had been now 15 minutes, and if you can grow your opportunities in 15 minutes, I mean, what do you want more? to be honest, right? So Abdul will still be on at the Expo. That means you can connect him there, of course, as well. Get in touch with him, connect with him, ask for an appointment, and start your travel in the marketing field a bit, maybe having some new thoughts about it, learn more. I know that Abdul is always very supportive, always having a lot of ideas what you can do, how you can maybe adjust your parts a little better. So get in touch and stay safe, everyone. Abdul, thanks once again.
Thank you
Everybody
very
else,
much, Marcus. Stay safe and all the best for the expo, and good luck for everyone. Thank you very much.
thanks a lot, Abdul. Everybody stay tuned. It goes on in 15 minutes. See you. Bye-bye.
Professor Dr. Wolfgang Alt, practical tips on attracting Chinese visitors. This is Wolfgang's second event on this expo. We had very positive remarks, comments to his first event, so we are excited to see what he has to tell us today. Wolfgang Alt is a leading expert on China tourism, on China outbound tourism. He studied and worked in China. He tells me he still knows so much Mandarin that he can order a beer, but that's also about that, I guess. Wolfgang is both a hands-on guy and an academic. He was a full-time professor in Germany on tourism management for many years, and he's still a visiting professor on a number of universities all over the world. Besides that, or mainly, he runs Kotri. Kotri is focusing on China, China outbound. It's a research institute, it's a consulting company, and I am pretty sure his services will be very much needed the next couple of months when China will hopefully be sending visitors to the world again. Wolfgang, the dance floor is yours, please.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you, Jan, for the kind introduction. And so on Monday, we have been talking about the general development of Chinese outbound tourism. And today, I want to look a bit more into the future and see where are we now and where can we go from here, and what can you do as a company, as a destination to prepare for the market, and how maybe to attract more or maybe better Chinese visitors to your place again, or maybe even for the first time. So I have prepared a little presentation, but I hope also that there will be some Q&A afterwards. So if you have any questions, I think you can use the chat function to type them while you're listening or afterwards, as you like. So let me start the presentation. Okay, so I hope you can see the slides now. Is that okay? Okay, very good. So attracting Chinese visitors, tips for destinations on and off the beaten track. So as Jan already mentioned, so this is based on the work of the China Outbound Tourism Research Institute. We are a member of a couple of organizations, most importantly the UNWTO, where we are affiliate member, and some others. And what is Kotri doing? Briefly saying, we help companies all over the world to understand the Chinese outbound market better, to give good service to the Chinese and earn money while you're doing that. One of the main instruments for doing this, especially in the last couple of months and probably also the coming months, is a online training which we developed with the Hong Kong Polytechnic University School of Hotel and Tourism Management, and this is for 5 verticals or 5 branches of the industry, and it's a rather extensive program ending with a university certificate. So that is probably for those of you who want to go deeper into the market, but highly to recommend it. Every month there's an update on the COVID-19 situation, so provide as well. So yeah. So if you hear sound, don't worry. This is outside. We just have a thunderstorm here in Hamburg, northern Germany. Will be over in a few minutes. I hope you can still hear me. So already about me, not much to say other than I've been working with China for quite some time. First time I went there is 1978, and ever since I've been connected to tourism and to China. Of course, nobody could have known that China would become such a big and strong country, and that tourism would be such an important part in it, and that the Chinese are, as if you listened on Monday, you know that Chinese are the by far biggest tourism source markets in the world. So what's the current situation with our dear visitor, the COVID-19? So basically saying, well, the reasons why the Chinese are traveling outbound has not changed. The Chinese are still eager to come back onto the international market. All surveys show that, given the availability of visa and air connections, and that they're trusting it is safe to travel. So domestic tourism has already started again, and we will talk about this a bit more later. And you can see if you go on Skyscanner or something, the sky is rather empty of aircraft, much emptier than it used to be. But over China, it's back to previous levels. So domestically, almost all the aircraft are flying again. So we can see that at the moment, China is actually the only country in the world where you have a substantial tourism business activities. Of course, here in Europe, we are just starting to have some summer holiday trips, but all this is still just the beginning and reduced numbers and keeping distance and so on. So it's nothing compared to the numbers we see in China. So unfortunately, as you're all aware of, the COVID-19 situation is very bad. So these are the numbers from noontime yesterday, so that we had more than 10 million cases, and we had more than 500,000 dead people, and we have more than 50,000 people in critical conditions. So by now, out of 1 million human beings, 1,300 had an infection, and 66 out of a million have actually died. And we had 174,000 cases on July 1st, and actually I saw that the latest number was for yesterday actually 195,000, so it's still going on, and it's, sorry, that's a typo, it's 5,072 deaths on that day. And so we have United States yesterday had for the first time more than 50,000 new cases, which of course is very unfortunate. And if you compare this with China, so China on the 1st of July stood on position 22 with 83,000 cases, and on position 19 with 4,600 deaths from COVID-19. So that's, it used to be number one in January and February, and it has been moving down and has been overtaken by countries like Saudi Arabia and Chile with much smaller populations. So it seemed to be in the beginning to be a Chinese problem, but of course, since March, it has become a global problem, and well, we can share the belief that it will somehow go away, as some people in some capitals of the free world are saying, but well, we will see. So where is this happening? And you can see, so this is June 30 confirmed cases, and you can see that United States is about a quarter, Brazil is almost a quarter, so they together already are responsible for half the cases. And so the top 14 countries with more than 2,000 cases already are making up like 85% or so of the total. So which means that for all other countries, we still have the virus active, but there are many countries where it has been going down to a few, or 10 or 20 or 50 or 100. So, but of course, it's still in some countries still very active. For the Chinese, so they already started on April to have the first time being allowed out again from their lockdown, and they have been traveling a lot since then. And in May, there was a May holiday. They had officially 150 million Chinese people traveling domestically. Of course, everybody's wearing a mask, and of course, there's hygiene all over the place, and the attractions are only open 30%. And just last week, we had the Dragon Boat Festival, which is 3 days holiday in China. And so we could see also that this was altogether 80 million people traveling. So 50 million people who visited one of the 10,000 attractions which are open again, which can be the Imperial Palace, but also some national parks and so on. So which is about half of the number of last year, but it's only 31% of the revenue. So we can see that on average, the trips were shorter and there was more self-drive tours. So lots of people using their car because probably they feel safer in it. So you don't have to trust anybody else with hygiene. So you can, in your own car, you know who's with you, and you can spray it down as often as you want. And also that people are a little bit more careful in their spending. So Beijing was not very active in tourism because there's still a lockdown of some parts of Beijing, surroundings of Beijing, because they had some outbreaks there. So altogether, we had 20 million people using trains. Like on the photo, you can see this is Shanghai Hongqiao railway station, and you had more than 2.5 million people using an airplane, and more than 50 million people going on a road trip. So as we said before, if you look for active tourists, well, you have to look to China. So the I think we skipped this one. So in the last months and in this month now in July, as you know, there is a process that many borders are reopened. So within the European Union, the internal borders were opened, and since yesterday in Europe, also some people from outside of Europe are allowed to come into Europe again from, for instance, Australia and from South Korea and Japan. For China, the situation is that the European Union has said, if the Chinese allow Europeans back into China, then we will allow Chinese back into Europe. So as we are speaking, it is not as was expected that from July 1st, Chinese can come back to Europe, but it will take another 2 weeks or 4 weeks before this is happening. There are some countries outside European Union, like Serbia, for instance, and Turkey, where this is already different. So as a Chinese citizen, you can visit Serbia and you can visit Albania, Greece, and also Turkey. And behind the scenes, I've been told that there are also discussions to have some special funnels and tunnels and green lanes and golden lanes or what have you, to bring especially business people and engineers and so on traveling back and forth. And also we can see that many airlines have already started to have an increase in the number of flights to China, or are doing so this week or next week. So we can see there is an increase and tourism is starting. But what do we need to restart it fully? 3 things. One is for the Chinese travelers, the permission to leave China and to enter the host destination. So this is from our side. As we just said, the European Union and of course other countries have to let the Chinese in. Some countries like Australia already said before the end of the year, nothing happens. But most other places, like the Maldives, just an example, are opening on the 15th of July, and then Chinese people can start to fly to the Maldives anymore again. And maybe there's some ideas to do this with private jets, where they can fly directly from a safe environment to a safe environment. Sorry for that. The second point is there connectivity? So are there affordable air tickets? And the third point, of course, is there trust of the Chinese outbound travelers. sorry, in the safety of the destination. So China, and I talked about this on Monday, has been using tourism always as a soft power tool. And so there will be the question, what will be the balance between making sure there's no new outbreaks of COVID-19 on the one hand, and allowing the Chinese to travel again and to show their friendly relation to those countries they want to give preference to. So because freedom of travel has been a cornerstone of the Chinese government's policies in granting levels of freedom, so you can have shopping, you can have your private car, you can play with the stock market, you can choose which universities to study, and of course also where to travel. All this have been part of the contrat social between the people and the party, so that the people can have their private happiness and the party can stay in power. So what is the new situation in hopefully soon post-COVID-19 times? So that we need a new paradigm for international tourism has been seen long before COVID-19 crippled the tourism industry in the last month. So we have seen, we have been the victims of our own success. So we can see from the year 2080 to 2019, the number of international tourists developed 5 times. So, and if you look just on the graph, so this is only from 1995, you can see we were at something like 500 million, and 2019 we reached 1.46, almost 1.5 billion arrivals last year. So, and also as is on the graph, you can see there have been some slowdowns. September 11, the SARS crisis of 2009, the global economic crisis of 2003, global economic crisis of 2009, but all this just have been dents in the general upward development. So, which is very nice. We can be all very happy, and I think a lot of people earned good money in tourism and hospitality and aviation in the last decade. We created a lot of jobs, but this very success has made a mockery of the idea of hospitality, what in German is called Gastfreundschaft, being a friend with the visitors. And we see that this is a juggernaut running over local culture, local nature, right over diversity. There's no room anymore for serendipity. Everything is planned and put into square boxes. And as a result, we saw that all stakeholders had a decreasing level of satisfaction. The people at the overcrowded beaches or at the museums full of people, as well as the locals being more and more annoyed by travelers, and Chinese travelers always being the culprit for that. Also, what we have seen, and this is something which really now in the last half year we saw, is damaging our ability to react, is that tourism and hospitality have become very lazy. So there is a clear lack of innovation in many fields. So in many hotels, you still have to fill out a paper form by hand, standing in front of a counter. So you feel like you're applying for and have to ask, please, may I stay in your hotel? When actually you're the customer and you're paying the money. So, and there's the technology has been there for years and years, and they have your data anyway. Most people do online booking, so what's the point in having to fill out the form again? And now, what is the result? We find that some hotel groups say, "Don't worry, the pen to fill out the paper form has been sterilized, so you can't catch the virus from that." Yeah, but you still have to use So they're not changing, they're still using the pens. And or there's a lot of hotel groups saying the remote control for the television is disinfected, I don't know, every 2 hours or whatever. There is this BYOD, bring your own device technology, has been around for a long time. And some airlines have already, for instance, started this, that you don't have a screen anymore in the aircraft, but they beam some entertainment programs, some movies, some music, and you can look at your own smartphone or your own tablet. You can watch that. So there are some hotels where you have BYOD technology. There are some hotels where they have something like Alexa, so where you can tell Alexa, please turn on the television. But still, Alexa doesn't allow you to screen with a smart TV your own Netflix stuff onto the big screen or something like that. So all this, we can see there has been not much done, and tourism industry has been falling behind in many ways. So the Chinese outbound tourists have often been named as the culprits for over-tourism, and have been seen as walking wallets, providing increased arrival numbers and spending, but not being really taken serious. And so Chinese travelers, therefore, are very anxious that and have also the experience and certainly the feeling that their needs and their demands are not sufficiently taken care of. So and also, of course, if you talk to people working in hotels or other tour service providers, many will say, "Oh, we don't like actually the Chinese customers. They are too rude and too demanding and so on." And on the slide you can see, so this is actually from a satirical magazine from Swedish television, where they were making jokes about this anti-Chinese tourist attitudes, but this as satire is not very well understood in China. So there was a big uproar how to you can show Chinese visitors in this not very nice situation, like here, which in Chinese says, so don't shit here. Sorry for that. So and the Swedish ambassador had to come to the Foreign Office and to apologize and so on and so on. So, but this is also something. Never mind the virus. This was a problem which has been there before. But actually, if we look at the real situation, we can find that already before the virus, about 2/3 of Chinese travelers did not fit anymore into this idea that they are just coming in big groups, jumping out of a bus, taking a photo, trampling down the lawn, and not really interested where they are and only eating Chinese food. So actually, the majority of Chinese travelers are already traveling individually or in small groups, and we see that there has been a demand, and this demand has been even increasing, that they want to live like locals and learn something about the local culture. And as we already discussed on Monday, the language barrier has become less important because, on the one hand, year by year, more people join the travelers groups which learned English in school, and also we have lots of gadgets now, technology, which can help with automatic translation. So, of course, until a cure and a vaccination for COVID-19 is found, this topic of sanitation and hygiene and wearing masks and so on will require more attention and transparent communication to regain the trust of the Chinese guests. And it's not only that you have to do things, you have to talk about them, you have to show them, you have to prove them. So I saw some examples of a hotel lobby with a huge LED screen, which I think normally is used to give information about what's happening in the conference center of the hotel, where now you could see for every single employee with a photo when was the last time that this guy disinfected his clothes and his hands and so on? And you could see that all this was 50 minutes ago, 65 minutes ago. So you could see that all the people do this very, very frequently. And that, so I thought that's a good example to not only say don't worry, but actually prove that there is a lot of things going on. But hoping that in a year from now we have this behind us, and hoping that the new G4 swine flu virus is not as bad as some people are now fearing it is. So we have an opportunity to change the way how we think Chinese outbound tourism, how we react to Chinese outbound tourism, and maybe that will spill over into other tourism as well, to have a quadruple win, a win-win-win-win situation for the guests, for the hosts, for the tourism companies, and of course for our dear little planet. So what is the most practical tip for China outbound tourism in the 2020s? It is welcoming Chinese tourists by trying harder than before to understand them and to accept them in their diversity, and by providing different levels of immersion into the destination with adequately adapted products. So maybe you say, oh, this doesn't sound so practical, but this is exactly what you can see what has been lacking. So that I've been doing a lot of trainings or consulting where I start by asking people, okay, you have Chinese customers? Yes. Where do they come from? Oh, China. Yeah, where in China? I mean, there's the big difference between somebody from Beijing and somebody from Guangzhou is the same as between somebody from Norway and somebody from Portugal. Yes, they're Europeans, but everybody will understand that Norwegians are different from Portuguese. And it turns out that many people not even know from which part of China, which is as big as Europe, they're coming. So I think the United States, you will have some idea if somebody is coming from Ohio or from California, from Maine or from Massachusetts, that there will be a bit different people. So to understand who are these people, and also understand that these people are different people. It's not a Chinese person, and that they have different interests and different needs, and that there's some that you have. You don't have to follow them. It's not that you have to like that. I hate karaoke. I don't like it at all. But if my Chinese customers want karaoke, then okay, why not provide in the hotel a room where they can have karaoke, and you can even charge them for that. You earn some money. So this is a very simple understanding that Chinese want to be recognized as persons, and that they have the feeling that this is very often not the case. So as I very often have the feeling, like in a hotel, that I'm room number 715. I'm not even the guy in room 715. I am room number 715, and that's how I'm treated, and I don't like it. And the Chinese are even more anxious that this is done to them, and that people laugh behind their back about them because maybe their English is not so good, or they have not yet learned how to behave in certain surroundings. So that for that, of course, you need a deeper understanding, and allow me to say that we try with our online trainings and other tools to help organizations with that. But this is simply what everybody will accept automatically. If you have a different markets, that you need to know something about the different customers. That for China, this has still been the case until now, that people think, oh, I know the Chinese, or even worse, people talking about the Asians, as if Indians, Singaporeans, Chinese, and Japanese would be the same kind of people, when they are actually not at all. So practical things to do: you will have to change your KPIs. So what is your measurement of success? So and that there has to be the satisfaction included. This is from all our research, from all the discussions in the last months, we have a lack in the level of satisfaction. So satisfaction of the customers, of the staff, of the locals, and indirectly also preserving the nature, so the satisfaction of the planet of Gaia. So fortunately, if you invest in the satisfaction, you will still have money left, because what is driving Chinese travelers is, first of all, what we call a warm square. So the word of mouse and the word of mouse, computer mouse. So that if you have stable guest host relations, people like to be at your place and using your services and recommend you to their friends and to their colleagues. This is much better invested money than spending money on marketing in China, and we will talk about this in a minute a bit more. And it will also be increase the productivity of your staff if they are happy, and you will also eliminate a source of tension between local population, administration, and here. So this is an example. There's a company called Dragon Trail, good friends of us, doing very good work. But if you look at the results, so they make a list every week. What are the activities of NTOs, DMOs, airlines, hotels, and so on in Chinese social media? And so this is you see recent week the ranking for Weibo, and so Weibo is the open platform which was the big thing until 2.5 years ago. Now everything is about WeChat, but still Weibo has 1 billion users, so it's still much used. And if you see the relationship between the number of followers, so we have Visit Finland has 750,000 followers, but they only have 750 engagements for 7 posts. That means on average 100 persons reading the post, and this is very often something which is made in Chinese and very often it's a video. So this costs quite a lot of money. But so if you look at the list, none of these NTOs reach 3,000 engagements, and only 4 reach more than 1,000 engagements. And if you look at the DMOs, it's even worse. So if you look, for instance, at number 12, Victoria and Melbourne, so they have almost 1 million followers, but with 7 posts, they reached 251 pairs of eyes, so 0.03% of all their followers. So Flanders, if you go to the top of the list, Visit Flanders was successful, 18,000 engagements. Not bad, with just 1 post. Why is that? Because if you look at the post, it's a lucky draw. You can win either a camera or, for reasons I didn't really understand, some instant coffee cans. So the lucky draw has been bringing the people to the website, and that means you get more tourists to Flanders, remains to be seen. And so, yeah, but this is Weibo, maybe WeChat is doing better. So it's unfortunately not much better. So we have so 84 DMOs which are surveyed by Dragon Trail being active in China, and out of these, only the top 10 got at least 1,100 views per post, and there has been just 1 post reaching more than 6,000 views. And this is China, so I put down there just some numbers just for comparison. So a key opinion leader writing on WeChat and Weibo, Laya, and she's not the biggest one, has 5 million followers on Weibo. And the number one, Nana, has 117 million followers, which is more than anybody has on Facebook. A few weeks ago, for the NTOs, Monaco was the most successful one because there was another singer giving a concert there, and that brought them 8,000 views. But these people were not interested in Monaco; they were interested in the singer. And 8,000 out of dozens of millions of followers is not even such a big number. So obviously, yes, you have to do some marketing, but I think in the last years, more and more people have spent more and more money in a louder and louder concert of voices, drowning out individual voices. And instead, I think what we can see, you have to add KPIs which are not just based on how much money we spent on marketing. So 3 levels, red, yellow, green. So it started by, and you still see tourism ministries, for instance, saying next year we want to reach 2 million arrivals, or 10 million arrivals, or 500,000 arrivals, whatever. And the measurement, the KPI is simply arrival numbers. Never mind how much they spend, how long they stay. So the little bit better KPIs are when you add to this, okay, how many nights are they staying? How much do they spend per visitor per trip, or per visitor per day, whatever, and what's the margin? So how much money is left in my pocket at the end? But for the future, to have a stable situation and to attract people to come and recommend you, the green part is what will be the most important one, which means higher level of satisfied visitors, because then they will recommend their peers to use your services. Because for most Chinese, they will not come back themselves. Most Chinese still have a huge bucket list they have to tick off. They only started to travel 10 years ago, or many just a few years ago. They did not travel as a child, as most people in Western countries are doing. So they still have to go to this and this and this place. So even they like it at your place, or they like your service, they will go somewhere else next year. So it's not to get people coming back again and again. Maybe if you're based in Vietnam or South Korea, the neighboring areas, yes. But if you're based in long distance destinations, no way. So, but that they recommend you to their friends, to their family, to their colleagues, that's the key point. And so a higher level of satisfied staff members, as we said, increasing their productivity, their friendliness. So if they give the Chinese customers a feeling that they're welcome, then that will be also very important for the Chinese, that they don't feel that they're you just take their money, but you don't really like them. And also this non-alienation of locals, avoiding conflicts, and thereby in the end, if everybody's more interested in where he or she is, also you will preserve nature and culture in a bigger way. So what do the post-virus Chinese outbound travelers want more than before? So we can see from the surveys out until now, there's a higher idea, or a more positive idea of the family. So people had to be living together physically, literally, but also they had to rely on solidarity within the family. So this is an idea which is now more common than before. Nature experience, so very important that getting out of the big cities. Generally experiences instead of shopping. Traveling to not too overcrowded places. One, of course, also because of hygiene and sanitation. but also to go to new places and to go to places where maybe your neighbor has not been to yet, but also to get in contact, maybe with a mask on, to get in contact with locals. So that for many Chinese, that they say, okay, we want to learn more about the local culture and meet local people, and maybe share our common interests and common hobbies, and to see what they think about the same things we are also interested in. And of course, in the short term, everybody is very, very anxious about hygiene and sanitation, as in Chinese media. We outside of China are seen as the guys who are dangerous. So therefore, a key word here is trust. So you will have to be careful that it's possible for the Chinese travelers that they can trust you as their host. So so you need to show your engagement to the market. We do this, for instance, just now by watching this webinar, visiting this fair, and we had a lot of companies which would send greetings to their Chinese customers and say, "Well, we are sorry not here at the moment. Hopefully, you can come back soon." And what we said earlier, know your customers. So I talked to many people and they say, "Well, we can't send an email to our Chinese customers saying, 'Wish you were here,' because we don't have their email addresses. They come via a tour operator, and the tour operator doesn't give us any data." Yeah, but there are many ways to get the email addresses of your customers. People just didn't care until now about that. So therefore, to show your sympathy for the visitors, and key point, to show your interest in the visitors as both an individual person as well as your interest for the culture they represent. Chinese traveling abroad are still seeing themselves as a member of the Chinese family. So, and what you do to them, they're still thinking you do this because they are Chinese. But on top of that, of course, they also say, "Well, I'm a person. I want to be recognized as a person." And yeah, again, hygiene, sanitation is there. So trust is the one word, satisfaction is the other one. So more than ever before, the Chinese will have, and they have learned in the last years, they can compare different levels of preparedness for the Chinese market, and so they will more than ever demand that they are going home and not think it was okay, but that they say, "Wow, it was great. These guys gave me exactly what I wanted." And so therefore, it's a good time. We all had to learn to think outside of the box, hopefully a bit more in the last few months. And so still, well, for the Chinese market, not much is happening at the moment yet. So we have a bit time also to have a step back and think about your product and how it could be changed according to the interests of the Chinese businesses. And I put a few examples here. So I remember some years ago, the Spanish position, according to vis-a-vis the Chinese market, was, "Well, we are a beach destination. They don't like beach, so Chinese market is not for us." But or the Maldives have been seeing, before the virus, numbers of Chinese visitors going down because they said, "Okay, our only product is the beach experience, the ocean experience, relaxation, and maybe some snorkeling and some fresh fish for dinner. So we don't have any other product. So people come one time and they don't come back." But the beach is also a place. It's an ecosystem. So, and when I talk to our friends and colleagues in the Maldives, they say, "Yeah, how about you have somebody explaining to the kids traveling how all this is relying on each other and do this educational thing about using the beach, the coastal area at a classroom for outdoor classroom for learning about how do ecosystems work, maybe while the parents still can enjoy the snorkeling. So a restaurant is certainly not only about eating, it is also about, you can also say, okay, we are giving you a mini course on how to behave at a formal Western dinner table. So in China, there are schools where you learn etiquette, and Chinese spend lots of money on being taught which spoon and which glass, if you are ever invited by the Queen or somebody important, you have a formal dinner. So we offer Western food, but we are expecting that everybody knows how to eat that stuff. For hotels, of course, this is an old discussion that the hotel is not only a place where you offer a bed and a shower. And for Chinese, certainly, if you have a hotel, as we discussed before, where you have new technology and you have, which in many cases in China actually is not so new anymore, but where they can try out the latest gadgets, that will be maybe something, or not only maybe, that will be certainly something which will bring you a lot of customers. So at a theme park, Western kids are supposed to play, Chinese kids are supposed to learn. So in the theme park, support the learning aspect. So if you look at, to say something nice about the Danish attraction, Legoland is very successful with Chinese visitors, and they go all the way to what's called Billund, because Legoland is very much an educational place, and Chinese kids learn something there. Of course, by playing, but the key point is not just having fun, but they learn something. And so being friendly to everybody, so saying we treat everybody the same way, the Chinese don't mind if you treat them better than the other people, because they are bringing the biggest amount of money, and they are the biggest source market, and they are aware of that, they know that. So that you are showing that you're going the extra mile by having, if you excuse my example, having a certificate that you did China tourism training hanging behind your desk, or on your showing this on your website. So you show that how to treat the Chinese travelers, that you did an extra training for that. You didn't do this for the Russians or the Japanese, but for the Chinese, you did that. So you go the extra mile for them, that will be very much appreciated. And the last point, so stop thinking of Chinese people as Chinese. Start to think of them as a person, of Mr. Wang or Mrs. Li. They will still see themselves, of course, as, especially outside of China, as being Chinese, but they are also individual persons. And once you come to this mindset that this is not all Chinese are the same, and you're not thinking because in your local Chinese restaurant they hang up red lanterns, that this is a modern way to decoration. Modern Chinese people nowadays still like, not at all, and many other things. So that there is, you have differences between different target groups, but basically it is simply taking your customer serious and being curious, trying to learn from the customers, okay, what they like, what they don't like, and they will be more than happy to oblige. So if we do a questionnaire in China and there's an open question at the end, you have hundreds of people writing, you Western people should understand, or can you please tell the national tourism organizations that they should do this and this for us Chinese people because of this and this. and that might be funny things like, why do the Spanish not eat at 6 p.m. like every normal person means every Chinese? But also very often very yeah, interesting and innovative ideas coming by just asking them. So that's all I wanted to say as a look into the future. And yeah, so just to tell you, if you want to move further, so we have a publication called Country Weekly, which is free of charge, published every week. We have the China tourism training, which will bring you a big step forward in your ability to give the Chinese what the Chinese want, and also about everything I've been talking about today. There will be a new book coming out probably in more or less exactly a month from now, and I'm very happy that there is a way where we can do this together with our colleagues from BUZZ. So that's all I have to say, and so I hope that we can let me see if I can so that if you can take back the 3 to 1. Okay, take this back. No, I have to take it back, right? Just a second. Here, okay. Sorry, now I somehow, how do I stop this? Stop sharing. Okay, here we are. Sorry for that. Okay, I'm still learning. Thanks for your help. So, so this is I think just a few thoughts, and I hope that we have some questions. And so over to you, Jan.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Wolfgang. A lot of practical details, a lot of information. And I learned one more thing about you today. I said in the introduction, you know enough Mandarin to order a beer, but it turned out when you read the sign, you know a bit more than that.
Yes, I do.
As Wolfgang said to the audience, we have a few minutes for Q&A. So if anybody has questions, please feel free to ask. I think there was a question before, but I don't see it now. Do you see that, Wolfgang? There was a question from Daniela Fundi, I think, but it seemed to be disappeared.
I don't see this at the moment. As it, no, but
okay.
I'm sure you have some questions.
Yeah, then let me start. You mentioned about China coming back pretty fast. You mentioned the Chinese sitting on their suitcases ready to go. But I remember last time we spoke about a 2 weeks quarantine when you come back. Is that still in place? And how long will it probably last? And will it be the same from every destinations, or there are differences here?
Yeah, this is you're asking exactly the right question. That's a key question, and I think this week there were 3 different journalists from 3 different continents asking me exactly the same question. So this is a key. Until now, the Chinese government has not said anything about if and when they will stop asking everybody coming back from outside of China, anywhere outside of China, to go for 2 weeks into quarantine. So there is, of course, there have been a lot of rumors. Also, for instance, the biggest number of people coming into China, of course, have been coming from Hong Kong. So this is hundreds of thousands of people every day. And for Hong Kong, it's very important that the border to mainland China is reopened. So never mind leisure tours to Europe. And it's until now, nothing has been said. The European government said 3 days ago, If you let us in, we let you in. To my knowledge, at least until 2 hours ago, I checked just before we started here, China has given no answer to that yet. So, and therefore, what was told before was that probably by the end of September, so for the Chinese October Golden Week, this will be stopped, but maybe earlier, but nobody knows. Of course, it is something which, this is the main point, but it is by the stroke of a pen or of a brush, you can say, okay, from midnight, this is no longer the case, full stop. And what I think what will happen is very likely is that this is not done for the whole world, but that they say, okay, if you have been traveling only to Germany, in Germany there it's safe, okay, then you can come back without a quarantine, or to Serbia, or to Hong Kong, or to Vietnam or Cambodia, where there has been officially almost no cases. So that is what I think what happened. But of course, the Chinese government is very good in keeping the cards close to the bosom, so not showing their poker cards to everybody. And so it's wait and see.
So which destinations do you think will be possible to visit the first?
Well, I'm afraid
it's a tough question.
The United States and United Kingdom will be not on the top of this list. With 50,000 new cases in one day. That is not very likely, never mind the politics. So I think it is, yeah, it will be neighboring, of course, neighboring Asian countries.
Sure.
So as I just said, so almost all the neighbors like South Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, they had not very high numbers of cases. Some Cambodia even said they had 0 until now. You can believe it or not, but so this will be, of course, it's also the cheapest to go there and the easiest, and you don't have to sit a very long time in the aircraft with a mask on. So these, of course, will be the first ones. Hong Kong, Macau, of course. For longer distance, it will be Europe, because North and South America are still fully in the control of the virus. And Africa is a place where probably people are afraid to travel to, because Africa has the image, and this is, I don't talk about reality. Of course, you have very good hospitals in Nairobi, or in Dar es Salaam, or in Cape Town. But the perception is that this is a place with not very good medical services, and that there might be some outbreak, which then, once it happens, cannot be controlled. So therefore, I think that leisure tourists, of course, business people will travel to all these places, and Africa is very important for Chinese businesses. But for leisure tourism, from as it looks today, Europe, I think, has the highest probability that the Chinese will go there again for leisure.
Wolfgang, there's a question from Alexander Gardasevich, whether the Chinese prefer to visit Europe as a package, meaning visiting multiple countries, or if they prefer visiting individual as well. That is something you at least touched upon in the last presentation.
But it's very easy to answer. So at the beginning, it was almost everybody came in a package tour. And as time goes by, more and more Chinese are traveling, are slowing down, and they travel by themselves, and they travel to a smaller number of places. And we even now have, we had last year, let's say, we had package tours even with a tour guide, and so the classical thing, 45 people in a bus, which went 10 days to Switzerland, just one country. So therefore, this frantic rushing around 8 countries in 7 days, still some people do this, but this is now less and less. So more and more Chinese will say, okay, I go to 1 or 2 or 3 countries. and also more and more people travel according to their interests. So maybe you say, okay, I do wine tasting, and I will go to Portugal, Spain, and France, or France and Italy for wine tasting. Or I will go to, I don't know, Great Britain, Ireland, and Iceland for golf, because they have nice golf courses. So that is also something where, and of course in Europe, especially within Schengen land and the Eurozone, it doesn't make much difference. I mean, the Chinese, if they speak a foreign language, they speak English normally. So therefore, you have Euro currency, you need one visa, and there's no border, again, hooray, hooray, no border control anymore within at least Schengen land. And so therefore, if Utrecht is a part of Denmark or Netherlands or Germany, doesn't make much difference for a Chinese tourist. So therefore, it is rather to say, okay, I go there because my hobby is there. So many Chinese people go to Salzburg because of Mozart, and they think they're in Germany. Or then Mozart is a German. And it's actually, yeah, it doesn't matter much. But so therefore, the answer is the more sophisticated travelers, the people with more travel experience, the people with more language ability are more likely to say, let's go to one country and look more deeper at this one place. The people who are just starting traveling and now their first time in Europe, they are more likely still to say, okay, I do one round trip and I do France, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, all in one go.
It's basically the same. I mean, the Chinese market is developing now. Looking back 10 years ago, Americans visiting Europe, they also did all of Europe in 1.5 weeks and couldn't distinguish between Italy and Denmark after. It's basically the same picture we're seeing there.
And I would say the other way around as well. I mean, I've been working for many years ago also to bringing Germans to China, and still today you can see that a lot of people think you can do China in one trip, whereas China is as big and as diverse as Europe or as the United States. So it's absolutely nonsense to say I go to Beijing, Shanghai, Xi'an, Guilin, Hong Kong, 5,000 kilometers in one trip. But still, many people do that because they think, okay, this is one place. And of course, if you have a map of the world in China, where China is in the middle and Europe is somewhere on the upper left corner, it looks very small. And so I can remember when I was still a tour operator in the 1990s, bringing Chinese people to Europe, and there was much less information in China than it is today. People would ask me, is there a metro from Paris to Rome? Because they thought the distance on the map looked so small. So nowadays, of course, everybody knows the answer to that, but this is not the case. But this was, so therefore, from as we think all the Chinese are the same, the many Chinese people have had, let's say, the same idea. Now, generally, you can say that the Chinese know much more about us than we know about the Chinese. So a normally educated Chinese person knows Bach and Shakespeare. How many Chinese composers and Chinese playwrights do you know? Zero. So the Chinese watch Hollywood movies. How many Chinese movies have you seen? Probably only a few. And those were export movies for the Western markets.
That's a good point. But
it is clearly that so more and more people are saying, okay, I want to travel because I have this and this special interest, or I heard about this in this place, and they are also at the beginning people thought, well, maybe I can have only 1 or 2 trips, so I have to put everything into one trip. Maybe I never come back. Now, as this has become a normal part of the lifestyle, you're also more relaxed because okay, this year when I go to Europe and I concentrate on, I don't know, Spain and Portugal, and so I don't see Denmark and Sweden. Never mind, I come back in 2 years and then I will do the north. So people are much more relaxed about that.
Wolfgang, you and me always seem to run over time because it's so interesting. But before we stop, Wolfgang, let us briefly talk about our expo, which we together, BUZZ and Coty, are planning. We have started slowly to plan an expo in 5 or 6 weeks' time. We are talking about 2 days. We are talking about putting together a couple of expert panels, a couple of presentations, and we are talking about presenting Chinese outbound to the rest of the world and the other way around. Very interesting because, as you said, Chinese outbound probably will be one of the first big markets to open, right?
Yes.
Any comments?
Yes. So first of all, I'm happy that we can do this together, and so this is also the launch of a book which we are publishing, which is I'm still doing the finishing touches to that, which also includes not only stuff I've been writing, but also we have 10 interviews from experts from different fields, giving their point of view of how the future will look like for the Chinese outbound tourism. And of course, yes, you're absolutely right that the market where the traveling will start first is very likely to be the Chinese market, and so in bigger numbers, as we just discussed, you have to invest in this trust and satisfaction so that people dare to come, dare to travel again, and also that they think it's worthwhile doing it because there is a good time awaiting them. So if you manage that, then I'm sure that will be easier. Then maybe the numbers will not grow anymore like they did all the time before. So maybe they will, for this year, certainly they will go down, but maybe for next year, they will not reach 2019 level or just reach 2019 level, but from 2022, if no, what is called the gray rhino, so not a black swan, a new gray rhino is appearing, then that should be there. And so yes, so we will have from this interview partners who also are in the book. So they will be together with some other people, the panelists, and they come from on the one hand, United Nations World Tourism Organization. So from a official side, from an overview side, up to tour operators from Albania and airports managers. So very, very diverse group of people. All of them have been working for the Chinese market for years and have I read the answers they gave in the interview, and this is really worthwhile listening to them. And well, we will see maybe also in a month from now, we have an answer. What about the quarantine and what about the opening of the borders from the European side and so on? So that this will also be a extension of what we're doing this week. And certainly people should put this into the calendar. So we have to make the final date, but I think is I put on my slide August 4, but let's see. Maybe that is a date. Maybe we have to move it a bit, but within this period of time, I think we will do that. And of course, in the long run, well, the Chinese market is by far the biggest in terms of travels in the past, and it's a very simple calculation. We have in China now about 150 million people who can afford to travel, let's say, to Europe. in the European Union, we have about 450 million people now, without UK, but not everybody in Europe can afford to travel to China. So if we are optimistic, we can say maybe 1/3 of the Europeans have enough money to travel to China, which is also 150 million. So we can say that the Chinese outbound market, long distance, is as big as the European outbound market, long distance. And of course, well, for America has 320 or 330 million.
330.
Yeah. So but only 40% of the Americans have a passport. So therefore, the American market is much smaller. This is just 100, and not everybody with a passport is rich enough to travel long distance. So this market is maybe like 100 billion, so smaller than European or the Chinese market. So just to give this dimensions, because it's not about the question. Whereas, for instance, India has now almost 1.4 billion, like China. They will overtake China as the most populous country in a few years, but they have much less rich people. So the upper class is much smaller. So therefore, it's not a question how many inhabitants you have in the country. It's how many people are traveling and internationally. And as you can see, Germany has only 80 million, but we are still number 3 in global traveling. So we are not longer the world champions.
But number one, if we compare to the number of people, right?
Yeah, but if you do this per person, certainly.
Yeah.
So per person, the Germans
is by
spend
far
10 times, 12 times, 50 times as much as the Chinese. But for heaven's sake, don't let 1.4 billion Chinese travel internationally. Where to put them? No way.
Wolfgang, we are 12 minutes past time. Alexandra is actually helping me because she is writing a message here, which is the perfect way to stop this great session. Professor Wolfgang, we have learned a lot from you, not only about China tourism, but in general. Thank you very much. I couldn't have said it any better. Thank you a lot, Wolfgang, and you too.
For everybody, have a good rest of the fair. Use the one-to-one meeting system. That is very useful. And Jan, thank you very much. All the people behind the scenes for the technology, keeping things running. Thanks to you as well. And yeah, so hopefully in a month or so, we meet again here.
Sure. Thank you, Wolfgang.
Thank you.
once again to everybody out there on the globe for another session on our digital BUZZ.travel Expo. Today, we're looking into various fields of the hospitality industry and how Corona has impacted that and what the assumptions and expectations will be for the future in the various segments of the hospitality industry. I'm really very thankful to have such esteemed guests here on the panel today, which I will introduce one after the other, and will engage in a lively conversation with some questions that I have prepared and others to come up during our conversation. So I would love to dive right into it. Greeting from the bottom of my heart, Lukas Keller. You're based in Frankfurt. Lukas is the Director Vice of Deutsche Hospitality. As he describes himself, a youngish Meißler with a hands-on operational experience. Lukas began his career as trainee with Hyatt, got a degree from Hotel School The Hague, performed in sales with NH Hotels for 2 years before he joined Steigenberger Hotels 8.5 years ago. Since 5 years, Lukas looks after the MICE business, now steering MICE sales from the corporate office for more than 150 hotels of Deutsche Hospitality. Lukas is specialized in third-party relationships and online distribution tools for all Deutsche Hospitality brands, which includes Sleep, Intercity Hotels, Jazz in the City, Max by Steigenberger, Steigenberger Hotels and Resorts. We're talking about 152 hotels in 20 countries and 3 continents. Lukas, after the first 4 months of the Corona crisis, where do you personally see the greatest challenges in the future?
First of all, thank you, Sebastian, for having me today and for the great introduction. For me personally, as I'm looking after my sales at Deutsche Hospitality, I see challenges in adapting conference and meeting services to the new normal. We all heard the new normal, right? Understanding the meeting planner according to this fast-changing environment, and especially to the new needs and restrictions, must be one of our top priorities. So we can't perform as we have done before Corona, in my opinion. And it's very, I want to share one thing with you guys. I think when reaching out to our planners and trying to reach them, we won't reach them by posting new pictures of our event lobbies and featuring hand sanitizer stations in the lobby. Sorry guys, it won't make it. We have to understand the new needs of the meeting planner these days.
All right, thank you for that first initial thoughts and views, Lukas. And I'll hand over to Rocco Olva. Rocco is the general manager of the 5-star Chablais Resort, luxury resort in Yucatan on this wonderful Mexican peninsula. Rocco is Italian of origin and has been in love with his job since the age of 13 when he had his first job in a bar. We're not going to ask you know what kind of bar that was that allowed. Sorry. Sorry, you hear me better now? Is it better?
Yes, a little bit better now.
Is it better now? Yeah? Production? What is going on? Does anybody else hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try again. Rocco is of origin, Rocco and everybody else. What is happening? What is happening then? We'll try that again. Hello? How's the sound now? Is it better? Not do anything other than I've been doing before, actually. So, how's the sound now? You still cannot hear me? Well, I don't know what changed. Nothing is. I'll try to put the headset off again. Does that work now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we'll dive right into it. Sorry for the inconvenience. Technology in Berlin seems not always to be reliable. Hello? Can you hear me? Well, I've tried basically all devices that are available here now. Not sure if this is really the problem is over here, but now it sounds good. Okay, Rocco Bova, since the age of 13, your curiosity in hospitality was obviously developed, and your thirst of knowledge has taken you to work and live in 11 different countries and manage some of the best luxury properties in the world. Cornell educated with an international career in luxury hotels spanning over 20 years and 6 continents, Rocco is a passionate, energetic, and enthusiastic professional with experience from classic hotels to cutting-edge design, from business city properties to resort operations, and from golf resorts to destination wellness. Part of your retirement plan, Rocco, is to become a teacher or an invited speaker in world-class hospitality school. So one thing that I would like to ask you, where do you personally see the greatest challenges in the future, considering a quote of yours that I really like very much? Rocco says about himself, "I consider myself blessed and one that believes in karma." Now, on that basis, what do you think is going on right now?
Well, thank you very much, Sebastian, and thank you to the audience today for participating to this virtual conference. Here in Mexico, we're already open about 4 weeks now. The resort has been accepting guests from all over the world. Actually, Mexico is not to close the border to any nationality. And we've been blessed actually with quite a lot of numbers of guests, mainly national, of course, as it was expected. But we're starting to see interest and bookings already from US guests. Now, what do I believe that is happening at the moment? I believe that it is karma. It is something that the human being have done to nature, and nature is starting to take revenge on us. That's what I think. It's as simple as that. I think we need to behave better towards our planet, because our planet can take back the ownership very, very quickly. Nature is very, very strong. We cannot fight nature. We need to work with nature. So we need to be more conscious. A lot of people are talking about a more sustainable way of traveling, okay? There is no need to do 10 trips a year. We can do one main trip a year and enjoy more time in the same destination. So we can actually really discover the place, learn about the culture, learn about these people, and come back enriched, rather than taking a picture just to put it on Instagram. That's my take on the current situation.
Thank you very much, Rocco. And that is really leading to the probably extreme opposite way of looking at things when you're driven by the absolute need of achieving perfect revenues. So allow me to introduce Sim Caro, the Chief Revenue Officer of AHL Hotels and Hostels. Sim is an experienced revenue management and business intelligence professional with more than 10 years in industry. Having started as a traditional revenue manager, crunching numbers on an Excel sheet, Sim has evolved into a performance-focused leader, passionate about his hospitality technology, automation, and data-driven decision-making. As Lucas, actually, he began his education in the hospitality industry at the hotel school in The Hague, and revenue management became his passion. He helped Swiss hotels and resorts for more than 4 years, optimizing revenues in Europe, Russia, China, and India with on-property training. And then he joined Penta Hotels and performed quite well, not to say perfectly well, as Director of Revenue Management Asia out of Hong Kong for a couple of years. Then he moved to London and decided to take forward his achievements in boosting the hostel business for generator hostels before finally coming to Berlin just 10 months ago as Chief Revenue Officer for A&O Hotels. A&O Hotels, might not all of you know, a European hotel and hostel chain, the largest one today with more than 35 hotels and hostels all over Europe, focusing on low budget, youth and family travel. Sim, when you took over as CRM in October 2019, for sure you had no idea what would happen in the coming months. And the A&O claim, everyone can travel, now seems not to be up to date anymore. Can everyone travel? And what do you feel is the greatest challenge for your field and work in optimizing revenue now?
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, Sebastian. Glad to be in this conversation. As you said, I mean, in October when we started here at A&O, we had great plans for 2020, 2021, setting up a whole new revenue management infrastructure from technology involving a whole new BI team, and we had set us great targets for the next 2 years to lift the revenues. We were well on track all the way until the 24th of February, when we had the first first wave, or the first impacts really in Venice, where we hold a substantial amount of inventory, as basically the Chinese travel connections were dropped, and Italian, like the northern Italy, went into a lockdown shortly after. So so the everyone can travel motto really in the last couple of months hasn't been correct anymore. So it was something that we not only from the numbers and from the global aspect, we didn't only feel it like that, but also for the for the founder and CEO, for him it was very personal, because the reason why he set up this company was to really allow everybody, regardless of their budget, regardless of their social background, to have the possibility to visit foreign places. He himself, he was born in the Eastern Berlin, so as a kid he didn't have the possibility to travel, so it's very personal to him, and then having political decisions telling you're not allowed to leave home or your country, that was something that we took very personally. So we're glad to see Europe is opening up now. It's going to take a while until the whole world can travel, but who knows? I mean, Lucas mentioned the new normal. I mean, in our sector, we have no idea what's going to be the new normal. I sure hope that the current status is not going to be the new normal, because otherwise we're in trouble. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously the sector for us is built upon having school travel, big groups traveling, on top of backpackers. These are all types of businesses that basically have disappeared, and what we will have to see and really just observe what's happening before we can say what's going to happen in the short term, at least.
Well, thank you, Sim, for your initial statement. Don't feel relaxed. I'm going to get back to that question a little bit later. What does that do to your revenue optimization work? But now I'd like to introduce Louis Thompson out of Mauritius. Yeah, Louis is sitting on this wonderful island over. It's very dark outside, I see in the background. Since 2004, Louis has spent his career specialized in eco-resorts, wellness retreats, safari lodges, pop-up hospitality concepts, tented camps, and sustainable residential villa developments. Between 2004 and 2012, Louis was the director of green building and landscaping at Six Senses Resorts and Spas and Soneva Resorts, where he developed an environmental management program and worked on special projects, including the treetop dining pod and eco suite at Soneva Kiri, Fresh in the Garden Treetop Restaurant in Soneva Fushi and the post-tsunami landscaping of Soneva Gili. Louis is the founder of Nomadic Resorts, an award-winning multidisciplinary design office with outlets in Rotterdam, Mauritius, and Cape Town, and builds experiential hospitality projects. Among their most recent work is Wild Coast Tented Lodge in Sri Lanka, which was voted Best Resort in Asia at the 2019 AHEAD Awards, as well as many other bespoke projects for various hotel groups. He's also founder of Nomadic Escapes, a hospitality management company focused on pop-up biophilic tented experiences, net zero carbon design, environmental innovations, and regenerative landscaping. Now, Luis, that's a lot of things you are taking forward of, and I already sense that Rocco will be very happy with your way of taking things forward already before we met those challenges. But what do you think from your perspective, what are the greatest challenges we're facing right now?
I think the first thing is, I think that this whole pandemic and the crisis and the lockdown that's ensued has brought into sharp focus fundamental issues within our society and within the industry. And I think that though it might seem very painful at the moment for us all to come to terms with what might be a new normal in this low touch economy, in reality, I think it might also be an opportunity for the hospitality industry to review its modus operandi, to reconsider the way that projects are developed. And for me, I would like to believe that some of the funds that are allocated for the subsidizing the industry will really be directed towards the sustainable hospitality side of the business, because it is a unique opportunity to really do a kind of sustainable overhaul of the whole sector. We know the hospitality industry has a range of problems socially. It's under increasing pressure from the shared economy. And there are sustainability issues that have been endemic since the very start of hospitality, really at the start of the modern tourism industry in the 1950s. So I think now is a great opportunity. It's time for hope, and I think we should all embrace that. And might have to go through a few painful months, but I'm very positive about the future generally.
Well, that sounds good. I like positive thinking in these times. We're having not too much of that, and the challenges indeed are really big ones. So, Lucas, your product is quite diverse, including 60 quite traditional luxury hotels, city residences and wellness resorts and beautiful landscapes, but also functional hotels like the 40 intercity hotels, which are routed either to railroad station or airports, and are perfect destination for the MICE business, which you are mainly responsible for the hospitality. What will be the impact on your on the different respective business models, resorts and MICE, especially the MICE industry probably will face dramatic changes, and I'm curious to know how you look at that.
For the moment, especially when it comes to standardized meeting sector, the MICE sector in general, so hotels have really to lower the expectation when it comes to classical KPIs. For example, revenue per available square meter, or in general, all meeting-related F&B services. That's where posh hotels like a Steigenberger hotel really makes their revenue and like to treat their guests really well. So this, at the current moment, this is really something where we do not have a lot of expertise in, because it's new, and it's new for everyone. It's new for everyone how people will meet in the future. And I think it's very important that we stay open-minded for all the new meeting facades which will be popping up in the next few months. We all are meeting together here today digitally, and this is something all our customers are experiencing at the moment. So meeting concepts will change a lot. They will be hybrid. They will have more digitalized opportunities. in connecting people around the world, and hotel services have to adapt around it.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go on straight from Frankfurt again to Yucatan and ask Rocco, what is your specific situation in Yucatan? Where do your guests usually come from? And what do you think can be generalized regarding luxury hotels all over the world?
Sebastian, you see, our main market was always the national market. So we have not changed our strategy. Now we're going to sell our property, or how we're going to market our property, and it is reflecting basically all our effort in sales and marketing that we've done over the past 3.5 years. Today, in fact, today we continue to receive the majority of our guests from Mexico. So we were lucky not to put too many eggs out of the same basket. Sometimes you need to think the other way. So at the moment, the situation is that in the state where I am, in Yucatan, we can only accept 10% maximum of occupancy. So we basically, our hotel has been 100% full since we opened 4 weeks ago. And as we relax the restriction, then we can start to accept 25% and then eventually 50%, to then go 100%. Probably I can see it towards the end of the year. But I think between now and the next 3 months, we will be able to go maximum to 50% occupancy. Now, going back to your question, you know, that our strategy is not going to change. We will still continue to market our national guests, which are, you know, there is a very wealthy network of people living in Mexico, and they do enjoy traveling. They do enjoy traveling within Mexico because it's their own country, and been experiencing and witnessing them since the opening of the resort.
Well, I believe that the majority of your guests that come from Mexico itself, you don't have so much of international travel or overseas travel at all, right?
Bastian, I'm not hearing so well, but I think I got your question. So initially when we opened, the percentage of our guests, the ratio were 50% Mexican and 50% from other international markets. And now we are running at about 90% national and 10% international.
Okay, then you do have really other challenges than a city destination, for example, in Europe, that counts on sort of mass travel, group travel, international travel, European travel. And I would like to hand over the question to Sim at this point. How do you look at all these things that you were at a hotel at a very early stage in the position to implement fantastic hygiene measures? So what does that mean for your revenue management, in the fact that you cannot put 8 people in one room any longer, as the majority of your rooms allow you to do?
Sebastian, unfortunately, the connection is really bad. I cannot hear really well your question.
Even on the LAN, I have 100 megabyte cable here, which actually should provide the best possible connection. I don't know what the problem is. Hello. Sorry. But I have a LAN connection here, So you don't hear me at all any longer?
I cannot hear you.
I am connected to a cable. I am connected to a cable. I have a cable here. So I have a cable here. Yes. Yes. Does that work better? I turned off my Wi-Fi. I'm in a LAN cable.
No. That's why I prefer face-to-face meeting. Digital meeting, not always the best.
So we are making a point here for the mice industry today. Thank you, guys.
No, I'm a full supporter of face-to-face meeting, and I cannot wait to hug people. So this digital stuff, is cool, but no, it will never ever replace a proper meeting where you can shake a hand to a person, you can see the smile in their face, and you can talk to them clearly. And this for me will come back very soon anyway. That's not gonna change. As soon as this pandemic will be over and they will find a vaccine, people will start again to travel and enjoy meeting again. So let's see. Hopefully they will find a vaccine very soon so that we can get on with our lives.
Louis, you're on mute.
Maybe this is the big challenge for the hospitality industry. If you think about it, what's happened here is we have a problem of communication. We have a problem to highlight. We've all talked about technology and how technology and artificial intelligence is going to revolutionize the hospitality sector. But maybe the reality is that this will just bring into focus the fact that hospitality industry is a business about people talking to one another, welcoming one another, and that you need to communicate, and that all of these technological fixes that we're trying to implement can never replace what is essentially the fundamental of the sector.
We had an interesting stat on that. I mean, we had in our properties in Germany already before the crisis, we had the check-in kiosks rolled out entirely. Yeah? We never saw a good pickup on it. People were just not using the kiosks or and we barely have seen any uptick in that percentage during the COVID crisis now. And you would assume now people, they don't want to speak to anyone. There's almost no difference. Like, people don't go to the desk or they don't check in on mobile more than before. It's still the same.
Sim, strange enough, I used to work with Hilton several years ago. I was in Kuala Lumpur, and we installed the first check-in kiosk, the self-check-in kiosk, 15 years ago. So that's nothing new, 15 years ago. Yeah. And exactly like you said, already then was a kind of, very cool thing to have. It was like a cash machine, equal to a cash machine. But it was hardly used. We had a desk there, and people, people like to see a person, check them in, and asking them for an information. A check-in kiosk will never be able to give you certain information. Maybe now with the technology that we have, probably you can have a digital concierge, better than 15 years ago for sure. But still, yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me, I hope we will never get to that point that I need to speak to a speaker that is going to tell.
I'm very curious, Lucas, are companies booking meeting spaces again or not yet?
Oh, it's picking up really slowly. Groups. Imagine 6 to 10 people is the new normal. Maybe sometimes something crazy up to 30, 50 people. And this is an issue, but we see a slow pickup in meeting planners' interest for 2021. 2020, most large events will be forbidden. So fairs, conferences, congresses, they are all well, maybe rescheduled for 2021. That's why a lot of businesses are swifting. And for these days, we are seeing baby steps in the really smaller meeting area. We're hoping for the best. And what I wanted to add to this earlier conversation is imagine a meeting without getting to the bar afterwards. Isn't that the place where you get those meaningful contacts from, or just those experiences traveling to and back to a meeting? It's a package, and you don't get this entire package from a meeting. It can be a substitute for certain meetings, but not for all. And I'm already looking forward to exchanging thoughts again live.
I think the bar is the primary reason people even go to the conferences.
Yeah.
So do you think that the actual way that, the locations that people select for, this is not a sector I know anything about, by the way, in my sector, but I am quite interested because I do wonder sometimes whether, because of the spatial constraints, so, you've got, I suppose, like very high rentals for those city locations where you do conferences and have, do you think there's going to be a shift towards doing, these kind of events in countryside locations? Could that be possible, or is that a kind of crazy notion?
I would love to, because we operate a lot of great resort hotels more in the countryside area. But when it comes to decision-making points from a meeting planner's perspective, most of the times cost and travel perspectives are very important. Getting everyone together in one place is one of the major challenges still when organizing a meeting. That's why often those major hubs like Berlin, Barcelona, Paris, London are chosen. They have international airports, they are well connected, they speak the languages you need. And from a trend perspective, I definitely see opportunities for incentives and learning environments for those meetings to move towards the countryside, because most of the times the minimum length of stay is a bit longer. It's not a 1 day in and out business meeting, which should really be close to an airport or a main train station. And those hotels located there become very handy and then are also eco-friendly, but on a different perspective. And those resort locations can become very handy and relaxing for those interacting with each other in a completely different way.
Yeah, my question is really about sort of generally, commercial real estate. Do you think this is completely, again, totally off subject, so you have to forgive me for digressing. But do you think that this kind of this change of behavior in terms of the work environment, could that have an effect on commercial real estate generally? Are people going to continue to rent large office spaces in major commercial hubs? I try to put myself, our company is essentially, we work from home. And so we have offices in different locations. So, this remote working notion for us was just like business as usual. So it wasn't really much of an effect for us. But I sometimes think about other architectural firms that have like a huge fancy office in Berlin or Amsterdam or Mexico City or wherever it may be, and that they've been having to pay these huge rents for this space that's essentially been empty for the last few months. Is there a possibility that the commercial real estate sector has suffered significantly from this?
In my humble opinion, we all experience different change in behaviors those last weeks where we all worked from home, or so many of us worked from home, and somehow we managed to stay productive and to interact with each other. So that this is a point for working from home, working flexible hours, and probably not being in need as a company to have this posh location one office building downtown. But still, when people have to get together to make decisions, we have to have in mind how they travel and how they get together. They will need a place centrally located for so many opportunities or occasions, let's say. And I hope it will stay it, because that's our business model, to be honest.
Okay, I know that Sebastian has a bit of a problem with his communication, so we've just got a question in from Jan Larsen. And his question is, will this change the demand away from Airbnb to hotels? So can I direct that to Sim Karu? I'm taking over a little bit the host role. I hope you don't mind. Sim.
Well, that's what we have seen from some market intelligence, at least. Yeah. So I mean, I don't want to take anything away from our friends at Airbnb, who we are just also in a direct conversation with to get our properties listed. But we have seen, like, from the market intelligence, that especially for city destinations, Airbnb production is going down drastically. Probably, I mean, I can imagine it has two reasons. One of them, which kind of seems to be the obvious one, is that people they trust the established hotel a little bit more than the John Smith renting out his flat to have it disinfected before. But who knows? I don't know if that's the main reason, or just looking at and taking a very pragmatic approach, looking at the prices available in the cities now in hotels and the availability there. It's very well also possible that nowadays you can just get a 4-star hotel for the same price that you had to pay for an Airbnb last summer, for example. So it could be that there are multiple reasons, but it was just, I think, a couple of days ago, Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb, he said on a panel as well, he doesn't think that the travel as we know it will resume in the foreseeable future. That they see a massive uptick in the short distance trips, where people can basically drive 100, 200 kilometers and visit someone for a couple of nights, but they really see the drop in international bookings now.
There is also another thing, Sim, if you allow me. I mean, we need to see also in the next 3 to 6 months how many hotels will shut down forever, because this crisis obviously put a lot of hotels owners to their knees, and they will close down for good. Or wait for another investor to purchase the property and redevelop into something else, or maybe another hotel brand. So it's too early to say what is going to happen to Airbnb or even to hotels. We need to see, I think, what is going to happen with the landscape generally, worldwide. In New York, they're talking about that probably up to 25 to 30% of the hotels will close forever and will never reopen. That's a lot. This is a lot of hotels. So those rooms, what is going to happen, and where those tourists are going to go after that. So I think we'll need to wait a little bit longer to really predict the future, if we can.
Do you mind if I make a quick response to your comment there, Rocco? Because I think it's a very interesting comment. That is that, actually, if you think about this, is a watershed moment in the hospitality industry, where a large number of hotels, guest houses, even Airbnb, are going to go bankrupt. I mean, there's no question about it. If you've taken a large mortgage on a property to rent it out on Airbnb and have had no income for these last months, you're not going to pursue that much further. So what my question really is in that respect is, everybody's talking about the investors and hesitant investors and the concerns. I think it's the ideal time for investors to come into the hospitality sector, because if you think about it, you can buy up distressed assets. It's, you know, it's what Naomi Klein defines as disaster capitalism. After any great catastrophe, you know, investors come in, they buy up distressed assets, or they exploit regulation changes, and they make most of it. Will this happen in the hospitality industry? Will, you know, the Blackstones or large, you know, investment groups come in and just buy up massive amounts of hotels? It's going to be fascinating to see. I can see that Jan Larsen is on the call.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I am totally unprepared for this because Sebastian was supposed to do this. So I just swapped in here and see if, but you guys seem to be having a great discussion on yourself. And so there's no reason for a moderator here. You and Rocco have moderated, so please go ahead. I think your last point about what will happen to the industry, it's basically the same question. We had a couple of seminars yesterday about the airline industry. And what is new in what we are doing now is that we are trying not to save an industry, but we are trying to save companies. That means we save the banks, which have borrowed the money to a company, we save the management, and we save partly the shareholders. Back in the good old days, a company went bust. That means the debt was out the window. The shareholders lost most of their money, but the assets, and that's exactly your point, Louis, the assets were bought by somebody else who got in with a clean balance sheet. They didn't have the whole, this capital to serve, and therefore they could start with a much less obligations in the future. That is partially what we are not doing today. For the small businesses, of course, this is happening, but for some of the guys, American Airlines, getting money down the throat, a lot of the airlines, the same stuff. We are actually making, the future a bit tougher, I think. I don't know if that's the same what's happening in the hotel business, probably not.
No, I mean, what, you know, yesterday, for example, Jan, I was listening to another video conference just like this one, where there were banks talking, only banks, you know, people that they manage money. And everybody was on the same line, that there is a lot of money out there, a lot of money. Like they're talking about in the trillions of dollars available and immediately available to purchase real estate. So the confidence of, you know, like confirming Louis' statement is it is true. There will be people that they will make huge deals at the moment, because obviously they can buy a fraction, you know, great real estate product. But my question is, what is going to happen after? You know, are they going to keep it as a hotel, or are they redeveloping into something else? That is basically my situation and my questions. However, at the same time, if there are less hotels, it's only better, because at the end of the day, you can only sustain so many hotels in the world, and to have less hotels and maybe smaller hotels rather than these huge box with, you know, thousands of rooms, is going to be better for everybody. You know, everybody will make money, will make better profit, better returns to the investors. And I think like this will be a more sustainable, longer term way of running business, instead of keep building more and more hotels in the same area. For example, in New York, there were deals like, you know, from now until the next 5 years, there were like another 100 new hotels going to open in New York alone. I mean, how many hotels do we really need, you know, in one destination alone? So I think we need to reassess also the way we do business in general. You know, I'm not an investor myself. I'm just an employee, but sometimes I also think how many hotels really do we need in this planet?
That's true. There's a question here from Alexandra Gardasevich, and that's for all of you. Going back to the topic of the discussion, could we hear more precisely about the latest hospitality trends the gentlemen implement in their business? So what is it? Sorry, Louis?
Can I do that one?
Sure.
Okay. So this is a very interesting one, and it leads directly on from what Rocco was saying. So I've been looking at this thing, and I've been thinking, you know, there are some sectors which are going to suffer, you know, indefinitely. To build your average cruise ship, one of those big Carnival cruise ships, costs $500 million, right? And if you invested $500 million in a boat, you know, you better make sure there's a bunch of old people to get in it. So some sectors are literally going to die. I think they're going to evaporate. Spontaneous resort combustion, we'll call it for the sake of a better word. And there'll be new things that take its place. And, you know, obviously I'm going to say this because it's my particular sector, but I think that the nature tourism, the kind of glamping, ecotourism sector, you know, may very well benefit from this whole thing significantly. You know, people have not had, you know, we're selling personal space, privacy, quiet, nature. And after being locked up in your apartment with your children and dogs and cats and Netflix for 3 months, you know, I think this is what people, I mean, already prior to the COVID scenario, that was already a very rapidly growing sector. I can only see that growing further. The other one I think really to keep an eye on is wellness tourism. It's a logical one, right? Think about it, you know, wellness travel, reinforcing your immune system, getting out of big polluted cities, you know, fitness boot camps, you know, all of those things I keep a really good eye on. And then for me, the final one is, my theory is that luxury is a bit of a kind of given thing. No? Most of us live in an extreme level of luxury. You know, I've got a really nice apartment, the house I'm in now, super comfortable, really nice. Everything's luxurious. We've got 3,000 different TV channels. We've got air conditioning. Actually, we don't have air conditioning, but most people do. And at the end of the day, that luxury, how are you going to offer more luxury than, you know, what people already enjoy? So my thinking is the next big thing will be luxury will be displaced by adventure. People
do you agree on that, Rocco? Rocco, do you agree on that?
I did hear, and I would like to add something that glamping and wellness actually are starting to merge in a way or the other. So more and more companies that run wellness resorts, they're getting into glamping as well, and or they want to have this, you know, back to the old days when you were going maybe 30 or 40 years ago in a camping with your parents, and now that they can afford more, they can go to a nice glamping with air conditioning and a bathroom. I think these two are merging, because wellness is also about getting back to nature, you know, getting back to something more rustic and in contact with nature. So I can see it coming that the two industry will merge, and they're already merging anyway. So in fact, to the statement of Luis, he already worked for Soneva, for Six Senses, which are very much wellness and sustainable companies, that they also have glamps in their property. So I think is a fact. And the last statement that Luis is talking about, luxury is definitely going to change for sure. People, I mean, I can see it even in our guests. Our guests, they are very wealthy. They can afford to stay with us, you know, without any problem. They can pay $1,000 a night, but they're not looking for glamour. They're not looking for gold chandeliers, you know, and a Rolls Royce coming to pick you up. There is still a market for it. There is still a market, and there will probably be for the next, I don't know, 10, 15 years maybe. But it's getting smaller and smaller. This segment is getting smaller and smaller. So now the luxury is being transformed into experiential adventure and less blinks. You know, people, they want to have real connection. They want to understand perfectly where they are. You know, they don't want to have a fake experience of having an Italian restaurant in Mexico. You know, I remember when we first opened, we had a guest from France, and he said to me, "Why don't you have more people, that can speak, different languages, from France or from Italy or from England?" I didn't answer back to him, but I say, you're coming to Mexico, now maybe you need to make an effort to understand a little bit of Spanish instead of having a staff that can speak several languages. Okay, I get the point, maybe the communication. But, we've been open for 3.5 years and had guests from all over the world and never heard of this comment again. So obviously it's 1 in a million. And I feel sad for that. But yes, indeed, I think the authenticity of the experience will be key from now onwards. It doesn't matter whether you pay $50 a night or $5,000 a night. It's just being authentic.
You said, Louis, that Luxus will prevail. That's probably what I would agree to. What about the budget hotels? How does the future look for that? I mean, social distancing, a lot of extra cleaning, a lot of extra costs, and the occupancy rates are down a lot. How do you look at the future now, not the long run, the next 18 months?
18 months, I wouldn't like to make any comments on 18 months just because, and for actually a very factual reason, is that looking at the predictions we made in March, or the second week of March, or the fourth week of March, all the way until now, the first week of July, I think it was literally last week, Monday, when I made a statement in our board meeting, which is completely invalid as of today. So it's very there's no reward in actually trying to predict the next year or next 6 months for me, even at least in our sector, because it's very dynamic. It's very short notice. Obviously, you can stay with us for a tenner a night in certain locations, and we are in the segment really where the price matters. We offer a functional product. It's you really pay for what you get what you pay for. It's a place to sleep for a night when you're visiting a town that you don't have a home in. So we don't sell the story or the extra services there. It's really it's a safe and a clean place to sleep, and we've been doing this quite well for a while now. What we see in the trends, obviously, and what's going to be a challenge is the group travel, which is an essential part of running kind of the budget business, because you do need that sort of a base, where the hotels do it with a luxury cruise or airline cruise, so that we don't have that. We usually rely on the student groups there. This is something which has stopped, not because the students don't want to travel, but because the government say you're not allowed to travel. One thing we have identified very clearly in all the booking patterns since the beginning of the year is that people are less influenced by the spread of the disease or the kind of the time that goes by, and way more influenced by any political statements or restrictions. So we have seen a clear uptick in bookings as soon as a government that re-announces that, okay, this is open again, that's open again, like literally from the date itself. And I mean, and we know as of today, the level of infections in the world is higher than it has ever been. So we can see that the vast majority seems to be still very much for traveling. It's just that the question for them is, especially in Europe, has been over the last months, can they even travel outside of their own kind of the county? Or like in Germany, they basically created a lockdown among the German states, which is, it's crazy to think that it's even possible nowadays that you just lock down healthy people, assuming they might be sick. So obviously for the product that we have, it's a combination of hotel rooms and dormitories. The dormitory bed is the one that's going to struggle, and we think that will struggle for a long time, and that's primarily because of the group restrictions. Because obviously we think about the school travel, then not having classes for the last few months, people will want to catch up, and schools will want to catch up end of the year. So we don't really think that's going to return until like next spring, when is usually the start of the school travel season. So we have kind of taken that as is the way it's going to be, and put that into our projections at least. What we have seen, and that's obviously very, very positive for us personally, like within ANO, is that there is a surge in bookings in B destinations across our portfolio. Like all the B destinations are thriving, to be honest. On the weekends, we had, I think it was the last weekend of May, when we had actually the first weekends where we sold out a few properties, and that was based on just FIT pickup. You know, it's a couple of online channels. The pickup is super last minute, and obviously before some of our competitors start blaming us with price dumping, and that's part of your answer as well, is that we have been very cost efficient. That's the business model. So we have a much lower pain point than the majority of our competitors, and that's why even selling, you know, a double room at 35-40 euros, we're happy with that. We're profitable at that. So
I'll remember that next time I book a hotel with you.
But it's that's the prices we have been doing, and people are very happy to see that. I mean, we can see it in our booking trends. People are coming to us. We were just looking at the market share in STR last week, and in several cities we have the highest market share we have ever had in the history of this company. So there's definitely a lot of people out there who want to travel. The question is, are they allowed to travel? And obviously, you know, with Rocco and Louis, we're talking about very different segments here. You know, it's there for families, for singles, couples who are very much, you know, cost focused as well. They don't want to overpay for the stay, because that's not what they're there for. They don't, you know, they're not looking to stay in the property. They want to stay in the city and just have a place to sleep. So but we have seen some very positive signs, especially in the recent weeks, and it looks like that the individual traveler is definitely very, very keen to travel again.
That means, if I try to sum up a bit, you basically say because of a very good cost structure, you are okay, and you see signs, you see silver lining from Rocco. I hear that luxury, I hear from Louis as well, luxury will always prevail. That will come back. It's a question of, as Winston Churchill say, if you're going for hell, keep walking. So we need to get through this process here. What about you, Lucas? And we're a bit over time, so if you can make it short, I'll appreciate that.
Yeah. So real quick, summing up how Deutsche Hospitality experienced the last couple of weeks when business started to pick up, and I'm actually taking a few arguments here from you guys. We see that people like to travel short distances. They go there where they can experience nature, where they can have true experiences at the coast, in the mountains, and that's where our properties, no matter 4 or 5 star, mid-scale or super luxury, are really, really super busy. City destinations, it's a completely different game, but I also see a pickup here, like Sim said. We see we in our 1 to 2 star selected service mid-scale segment. So exactly the same ideas. A big question mark leaves the MICE sector, and we will see, and it's really hard to predict. Again, I'm with Sim here. It's hard to predict how the recovery phase will end up, especially here in the Central European market. But we all stay quite positive here.
There's another one of Winston Churchill. It's very difficult to forecast anything, particularly about the future. There's one here, I think it's for you, Louis. That's the last question, if you allow. Greetings. Do you think that camping and other outdoor activities can be popular instead of hotels? I guess the short answer is yes, but Louis, you are more an expert.
Can be popular instead of what?
Hotels.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing, but I was going to say something to Sim actually, is that one of the things we've been looking into in our new tent model is that our manufacturer has created an antiviral fabric. So, you know, there's certain materials that hold the virus longer than others. I mean, strangely enough, everything's been packed in plastic, but plastic is one of the materials that maintains the virus for the longest time. So things like copper, for example, you know, have a very rapid evaporation of the virus. So one of our tent suppliers or fabric suppliers has come up with an antiviral fabric. And I was thinking for your dormitories, might not be a bad thing to look into. You know, you could curtain off, you know, certain parts of the room. Wouldn't be a great expense, I don't think, and it might be very beneficial. But back to the question, is camping going to, yes, I'm pretty sure it is. I think for me, caravans, you know, there'll still be popularity, but I think that the caravan image has been somehow tarnished with, you know, the kind of trader trash association of Breaking Bad and people, you know, doing terrible things in caravans. So I think caravans probably need to rethink their business model. Traditional tents, you know, are great, but, you know, people do expect a certain level of comfort. So for me, I think most of our products are too high end. So we're focusing very much on creating a new line of tents, which are more affordable for the owner, have a similar level of comfort, easy to install, but you get the impression that you'll have a sense of luxury, even though, you know, it might not be, you know, to the same extent as hotels. As I say to people, you know, if you have a hotel, multi-story hotel, connected by a lift, that everyone's clawing on those buttons with their grimy hands, you know, that's a problem, right? Because lifts are a problem. I got stuck in a lift on Thursday last week with 2 other people, and you know, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. And one of them started coughing blood. No, I'm joking. But what I mean is that, you know, there are some things that are adapted to some things that are adapted to others. Yes, short answer is yes. Some hotels will have a hard time reconfiguring their systems to correspond with this new low-touch economy. But camping, we're selling air, space, quiet, and nature. You can't go wrong with that. That's what everyone wants.
Louis, I'm sorry. We have the next guy waiting, the next session waiting. So I'm sorry, I have to interrupt that. I want to thank you. You took the ball very fine as Sebastian dropped out, and you ran with that. That was actually very entertaining. Thank you a lot for taking part, and I'm sorry about this technical hiccup. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Nice
to meet you. Pleasure.
Good luck.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this latest session from the BUZZ.travel Expo. It's entitled, Can Technology Be a Force for Good in Travel and Open Source a Major Opportunity? I'm Patrick Richards, and I'm privileged to be your moderator for the session today. I am a board advisor focusing on startups, and I'm also a non-executive director of the European Tourism Association, ETOA. So, it's travel's dilemma. In the midst of an existential crisis, we know we need to invest. We know we need to do more with less. And we know that technology can drive that recovery. However, it's expensive, it often disappoints, and sometimes the reality doesn't meet the promise. How can we achieve more? And how can business owners who are strapped for cash with little income and depleted reserves make the best of it? To debate these issues, I am joined by a distinguished panel who will debate pragmatically how to drive adoption, how to embrace new innovation, especially involving open source. They are by turn all distinguished and influential people from their corners of the industry, and these include Jeff Ernst Friedman, who is the Executive Director of the Open Travel Alliance, Greg Land, the Global Industry Leader for Aviation, Hospitality and Travel-Related Services at IBM, no introduction needed, and Rachel Reed, who heads Communication and Technology at the European Tourism Association, ETOA. Welcome all. So this session will last for 1 hour. I will pose a number of questions to our panelists. I will direct each question to one panelist in turn, but please feel free to chip in should you have further comments, especially if you disagree. At the end, we will be looking to do some Q&A. Please post these on the Q&A button, not onto the chat button. And now I'm going to ask each panelist in turn to expand just a little in telling about themselves. And I'm going to start, please, with you, Jeff, if you could start and speak.
Hello, thank you, Patrick, for having me. As you said, I'm Executive Director for Open Travel Alliance. We are the open source data messaging standard for the travel industry. We are in our 21st year, and we have been connecting all aspects of travel from hospitality, rail, air, cruise, ground transportation, and car rental, and more, bringing about an interoperability standard in travel, and excited to be here.
Great, thanks, thanks, Jeff, and thanks for taking part. Greg, if you could speak to the audience, please.
Sure, thanks, Patrick. So I've been in this role at IBM for about 10 years now, but prior to that, come from 23 years working across the industry. Started my career at one of the US airlines and was there for 7 years, moved to one of the GDSs for about 11 years, then got wooed away by the bright lights of hospitality, worked for one of the global hospitality companies for about 5 years before coming to IBM. So my role at IBM, I'm our global leader for everything under airlines, airports, hospitality, cruise lines, car rental companies, as well as all the intermediaries who distribute and sell travel across the industry. IBM has about 7,000 professionals globally who work in the travel and transportation industry. And as you can imagine right now, we are in the thick working with clients on recovery planning across all the different subsegments of travel providers.
Great. Thank you, Greg, for that introduction. And Rachel, over to you.
Thank you, Patrick, and nice to connect with everybody today. My name's Rachel Reed, and I head up communications and technology for ETOA, which is the European Tourism Association. We're very proud to have Patrick on our board of directors. We have been a trade association for about 30 years. We're a broad church of European tourism service providers and the people that bring the visitors into Europe. And our vision is all about better tourism in Europe. So everything we do is centered around making things better for the industry and for visitors in Europe. And today I'm hoping to explore about how technology fits that vision, because clearly that has a solid place in making things better, especially during these times.
Well, great. And once again, welcome everybody, and welcome to our audience. So Jeff, I'm going to kick straight in with asking you a question. Clearly, global tourism is practically at a halt at the moment. How can the OTA impact and benefit the tourist sector under these circumstances?
Yeah, thank you. I think, as you stated, the industry is just in a total upheaval, and what does it mean for the future is being written today. And what Open Travel brings to the table is the interoperability and the opportunity for increased revenue opportunities. And so when you bring an open source solution, you have the ability for companies of all sizes. So you have massive influencers like IBM, all the way down to brand new startups composed of 1 or 2 people. How do they come across to a common standard, a common framework to bring together to provide solutions and innovation and bring that to the table? And that's what the open source world allows to happen.
Great. And Rachel, how do you see, ETOA have been supporting, the sector for 30 years, as you say. How can ETOA help with technology?
Well, I think it's an interesting point, Patrick, because it's really always been important to the industry. But I think, as you alluded to at the beginning, we've struggled with adopting standards. And I think it's largely because it's so fragmented. The landscape is made up of so many small pieces and moving parts. It's just, I think it's a real challenge to get it all to talk to each other and to come together in a cohesive manner. But I think what's interesting and positive for us to see is that a lot of the most successful players currently have a large element of tech adoption, or the owners come from a tech background. And we're seeing that increasingly. And obviously customers are becoming increasingly tech savvy and tech hungry. So say, for example, 30 years ago, nobody booked a tour on their mobile phone. Our members just didn't have to deal with anybody wanting to do that. And I think that's a really big change we've seen over that time. And I think sort of tangential to the fact that it's so fragmented is because there are a lot of small companies and cost can be a barrier. And I think that has held people back. But we do see, as always, a trickle down from the big players and the trailblazers. It always feeds down. And I think we've seen a lot of that in recent years.
And has COVID, or is COVID going to accelerate that process? What's been the effect of COVID?
Oh, yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, the thing you've seen is this drastic disruption to business as usual, if you like, and that presents enormous opportunity for change. Suddenly everything's stopped and people have had to re-examine what's there. And there's a lot of opportunity for new startups. There are gaps in the market. Sadly, we will see some people going bust, and there will be space for people to fill that void. And these new startups tend to be quite fleet of foot. They don't have this massive baggage of legacy systems, which of course is a big issue for lots of our people. They invested in a piece of technology 20 years ago. It's still kicking around and they really can't quite just drop that bag and move on. Whereas a new startup can come in fresh and tends to be a lot quicker at adopting that. And I think that now that we've had this disruption, there's a lot of space for that. People are trying to do more with less, and technology obviously plays a really big part in that because of the efficiency point of view. So, there are lots of spaces on that. And I think one thing I would probably just finish with on that point is I think it's been really exciting to see the redeployment of technology that people had developed perhaps for other things. Say, for example, one of our members, Get Your Guide, had a piece of technology that was really about addressing over-tourism, which, I mean, obviously not an issue now, but up until only a few months ago, we were all talking about addressing over-tourism. They had an app that would help you find less crowded places so that you didn't have to queue. Of course, now we're seeing that being redeployed as a less crowded place from a health and safety point of view. And I think there are lots of opportunities of redeploying this kind of crowd control technology to be more around the health and safety aspect of it. So I think we'll see a lot of that.
So if you see, let's follow up on that a little. If you see a lot of new businesses using new technology coming into the space, do you see the whole ecosystem being revolutionary rather than evolutionary?
I'd like to say so, but I don't think so. You know, I think there's always an element of evolving from what we've got, because some businesses can't just kind of dump something and pick something up totally sort of revolutionary. But what I think it will do is make people innovate who might have been a bit slower. You know, they've got a real business need to innovate now, and it's top of the list, and there aren't any excuses. I think sometimes the industry's had somewhere to hide, and there's nowhere to hide, and people need to do it. And I think it gives them a reason to prioritize it.
That's a great.
I think that's a great point, Rachel, about being just the force to change right now. And I think that's what we're seeing, is that when you have a few dominant players that can kind of slow innovation because it's potentially not in their best interest to move forward. And now we're seeing that off the table because all of a sudden contactless is an aspect, a need across the entire industry. It didn't exist a few weeks ago or a few months ago. Maybe some people preferred it or liked it, but now it's a requirement. So who is going to deliver that first? And I think creating that environment to deliver solutions and allow the best one to pop up first in those, because the individuals are the same who are traveling before and now. So when you talk about evolutionary versus revolutionary, it's the people still need to catch up with the expectations they pushed forward, but those still people are wanting to change that fits with their level of comfort. And I think that level of comfort is now, it means something else, and we're kind of all collectively figuring out what that might mean today.
So you're Jeff, just following up on that, you're sitting in the global hub of technology development in California. Have you seen Silicon Valley take any different direction since COVID?
I think there's already something new all the time, all over the world, and then particularly in the Silicon Valley. So we're seeing these changes, how you order food, how you get from point A to point B, whether it's a car, an electric scooter, or whatever is always up in the air. So I think we're just seeing a constant churn, and what is being considered part of travel is what is changed, because now you can order food out and get it delivered is a regular thing. It used to be limited to, maybe pizza and Chinese here. Growing up, those were our two options. Now it's anything. And I think now when you can go travel, you can get any food anywhere, and that's becoming part of the travel and tourism experience. And so I think that's the innovation. And just with blockchain technology, how does that fit in? Loyalty points are changing. The whole ecosystem is changing, and I think it's just what becomes part of the experience is going to be decided in the months ahead. So it's really more options are out there, and we'll see what the market decides.
Sure, thank you. So Greg, coming to you, a lot of people perceive IBM to be, in the space of mainframes and Fortune 500 companies. Where are you now in the travel space, and where can you give the greatest contribution from an IBM perspective?
Yeah, well, we still have a few of those mainframes out there, not as many as before. It's still, the predominant way that large transaction volumes are processed, both in travel and banking. And if you look just at the travel industry, 80% of every travel reservation in the world is processed through IBM technology in one way or the other. So we have a pretty broad footprint when you look at the travel industry. We've been innovating in the travel industry for 50 years, going all the way back to creating the original, Sabre GDS technology with American Airlines, creating the first airport kiosk with American Express and American Airlines. So we have a pretty long history in travel, but our business has transformed quite a bit. We're not so much in the hardware business anymore. We're primarily a software and a services company now. And our real focus is on cloud-based platforms and cognitive-enabled solutions. So when you look at the travel industry space, we do have an IBM travel platform. It's built around 3 pillars of travel retail, travel operations, and travel maintenance. And in each of those pillars, you have everything from AI-based algorithms, doing things like predictive maintenance, or creating algorithms to drive one-to-one personalized marketing, things like that. But pretty broad footprint across all subsegments of travel. When I look at the IBM travel platform, some of our biggest innovation here lately is definitely in the realm of digital transformation with all different types of travel and tourism companies. And that includes everything from, Watson-based applications for chatbots to drive efficiency and effectiveness on a call center, or AI-based algorithms behind a mobile application to push customer information down and drive specific customer insights to an agent, or somebody working at an airport or in a hotel lobby. So mobile is what is really kind of changed the game. So mobile coupled with AI to really filter and synthesize the data that's pushed to a mobile application. But if you think about most staff across travel providers and in tourism as well, they're inherently mobile. They're out working in the field, they're out engaging with the customer. So mobile has become a really big enabler, and we partnered with Apple about 5 years ago now and have a joint design methodology and a joint development methodology with Apple. And that's where a lot of these applications are coming from, is from that collaboration with Apple that we started 5 years ago. Jeff mentioned contactless travel. In the realm of kind of recovery planning for COVID-19, that's been a huge topic for us. Looking at how customer applications on the traveler side can communicate with an airport employee or an airline employee or a destination manager and be able to have device-to-device, completely contactless exchange of information to facilitate physical distancing. It's going to completely transform the way we move through airports, the way you move through a hotel, being able to monitor crowd density through a mobile app to see, what's the crowd density around the pool? What's the crowd density at the restaurant or the lobby bar right now? So mobile and a lot of the visual analytics in the AI realm that can be leveraged behind that, that's a lot of what we're looking at right now, and is definitely floated to the top of what companies are looking at as far as how technology is going to completely retool the way we operate and the way we travel in a post-COVID world. And I know we're here to talk about technology, but I think it's not only technology, it's also retooling and rethinking business models and processes as well. Because we're all going to manage information about the traveler in different ways going forward, and that's going to affect some processes as well.
So of your 7,000 folks who you referenced working on travel and technology around the world, how have their lives changed since COVID? How much of their direction of travel has gone off at a different tangent since let's say February this year?
Well, a good chunk of our professionals at IBM have always worked virtually. So as professionals, we've been able to be productive and work in a virtual environment like this. And we've moved all of our collaboration methodologies with how we work with clients to be virtual as well. So we have a garage method for development where we're sitting side by side with developers at a client. And now that's being done through virtual mechanisms where we can collaborate with virtual tools like this. Same thing with all of our design thinking methodology, all that's set up in virtual environments now. As far as our travel for business, right now, we're being very careful and following country by country guidelines and state by state guidelines here in the US, sometimes county by county, and just being very careful. But in many cases, we're also following the direction of our clients.
So some of the, the airlines have continued to operate even through lockdowns in many countries. So in some cases, we've had to get face-to-face with some of our airline clients, and we have many professionals that are embedded inside our clients' offices, managing their technology and managing their IT operations that they outsource to us in many ways. So we do have a lot of situations where we do have IBM professionals still working inside a client's office environment or frontline technical environment where we're supporting those, and they've continued to operate through the lockdown in many countries.
Sure. And how, Greg, one of the themes that we're talking about here is, especially within Europe, 70% of the ecosystem is made up of SMEs. Yeah. How do you as IBM work with all of those mega airlines and huge companies, but also work with a more boutique, diverse infrastructure of SME environment?
Yeah, so the way we're organized around the travel and transportation industry, I'm part of our global leadership team. So we've got a global leadership group that really kind of drives the offerings and taking the offerings and making them be usable by different markets around the world. But then we also have geographic leadership for travel and transportation as well. But then most of our delivery is done at the local level. So in a lot of cases, we've got relationships with local partners, small IT vendors that we work with that in many cases are startups in a particular market. And especially when it comes to data and analytics, you sometimes need that local expertise and even a local IT vendor to partner with. So we're not always doing it alone. In many cases, we are collaborating with local SMEs, with local startup IT companies and vendors. So that really helps facilitate working with the broad spectrum of different size of companies and different segments across the travel industry.
Thank you. And Rachel, if I can sort of put a similar question to you, bearing in mind that 70% of the infrastructure in Europe is SMEs. You said that many, there's a trickle-down effect from some of the larger companies to the smaller companies. Is that the best way to get rid of the fear factor that we identified, or do you have some other solutions?
I don't know if it's necessarily the best way. It's just the way that it often happens because people can see it working. I think you more need trailblazers, people who will go out there, set up the technology and go, here I am making a success of it in my business. And if people see those people gaining a competitive advantage, then boy, will they pick up the technology, and I think in a way, we're quite lucky in the travel industry in that we do have trailblazers. We have people who often build a business on their own passion or their own experience. And, they are quite willing to try things out, and be the first person doing it. And I think the more you see that, the more people will pick it up. Because I think one thing you've got to remember for an SME, a lot of these technology things are a really big financial commitment. And so they have to think kind of hard about it. And especially, say, obviously recently now we've seen that, the tide can turn in our industry really quickly. As I say, only 5 months ago, top of ETOA's agenda was addressing issues of over-tourism. And the fact that too many people were coming to places and how will we cope with this, etc. And I remember then our CEO, Tom Jenkins, always saying, we're in this is a real luxurious problem to have, folks, and now obviously those words ring very true. And I think people do feel that sometimes about the industry. And when you make a long-term commitment in technology, it is taking a step into the unknown because you don't necessarily know what your finances will be like in 5 years' time. If you miss a season of bookings, that can really tip an SME if you've got these big commitments, which is why, I think, obviously, I'm sure you'll be coming around to this in a bit, but the whole concept of open source and access to these things is a real door opener for SMEs.
We will be coming round to that in just 1 second, but I'm going to put one more question to Greg first around that cost. Do you feel costs of technology are coming down? And how do we make it more affordable and less risky on that note, Greg? You're on mute.
I knew that was going to happen. You know, if you look at our software business, we've pretty much moved everything to software as a service. So that does make it more affordable because you're not on a license basis, you're just paying for what you use. So that alone makes the cost more variable, and that's helped a lot. But then also, as we've moved more platforms to the cloud, we also offer platform as a service and infrastructure as a service that makes it much more affordable. You don't have to invest in the big hardware. You don't have to have the staff to manage it on your own premises. So all of that has helped bring down the economies of working with some of these new leading edge technologies. But then also, we are firm believers of you really get the best results when you can get these capabilities in the hands of the developers. So for several years now, we made a big push to really embrace open source. That's why we acquired Red Hat and are able to manage in multi-cloud environments and manage across a variety of open source platforms. But also we now have IBM Cloud Lite. And IBM Cloud Lite, you can join completely free. It gives you 40 plus available services that you can download and try and play with, and you only get charged for it when you actually use it to develop something. It's being used a lot with DevOps environments. All of our Watson APIs are available, so you can actually go in and download 40 plus Watson APIs and play around with AI capabilities as well. And that's where we've really seen the biggest change in working with a variety of different companies across travel and tourism, because even the smallest companies can use those types of tools, apply open source standards, and really make use of just about any of the capabilities that we have out there in the market.
Great. And presumably, Jeff, that's why Greg is working together with you guys on the OTA.
Absolutely. IBM is a significant contributor to open source broadly, you know, outside of travel across the board, and has been an innovator and leader in that realm. And then open travel specifically, because they bring an expertise of different industries, of different verticals together, and they see the value, if I may speak for you, Greg, of that by coming with a common standard to connect these together, it's a better implementation across the board. So it's easier to move from one to the other, establish partnerships, etc. And then I think the cloud aspects, where we talk about scale, a small startup can pitch and demo their product, and then once it's adopted in the industry, allows them to scale and take advantage of new opportunities that way. So it's an open door policy that allows people to innovate, get products out there, and it either becomes a standalone product, standalone company, or eventually potentially gets bought up by another company and integrated. And your ability to get in on the ground floor is helpful.
And does that make it easier, if you like, to flip between different providers?
Exactly. I think it's a term that is called a vendor lock-in. So if you start off in another cloud provider out there, and so especially in Europe with the data requirements in how, you know, in Germany your personal data needs to live inside that country if you're a citizen. I may be speaking out of turn about the specifics, but there's different rules in different locations and different governments, and your ability to do that, and how one cloud provider handles how data is shared on a server versus another may make your choices about how you expand and scale or move from one country to another. And so I think that's helpful with open source standards. You build for one, and it's able to move across the other, because when you're selling a travel product, there's no interest in, well, which cloud are you on? Nobody buys your particular travel for that reason. Is like, is there good uptime? Is it accessible on my phone, etc.? And that's what allows the individual vendors to decide, this is the best cloud solution for me today, maybe a different one tomorrow, or maybe both, which Greg was alluding with the multi-cloud, and he can speak much greater to that aspect. But that's open source allows you the fluidity to move between solutions that is best suited for your business.
Yeah, I mean, because multi-cloud is going to be the norm. Multi-cloud is going to be the norm going forward, because you may host your applications on one cloud and your customer data may sit on another cloud, and the two can work together. So it's just going to be the norm going forward, and open source standards are going to be what makes that even simpler for everybody.
So Jeff, for those private sector businesses that are out there, that like the sound of that, how should they be engaging with open source for one, and two, the Open Travel Alliance as a secondary question?
Yeah, so the open source broadly is, there's many organizations that handle those, and I think that goes back to the getting it into the hands of the developers. They're going to create solutions, innovative solutions, and so they're going to look out for opportunities that is going to be beneficial to the industry and the skill set that they have. So one of the typical advantages for open source is the low cost to use it. It's a universal application for APIs or cloud. You can use in one industry versus another, and that's helpful. It lowers your cost for development, quicker time to market, and faster to innovation, as Rachel has talked about it quickly. Is the innovative person who could say, what is the industry need today, and how does it change over the next couple months, and can you adjust that, and can you partner with another organization that is using similar technology, so there's not a bridge between those. So that's the general advantages for open source. So you have a whole community that works together to build on the technology that is not the differentiator between companies. Open Travel specifically is all of our data messaging is available online for free with no licensing. So something close to 95% of all travel messages, companies use it in some way or another, and it's available out there. There's no additional fee as a whole, and so that's our advantage. Of course, we're a membership-based company. We're looking for innovators to come in and join and help produce that, but the end result and adoption is what we're after. So you can go to opentravel.org and go to our specification and download it and connect with us, and we're happy to connect new innovators with our architects to talk about how to get things connected.
Great, thank you. Greg, let me come back to you. Obviously IBM is working across fintech and medtech and many different technology in many different industries. If you were to mark the travel industry's homework on our adoption of technology, how many marks out of 10 would you give us? And what are the biggest opportunities for us to learn from other sectors?
Yeah, I'd be generous in giving it a 7 out of 10. It's probably slightly below that. And I say that because, I benchmark regularly against financial services and retail sectors within IBM, because what we tend to see is those industry segments tend to set the expectation with the consumer. And within 18 to 24 months, that consumer expects those same capabilities in the technology world from their travel providers. And so we tend to lag behind retail and financial services, including banking. But when I look at, just in general and on a global scale, we've all become quite comfortable with checking in on our mobile app, picking your seat or picking your hotel room, things like that, and requesting certain services from our travel providers and even tourism companies. But I also know a lot of clients who don't even have a mobile app yet, haven't moved to agile development, haven't even considered moving applications to the cloud, don't have their arms around their customer data. And how can you really develop these services if you don't really understand who your customer is? So I think there's so many ways where we need to catch up. But then when I also benchmark against some of these other industries, we're not even at a critical mass on some of these things like data and analytics and using open standards broadly to even begin to start some industry level transformation. And if you look at the things we need to think about as we come out of this period right now and start operating in a post-COVID world, there are things that we need to transform at an industry level. Digital travel credentials, so everything can be biometric and completely touchless. Integrating health information, integrating health monitoring, from airports to cruise ports to when you enter a hotel. And as an industry, we're really not ready to transform things at that level. And so I think we've got to get at a critical mass still with mobile technology, with leveraging cognitive data analytics to really do some broad scale analytics around our customer information, but also using those capabilities to optimize our operations as well. Probably when we first got into, working with clients after this pandemic hit, step one was crisis management. And with that, it was a lot about taking costs out of the business and looking at how they could optimize how they operate. Then they gradually pivoted to thinking about recovery and all the things they need to retool as we come out of this, and they operate as a much leaner, more optimized, in some cases smaller business as travel does start coming back. But I would say, we're a bit behind. Jeff, you referenced restaurants and fast food, how quickly they adapted to contactless service models when this pandemic hit. We still have airlines that can't adapt to that in different parts of the world, let alone hotels and local destination management type, excursion type businesses. So I think we have a long way to go in embracing just some basic technical capabilities to be able to do that type of industry level transformation.
The way I think that's so accurate, the way I refer to it is 30% syndrome, that even businesses that have adopted technology, the adoption is so traumatic for them that they've kind of, it fills 30% of their needs, but they don't push on to another stage.
Yeah.
Getting people to do manual workarounds and things like that. Would you recognize that scenario, Greg?
Yeah, no, definitely. And, even as I got involved in some of the recovery task forces across the industry, I was surprised how many travel companies wanted to put paper processes and manual processes in place for capturing some of the information we need to start capturing to facilitate contact tracing and to facilitate health monitoring. And it was tough to convince them. It's so easy and cheap to prop up a quick mobile application to capture this information in a digital format. And that's where our minds need to be, because we're going to have to show compliance against this information, whether it's for regulatory agencies in each of the countries, or even if it's just to show transparency to the traveler that we are doing a good job following these protocols and capturing this information that's going to be regulated in many countries. And I think in some cases, especially for crossing borders, we're going to have to get very sophisticated in how we capture and track health certification. Even if it's after we have a vaccine in place, many countries are going to require that you show proof that you have been vaccinated. I can't imagine doing that on an arrival card and just trusting self-service, self-reporting information on that. And then also already with contact tracing too, we can't do that manually. That's not something that can be done with paper. There are mobile technologies, and most travelers travel with a smartphone these days. It's so easy to do that through the mobile technology that's there. And we've got to quickly get open standards out there so anybody locally can develop contact tracing applications, or even embed it in their existing travel application or travel mobile apps for their travelers to make that possible in a very easy way.
Well, I think you've been on the WTTC task forces, haven't you?
Yes.
The World Travel and Tourism Council, and they're in the whole streamlined traveler process,
yeah.
and there's a recovery. Are those the task forces you are referring to, and how's that going?
Yeah, no, I mean, so WTTC, IATA, ACI, the CDC has put out protocols for the cruise lines to lift the no sail requirement. So there's a lot going on. And I think we're in that window right now where all of these standard setting bodies have issued guidance and protocols. And now we're waiting to see which of these are going to actually be regulated by governments. Because a lot of this is going to come down to what is required for crossing borders. I think we're at the point where we need to get aggressive in actually translating those protocols into technical standards. Because right now they're just protocols. Nobody's really kind of nailed down specific technical standards for most of this. And so I think we're at the point where we've got to get aggressive. So we've been partnering with airlines, hotels, GDSs, to look at how we can start getting pilot programs out there to start setting those standards. I don't want to wait for a government agency to give us technical standards, or we'll be waiting for a long time. And I think if we want to get out of this, this window of quarantines, which just isn't making it easy for especially business travelers to get back out there. If every time you cross the border, you've got to quarantine for 14 days before you can get out and enjoy sightseeing or go get out of your hotel to go to a business meeting, that's just not going to work very well. So we've got to get technology deployed to facilitate contact tracing when you enter a country, and also, you know, adapt to testing everywhere, but testing in a way that it can be captured and tracked as part of the contact tracing infrastructure in each country. So I think we're at that point where we need to get aggressive with technical standards on this stuff.
So to that point, the world is talking about when there will be a vaccine.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it back to you, Greg. When will that technological solution be ready in your view? How long?
Gosh, I try to speak with my colleagues in healthcare and life sciences on a weekly basis, and you know, we've donated supercomputing time and lots of cognitive, you know, capabilities to help in the effort to find a vaccine. But I'm not close enough to that to know when it's going to be. But
sorry,
I think
I didn't mean that. I meant, you know, the vaccine being, you know, the holy grail. But
yeah.
For us in travel side is, when will that aggression with technology come to fruition? What's the timeline, do you feel?
So yeah, because on a lot of the task forces, we kind of look at everything before a vaccine and after a vaccine. That's how we kind of draw the line of embarkation there. And so right now we're assuming that throughout this year, we need to manage in the current environment. And that at the earliest 2021 would be when we could start pivoting to look at how the processes could start migrating to a post-vaccine type of process. But then when you think about getting the vaccine distributed and getting everybody vaccinated, I think we're going to have to manage in a before and after vaccine world probably for a couple of years, because I don't think we'll have herd immunity or a broad enough vaccine. So right now we're planning for a before and after vaccine world, and we're developing processes and technology to manage in both arenas.
Great. Rachel, you know, ETOA has been so involved in what you might broadly call the plumbing of travel, working with a lot of SMEs on the ground within Europe, and has gone into point of sale systems that actually, when you're looking at the B2B logistical side of tourism, there's still far too much paper, manual workarounds, etc., etc. How do you see the future developing on that?
But as Greg was speaking as well, there were so many other points which I'll come back to as well around this whole focus on the visitor experience in destination and how technology can help with that, because obviously that's of absolute prime concern to all of our members is people, and they can't have that cultural experience, then they're not going to want to come. So, you know, that's really, really central. So I'll come back to that bit in a moment. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Patrick, because listen, the customer comes first. So it's obviously a natural thing that the investment is always in the customer facing stuff, making your product available, making it appealing, and giving people channels through which to buy it. You know, obviously you have to invest in that, because if you don't have that, then you haven't even got any customers coming in. And I think that's always because we're all doing it with each other. And it's like, I'm not giving a customer a ratty little piece of paper. I'm giving another supplier a ratty little piece of paper, and he's got to look after it somehow, you know. So I think that's really where that comes from, because the industry is so customer first. Everything goes to the customer, and then we have to pick up the pieces behind, I suppose. But what I think is interesting is, you know, you can harness some of the same principles. So when you've got this notion of standards and this idea of embedding technology, it's not that difficult sometimes to get the rest of your stuff on board. I mean, when you think of attractions, Patrick, imagine only say even probably you spoke to people at our events 5-6 years ago that still didn't have real-time inventory available for their bicycle tours, for example. You'd have to ring him up and he'd go, oh, let me just look in the book and I'll tell you if that slot's free, get my pencil out, you know. So we still only had that maybe 5 years ago. And you now look at some of our members that are in the attraction space, like Klook and Tickets, people like that, who have got enormous amounts of innovation that's come up only in the last few years. And I think in a way with the plumbing, you can sort of stand on the shoulders of giants, if you like, because all this other stuff's already there. You can go, oh, I'll pick up these best 3 bits from what we've learned in marketing and distribution, and I'm going to then stick that through my B2B channels, and I'm going to harness that, and then I've suddenly got the whole picture. So I think we will see a lot of that. I think we'll probably come on to kind of some of our key areas of focus in a bit, but things like ground transport, you would probably want to see better links between that and, say, a hotel or a restaurant or an attraction. And particularly if things change, because obviously things on the road change when visitors are at. I can't just rock up, I need to book it, and I'm going to be late because my train is late. What do I do about that? And at the moment, we don't really have much facility other than trying to get through to somebody at that place for you to do anything about it. And I think it would be great to see these kinds of developments. And I think we will, because there will be a need for it now, because one of the sadnesses is we may lose spontaneity in terms of visitor experience in destination. I will have to book everything, otherwise I won't be able to go in, because of, Greg was mentioning, in terms of the focus on visitor experience in destination and kind of having to comply with all of these protocols and demonstrate compliance with health and safety mandates and all these sorts of things. And I definitely smiled when you said you'd be waiting a long time for a government agency to tell you what that should be. And I think that really spoke to me, because at ITOA, we have a very well-established reputation as being a kind of public-private sector. Government agencies cannot do this on their own. They need to talk to industry and say, how would that be, and float ideas. And I think now more than ever, there is that need to be all these new protocols. And we all want to make sure that visitors have the best experience possible, and it doesn't take them 83 years to get through the airport and all these other things. Enormous desire now, because we have got to have all these protocols in place that will affect how people view their trip. And I think that's a really important point.
Folks listening to this who say, okay, open source standards, great, but aren't you dumbing down my intellectual property?
There's definitely that criticism has value, but I think the open source allows for where you can agree on a common standard where there is no business advantage one way or another. So if we're coming up, when you check into a flight or a hotel, there's no real business advantage for first, last name, nation of origin, if you're traveling over a border, etc. So let's all agree to a common standard on what that is. So when you check into an air experience and rail and hotel, you can share that data across services you can provide on top of it, is where there is a benefit. So I think that's the travel experience that we're looking for in the open source.
So this makes it easier for companies to speak to each other. It makes it easier for software companies to spend more time on the sexy stuff.
Yeah. It's really when you book a hotel, air, and ability to your flight is canceled or delayed, and it can inform the other parts of your journey. So if you're a delayed flight, the car rental knows that you're on its way, and they have the inventory issue that Rachel talked about with bikes. Car rental has a similar issue, so they know to still expect you to be there in the car. The hotel can know this is the license plate number of this car, so they know where you're parked and that you're allowed to be there, and you can even inform them that you're in a meal for you before you get here. And I think that allows that interchange of information. The standard across that is going, or third parties in between.
Which are the key verticals that you're working on now, Jeff?
I think we had a really productive conversation with addressing climate change is a big concern, is going to be an addition to the COVID recovery for Europe, and that plays a significant role. I think the interoperability amongst the different partners is where we're also pointing to. So I think we're continuing to invest in the benefit from the staycation as well as bringing it in today. So we're looking at
a lot of our clients, and before the pandemic, it was a big focus of a lot of POCs and other pilot programs where an airline wants to work with a hotel company and vice versa, that end-to-end experience. So
between ETO and resonate with you and
these things, their experience would add into that's also joined up in some provider, or you can't rely on something that they would have the capacity. Well, we still have a fair proportion of members that operate most from standards. I mean, our focus, all these doors to these cope with all these very interested in this and have produced their twin pillars of recovery for the industry.
Stats and the environment generally. I saw an interesting stat from a 2016 survey, which said that 91% of people booked a restaurant either in person or normally over the telephone. Well, you know, in a world where restaurants have got to collect customers, that's a good name for a session, Breeze, Birds and Builders, because it maybe is a good analogy for where we need to take the tourism business.
Yep.
One final question for you each. If I can go round, I'll start with you, Rachel. One key initiative that you feel that we can adopt or we should be doing to drive forward technological adoption in the current environment?
I would say it would be sharing the debate, because so much of the industry operates in little silos. And I think if we have a proper technologically facilitated debate, obviously we have so much technology now that people from all around the world can be involved. And I think it's actually having that proper consensus around what standards should look like in one place instead of 75 places all over the world. I think that would probably be the first place we could start.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I think the bringing together the different standards and bringing them closer together as much as possible, and before standards are created, looking to those that are already out there and are similar, and how can we make this work together. So we have the seamless traveler journey. You're moving across with the airport, checking in. You know, can other industries just adopt a similar data messaging standard that's already in place, either add to or take away, depending on it is necessary, versus coming up with a different need? I think looking to how things are similar from the experience of the traveler and using the standards that are out there is an approach that'll make it easier to adopt it and innovate. And then we can focus on enhancing what is out there versus coming up with a different version of something else.
Thank you, Jeff. And finally to you, Greg.
You know, I would say, just in the spirit of agile, you know, keep it simple, think small, but run fast, because we've got to drive a lot of change in a short period of time if we're going to facilitate travel coming back after something like this. And I think it's easy to get overwhelmed because you overthink something. And so I think start small and keep it simple and just run as fast as you can.
Listen, thank you so much. You're all fabulous. You've done a great job. So, you know, on behalf of the participants, thank you to Rachel. Thank you to Jeff. Thank you to you, Greg. Really interesting conversation. Thanks for all our participants for sticking with us through all of this. And thanks to Jan and all of the BUZZ.travel team for hosting us. And with that, I close this session.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Be safe out there.
Cheers.
So, next speaker, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. David Ehrman. During the last 4 days, we have heard two words over and over again. One is destination capacity, and the next word or next sentence is the need for optimizing our processes. So I'm very excited to welcome David and his colleague. We have agreed that David will introduce his colleague himself. David joins us from New Zealand, and you see, as we have discussed, three major challenges for our tourism organizations going forward. First is the need for improve our processes because of COVID. Secondly, there is a bridge between the customers wanting health solutions. They want to make sure that everything health-wise is okay, but still they want a very smooth and easy experience when they're visiting. And then, as you have said, strong leadership is needed. David has been working on national tourism strategies. He has led tourism and education strategy projects all over and designed quality management systems for hotel chains, international chains. Today, David is helping tourism organizations and businesses in developing and developed countries in setting strategies, improve operations. Improve operations is very often a bit tougher than setting strategies, and sustainability. David, I'm very happy to welcome you and your colleague. We have agreed that you introduce your colleague yourself, so please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much for the introduction, Jan, and thank you for having us here at the BUZZ Expo. Exciting to be part of the first virtual online travel expo, and as we said before, I'm sure there'll be many to come. So welcome everybody. As Jan said, I'm based in New Zealand, so it's nice and early here. My colleague who will be helping me through this session and especially moderating the discussion is Bettina Bülte. She's based in Switzerland, so we're really covering both sides of the globe today. Bettina and I have worked together for many years, and she's currently working with G&B Consulting, hospitality consulting in Switzerland. They focus on tourism and hospitality optimization. So looking forward to having this discussion here today. Good morning, Bettina. Okay. So without further ado, we'll get into this presentation. We will leave plenty of time for discussion, so please leave your questions in the Q&A, or you also get opportunity to ask questions afterwards. So before we get into the details, I'd actually like to ask you some question, and hopefully you have your mobile phone with you. You get to use it in this session. So if you could go to either through a different tab in your web browser, or through your phone, go to menti.com. You should see that up on your screen right now. Very short URL there, and enter in the numbers 740511, or if you're on your phone, you can also scan the QR code at the bottom. I will just put this link in the chat for you as well, so just give you some time to load in there. We have a few questions for you just to sort of place where we are, who we're speaking to. It's always difficult in this virtual sort of setup to see who is in the room, let's say. So I hope you've all got that number. If you haven't, you will see it on the next screen as well. So here we go. You see it at the top of your screen, menti.com, number 740511. A few answers already coming in. First question, which industry sector do you represent? So far, hospitality and other. Other is always nice. Hopefully we get a few more people voting here. That will help with the next few questions as well. Just give this one more second. Yeah, everyone is other. Okay, that doesn't make it too much easier to target you all. I thought we'd covered quite a few people under the other sectors we have there, but that's fine. Maybe we've got some more differentiated answers to the next question. So the next question here is, what is the biggest challenge for you, for your business right now? I think there will be one very popular one, but if you can be a little bit more specific in what your challenges are here, just 3 short words, we will know a little bit more about what your challenges are, and we can address these in this presentation, because we want to try and make this as practical and applicable to you as possible. No one's typing so far. Okay, maybe we just give it 1 more minute. Oh, uncertainty. Yeah, that's certainly a big one. Sustainability, regulation, yeah. And some uncertainty is definitely the favorite so far. COVID, yeah, I guess that's the base for some of the uncertainty. Budgeting for next year, yeah, very good. Excellent. Okay, it's all about uncertainty. That's nice. Well, it's obviously not nice to have uncertainty, but I think this is a good topic and one that we can cover during these next 20 minutes or so. One more question for you. This is an easy one. You just need to tick a box. How much of each of these factors changed for you due to COVID? The regulations that surround your business, the customer needs, perhaps, and finally, your business processes, because that's what we want to be talking about today. Okay, I guess when there's a lot of uncertainty, there's usually things changing all around you. This 1 more second. Oh, yeah. Regulations seem to be number 1, and that's the first point we'll be covering, so that's great. So thank you for your input. These surveys this should remain open, so if you have further input after we sign off, please feel free to share that. So I hope you can all see my presentation again now. So the session outline for today and what we really want to cover is the following. First, the impact of COVID. And I don't want to bore you with too many numbers and everything. I'm sure you've seen them all over the last few days, and these have created a lot of your uncertainty. We'll talk about process challenges, 3 in particular. We'll talk about rebuilding trust, because I think that is one of the key topics that we have at the moment. Because in the end, when tourism comes back, customers need to trust that they will be safe in their tourism experience, that they can trust the businesses to take care of them, and that they are cared for in many ways. Finally, we'll have time for discussion, which Bettina will moderate for us. And I hope to get some questions either through the webinar chat or otherwise you can also ask them, I guess. So going straight into it, I think you've all seen these numbers. This is the UNWTO's international tourism arrival scenarios. Basically, our industry went into freefall. We've lost about 20 years worth of growth, going from being well ahead of the curve and it looked like we were going to achieve our arrival numbers for 2020, for 2030 much earlier. And now we're back to somewhere in the 90s, looking at the international visitor arrivals. Especially this year, we'll see a huge dip. And this is forcing industries, all industries related to tourism, to take a very different look at what is going on and how to survive initially, which is obviously a very stressful situation, and no one expected this to happen. I've spoken to people in leadership roles in different countries around the world, and even the most diligent companies or boards did not have this on their risk map. Even companies that were doing significant risk management and really looking into the future and seeing what would happen if no one predicted there to be no flights anywhere on the planet, for borders to be closed, for customers to be scared to travel, and for basically international border closures for such a significant amount of time. And I mean, we're seeing some loosening now, so that's good. But looking forward to this year and to next year, we're still working with scenarios. There's no real possibility to forecast just yet, because we haven't seen anything like this. And forecasts are always at least partially based on historical data, and we don't have historical data on a set of circumstances like this. One of the things that's happening is that many businesses still sort of playing catch up. For one, we have regulation that is still changing internationally. On a daily basis, we get updates on which borders will open, who will let in whom. Airlines are looking at releasing capacity again, getting people moving. So it's really still a shifting target. Businesses haven't had time to really get back to even a new normal yet. And it's really this catch up that throws business into disarray, and especially the well-tuned processes that the hospitality and the tourism industry relied on to be efficient and to serve their customers well. They have really had to change in this whole process. And all businesses, as far as I can tell, now work under severe regulation, and be it in terms of basic health and safety standards, hand washing, hand sanitizer, wearing masks, working from home, only being able to let in a certain number of guests, social distancing measures and everything like this. This was not something that was introduced slowly, but these things came overnight, and businesses had to adjust and sort of get this built into their processes. At the same time, consumers have changed as well. In a lot of places, consumers have actually become very, very cautious. They've gotten used to this social distancing. They've gotten used to these measures. And I mean, I knew when here in New Zealand, the restrictions were loosened, it actually felt strange to be close to people. Walking outside, you still sort of go to the other side of the footpath when someone comes towards you, because we've gotten used to be far away from people, and it actually feels very strange to go back into these environments. And you feel quite insecure at first, because even if you're told it's safe, there shouldn't be any cases and we're doing everything we can, do I as a consumer really feel safe? So consumers also have this changed need for safety or security in their daily interactions. So businesses are really feeling quite squeezed. Our consumers have changed, our market has changed, and the regulation that we operate on a daily basis has significantly changed in most countries. So this poses three challenges, and I know we said we would talk about process optimization. Since we've got a wide range of industries in this podcast, in this webinar, including a lot of others, we don't just want to take. We don't know exactly who you are, so we'll do this a little bit of a higher level, because process optimization starts with people and with general processes, and then every business can break this down for their own requirements. So if you're feeling squeezed, we hope we can give you a few tips on how to get out of this bind and at least sort of adapt to or cope with this new normal, because it's likely that some of these things are here to stay. This is not a temporary solution. some of these process changes might be here for the longer term. So if we look at the first challenge, basically there's just new process steps. If you told us in January that having a bottle of hand sanitizer at the entrance to every business and that sanitizing your hands and signing into a contract tracing sheet or scanning an app was going to be a normal step of your arrival process in any hospitality business, we would have laughed at you because no one thought this would happen. But in quite a short time, we've actually gotten used to this. Now, if you walk into a restaurant, the first thing you look for is, well, where's the hand sanitizer? You know, is everything safe? Is this? So we quite quickly adapted to this as consumers, but businesses, obviously, having to order bulk hand sanitizer wasn't part of your purchasing list initially. Having these refilled over the day, having the contact tracing in place, these were all things that weren't part of our processes, so they were something we needed to integrate. And this sort of safety, people wearing masks, only takeaway cups, you know, which is unfortunate for sustainability. The reusable cups were much better, but especially in a pandemic situation, sort of things as bringing your own cup to the cafe is no longer really an option. Everything's in paper bags, or sadly in some places, plastic bags. So a lot of these reusable items that we tried to eliminate out of some of our process chains initially are actually back in now for safety reasons. So while we're working on the economic sustainability of our industry, we've actually taken a step back in some sense on some other sustainability fronts, and businesses need to adapt to this again. So the lesson really is that these safety measures are here to stay, and much like after 9/11, which introduced a lot of new safety measures, which at the time we thought were temporary at airports, well, they've stayed, and it's also with some of these health and safety measures that have been introduced here, it's likely that they will be around for longer. So instead of just tacking these on to existing processes that you have, it might be worth sort of taking a step back. I mean, this is a building blueprint, I realize that, but you can also blueprint your processes, because in the end, both your building and your operational standards may actually change. If you need to keep guests safe, you might be spreading tables out more in restaurants. There might be different queuing mechanisms to keep people further away from each other. You might even not have an actual queue anymore. You might have a virtual queue using apps or technology to keep people apart, to get people to order before they get to the restaurants. So at the moment, we're still trying to adapt to this new normal within the facilities that we had before. And sometimes we're sort of putting band-aids on some of these systems. But if you think that maybe some of these health and safety standards will be around for 1 or 2 years, it pays to take a step back and really take a closer look at, okay, how can we achieve the goal of meeting our regulatory requirements for safety in a more efficient way? So rather than having it be something of an afterthought, how can we integrate it into how we run our business processes? So that's lesson 1, really. Have a look at the regulations that your industry is hit by, and really take a deeper look at how you can integrate these into your daily operations on a more permanent basis, because that will make it more efficient as well. Customers are much more demanding, not only in service standards, they always have been. Customers expect the best, but now also in safety. So they really expect this excellent first-class service, but in a safe version. So they're not willing, that they want to be safe from a lot of surveys that I've seen. And at the same time, they still want a good experience. So in the first few weeks after the pandemic struck various countries, everyone was thrown into chaos, the businesses. So initially, customers might have been more lenient. They were happy just to get service at all. But now that this has been going for, well, 5 months in some places, and still ongoing, customers are expecting for businesses, I think, to achieve this balance, to provide them with a good experience, a good customer experience, proper service, but at the same time still keeping their health and safety in mind. Because in the end, it's the businesses can just follow the regulations, or they can go one step further. And I think keeping people safe, especially people that are in the risk group, perhaps, people that have some sort of respiratory illness as well, or people of a certain age, or with other underlying health concerns, are very scared to go into environments where they might be exposed to to health threats, including the COVID, the coronavirus. So there is an opportunity here to make these people feel extra safe, and to give them a great customer experience that also really takes care of some of these concerns that they might have. One thing that was said here in New Zealand by our Prime Minister during the pandemic was be kind to each other, be nice to each other, because everyone is stressed. Everyone is not comfortable with this situation. No one's been here before, so it creates a lot of stress. And if you can be the business that really takes care of people, perhaps you have different days where you have extra safety measures and only take on board or only take on people from the risk group to make them feel extra safe. We had this here in New Zealand, that some shopping centres only opened for elderly visitors up until a certain time, and then let in other people to try and break these groups apart and make them feel extra safe. I think that was an initiative that worked well, and it's something that other businesses can replicate, because people want both. They want a good experience, they want to have some fun, but they still want to be safe. And this is a difficult thing to integrate, especially if you're thinking about reopening bars, restaurants, concerts, even choirs, and places of worship where people get together at in very close quarters for an extended period of time. We are social beings, and we all want to have these social experiences, but at the moment we also want to be safe. So hence this is a squeezing where companies are really sort of squeezed between these regulations of having to keep people safe, but also wanting to keep people safe, yet still give them a good experience. And that's what we need to juggle at the moment. And especially from some of the surveys I've seen, especially the younger generations are struggling with this, of being confined to lockdowns, being away from people because they're just so used to being around other people. So this is something that's still developing, but here once again, it's an opportunity to position your business. If you can offer a great experience, but in a very safe environment, then you have an opportunity here to win new customers and to show them that you care for them. I think that's the most important thing. And in the end, guests will really appreciate this care, So you can reduce the risks for them in one way or another, and build some safe wow moments. Airlines, for example, I saw the other day, Lufthansa is now offering a guaranteed flight home for people that are scared to go on holiday in case they get stuck in Spain or somewhere else during the vacation. I mean, there's worse places to get stuck, but people definitely have this fear, because there was all these stories of people going away and they're not getting a flight home, that just by making this promise, that they're really trying to reduce people's feeling of risk in this whole situation. So then thirdly, and this is where it all comes together, is leadership needs to, leadership in hospitality and tourism needs to lead the way. We need to we need to balance the regulation with the customer experience, and we need to lead from the front, because in some cases, the businesses have much more experience in what is safe and what is actually risky. So we need to make sure that if customers or our staff are going down any sort of risky path, we need to make sure that we can actually bring them back to safety, because so far we've talked a lot about keeping our customers safe, but there's also a huge responsibility for businesses and a huge opportunity also in caring for our staff. Staff are stressed at the moment. They're under pressure. If they're on the front line, they might be exposing themselves to infection. They're dealing with customers that might be more irritable than usual. At the same time, some of them might be scared of losing their jobs, especially if you look at some of those initial numbers we shared on how our industry is performing. And in the end, it all comes down to trust. Customers and staff both want to trust the companies that they deal with, right? They even need to. If a staff member feels safe in what they do, and they feel safe that their job will be around, they feel safe that they're being provided with all the equipment, so this PPE, be this enough leave, be this enough distance from customers, especially in environments where you're dealing with customers over a counter over and over again. This trust, companies need to win this trust again. There was a lot of trusted brands before, but in this new environment, there's an opportunity for brands to either re-establish this with their customers, or to build this reputation. And processes are a big part of this, because processes are systems, that day or not. But if you have proper processes and systems in place, then you can be sure, or your customers and your staff can be sure, that you're taking care of them over and over again. But this takes leadership from the front. And I think managers and business owners, also, I guess, political leaders or leaders of any other denomination, must lead by example. They must show what is the right thing to do, and they must take this opportunity. Oh, what happened there? Oh, we're back. They must really take a stand on what their business delivers. Take an example. If you have social distancing measures in place in your business, in your restaurant, and then there is a group of customers that don't adhere to this, that get very close to each other or close to other tables, there might be someone coughing, that you empower your staff and make sure that they can tell these guests that they're not meeting your guidelines, the guidelines that you as a company have set to keep your staff and your customers safe. And if need be, the managers might need to step in to back up the staff member in enforcing these rules. Because if you want to position yourself and create these safe wow moments, then you need to do it consistently. And you can't let a guest get away with bad behavior in a way, because you want to build a reputation that your processes are going to keep both your staff and your guests safe, and that you're still going to provide a third lesson. If you're going to be doing this, if you're going to be looking at your processes in more detail, having good processes is one thing, but in the end, managers actually need to make sure that they are lived and that they are implemented as well. So we've already come to the end of this input, so I'm looking forward to some discussion here. So there are consistent mechanisms to repeatedly ensure that both your staff and your customers are safe, and this builds trust with both of those stakeholder groups over time. Especially as tourism comes back, you want to keep both your staff safe and your customers safe. Customers are, as much as they want to travel, and there's positive, it's really this balance. if you're going to get people back into your businesses, onto your airplanes, into your restaurants, into your accommodation facilities, you need to make sure that you're keeping them safe. And I think this is one of the big points, the regulation and the safety measures, it's not just a nuisance, but they can also be opportunities to create these, that you have their best interests in mind. You need to lead by example. I think that's one of the big ones. If you're going to be telling your staff to wear masks and to keep social distance, then you can't be walking around without a mask and shaking people's hands. As much as that might be the habit, or it's a nice thing to get back to doing, but it's right now, you need to lead by example. And if your business is chosen to go with certain rules, then you as the leader need to work with this. And this could be the leader at the top of the organization, the middle management, even the supervisors. Everyone that has any sort of leadership role in tourism at the moment needs to show that they care by following the examples that they set. And I think some people think these COVID things are going to go away very quickly. So these process changes. But I'd be interested to hear your comments on this, but I have a feeling that some of these things, the increased hygiene measures, social distancing to a certain degree, will be with us for a while. So take a step back, take a blank piece of paper as you see there, and really plan these process improvements from the bottom up. Don't just tack processes on top of what you had before and wait for the day that you can get back to those original processes. In some cases, it might be worth actually rewriting your processes at a more basic level, because that will be more efficient now and will set you up better for this world that we have post-COVID. So with that, we've left plenty of time for discussions and inputs. I would like to hand over to Bettina and just see, do we have any comments or questions yet?
No, we don't at the moment, not yet. But maybe I thought I would like to pick up on something that came from the word cloud in the beginning, because the biggest word that we had was uncertainty, right? And I just wanted to comment on that a little bit, or share a few thoughts, because I thought about this today, actually. And I think it's interesting, because I think it's in our nature to look for the next thing. What is the new normal? We try to really put it down and lay it out, etc. And that might just not be the right strategy for this time, because I think uncertainty will stay with us a little bit longer. So I think one of the first things that I see is vital is to think about your business and really look at it from an economic standpoint, in the sense of, if I take all those measures, if I change some of the processes, etc., and if I can only run at a 30% occupancy for a restaurant or for a hotel or for a tour operator with lower business at the moment, how much input and output do I have economically? And does that make sense? Because I think sometimes, and we need to look that in the eye, I guess, I think there might be some businesses out there that say, you know what, at the moment it just doesn't make sense to open. And let's lay low for a few more weeks, whatever. So I think that's the first thing, to really take those tough decisions. And I think the other one that I find very important to tackle uncertainty, or to deal with uncertainty, is to really put down a governance structure and processes around how can you be as flexible as possible. So how can you reduce or outsource some of your staff? How can you look that you can get them in fast when demand spikes, and reduce number of people when it is slower, or some borders are closing again, etc. which products or services are essential and which ones can you happily reduce at the moment in order to minimize costs, etc. So I think it's important to look at one's business from that standpoint, in the sense of like, what can I do in order to up the flexibility and the agility of my business? Because I mean, we see it in several states in the United States going backwards and closing again, as well in Germany, etc. There are smaller lockdowns again. So I think this will happen frequently. And I think that might be something to address the uncertainty that we at the moment need to live with, I guess.
No, it's a very good point, and I think and as I said at the start, that no one had this on their risk monitor. We had very bounded rationality. We thought, oh, what if we have a water leak and we need to close for a week? That was probably sort of the worst case. But no one took it this far. But I think you're right. Businesses need to be careful when reopening, and this sometimes maybe also taking some of the regulation with a grain of sand, and really sort of really try to figure out what is right for your business. How will you keep your customers safe? How can you provide work for your staff when the traditional work is not there for the moment? And a lot of businesses, even very high class restaurants, switched from having people in the restaurant to deliveries. Hotels have been turned into quarantine facilities. Even mobile motorhomes being used for quarantine facilities. Very nice and flexible, I guess. Rental car companies switching here in New Zealand, for example, from a complete or mostly international visitor base to offering them at a discounted rate, but offering them to domestic travelers who normally would never rent a motorhome. So it's as you said, it is this agility, and it's sort of I guess going away from some of the traditional assumptions that we had about what our businesses might be, and offering new solutions. I think there's been some great examples of creativity, of innovation. You hear of distilleries that switch from making gin to making hand sanitizer, or various things, just to try and keep their staff employed. So I think that's a very good point, and we need to be prepared for there to be several setbacks before we really settle into a new normal. As you said, there are several places around the world that are experiencing a second wave, or maybe it's still the end of the first. So I think businesses just need to be prepared for this, and we will probably see more flex serving different customer groups, trying to spread their base a little bit more, rather than relying on a consistent flow of one type of tourist, perhaps. Working on multiple different groups. So that will be interesting, and every business needs to see this in their local environment. I see a question here now. Thank you, Jan. Yeah, a lot of small businesses don't have a description of their processes. You're right, and we would definitely recommend that. It's depending on the type of business, you might go deeper. So this doesn't need to be a 100-page document describing everything you do, like the McDonald's handbooks, the franchise manual, or something along those lines. But I think it's the least I would recommend that every business do, and I've done this with smaller clients that I've worked with, and you can just sketch this on a whiteboard, on some pieces of paper, is if you map out what are the steps that your customer goes through. What is this customer journey? So from first seeing your business on a website or on booking.com, to booking, to arriving at a hotel, let's say, if it's a hotel property, to staying, to taking care, to using the services on site in the destination, and then to traveling home again. If you think of those steps that the customer needs to take, and then think, well, what can my business do to make this easier for them, to make this more enjoyable for them, and in the current situation, to keep them safe. And some of these might not be your business's responsibilities, of course. If they have to fly to see your business, then a lot of the safety sits on the airlines or on the arrival process at the airports or on the transport to your hotel. So that's where it's also important to work with your local destination organizations, because if you want to be a safe business, it's very helpful if the rest of your destination stakeholders, and I know you had 2 days of talking about destinations earlier, but I think it's the truth that every business is part of a destination system, and we can't, well, very few businesses, let's say, can manage that whole chain from the people's home to the destination and back again, out of one sort of business process. So in general, I would definitely recommend a written analysis. And this can be a brainstorming session with the owner and the managers, but start with the customer journey. Start with all the steps that the customer needs to take, and then break it down to what can we do to make it easier. What are some steps that we might be able to do remotely now? For example, if you don't want people queuing in front of your restaurant or your place of business, then you might only take people on by with reservations, or people that have booked in before. You might have a virtual queuing app. You know, they're available to try and keep that distance. But if you start with that customer process, then you will hit those touch points where you can increase safety. And at the moment, the idea, I guess, is to still keep it personalized. You still want to engage with your guests, but maybe at a safe distance, or ensure that those staff that will be handling guests have PPE, that they have the right equipment to do the job, where there might be some staff that are in the back office who take the calls, etc., who won't need so much protective equipment. So it also helps you to plan what kind of equipment do I need, what kind of protection do my staff members need. Maybe some of the jobs they can do from home. A call center can be run from home, that's no problem. Everyone can stay in their own bubble. So in general, not just in this pandemic situation, but in general, I think it helps to write down your processes, even at a very basic level, because if you've written it down, you can analyze it and you can improve it. Bettina, maybe you have a comment on this as well. I know you're a fan of writing things down.
I am. I'm very Swiss in that regard. Yeah. No, I think, or only one thing I would love to compliment on that answer. I think why it is so important is one is consistency that you mentioned before, David. I think, and this is even more important in an environment where we would like to create trust. So consistency is achieved by doing it all the time the same way. And secondly, it's important to get all this knowledge of your staff into your business, because people leave, people may fall sick, touch wood, etc. And it's important. We have seen it so many times when this is an actual business risk, because everybody relies on this lady in whichever department who is there for 20 years, and then suddenly she leaves. So that's why this is so important. And David is right. You can do this in various levels of detail, but it's important to have a little treasure chest of your business. She's wondering how to balance the different the difference in the US, I understand, and obviously Switzerland and the US are in a different place on the curve, and she wonders how can she sort of balance the different regulations in the different countries in such an international industry, and whether you have thoughts about that.
It's a very good question, and I think though that will be one of the key questions as countries start to open. I mean, even within the European Union, there is a variety of different rules and regulations. Let's say there's some consistency, but each country is also on a slightly different path, a slightly different trajectory in terms of new cases, recovering cases, all of this. I mean, it comes back to what you want to position yourself as a business. If you want to make sure that you're keeping your customers safe, you probably want to go to the more stringent one. So let's say the Swiss rules are stricter than the US rules. In this particular scenario, I would go for the Swiss rules, because that way you're selling safety, security, trust. I guess Switzerland prides itself on being reliable and consistent, so that would fit with the brand. And I think for some guests, that extra reassurance might be a selling point, because I'm sure there will be customers in the United States that are feeling very uneasy at the moment with the developments there, and that might like to go to a place like Switzerland where there are stricter rules, where they can feel safe, where they feel better taken care of. So I think if you have two regulations, I would tend to go towards the stricter one if you want to position yourself as a business that takes this seriously and that cares for their customers. And I think this is an opportunity for some destinations to brand themselves as a safe destination, where customers, particularly from these highly risk groups, so that are more sensitive to this, can go and enjoy their holiday in safety. And perhaps Switzerland is one of those countries that can do that. So Natalie, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. I wondered as well, you know, when you were alluding to that, but we still need to make sure that people are coming into a destination. So how many stakeholders at minimum needs to work together, because the supply chain is so diverse and quite large, etc., as we all know, being in this industry. So can you share your thoughts on what you think is sort of the minimum of people who need to work together that this works?
Look, it's a very good question, and it's probably one of the challenges of destination management in general, not just in terms of this destination. Perhaps there are some destinations where no one really takes this seriously yet, or not anymore. You can put your foot down for your business and say, we're taking this seriously. I'm taking care of my staff, I'm taking care of my customers, and that's what we're going to position ourselves at. So you might have much stricter health and safety guidelines than even the businesses surrounding you, and there will be guests that will be looking for that. I really think this is a positioning opportunity, and every business one single business can already make a difference. The effect just gets multiplied if more actors in a destination choose to work together. But having worked in different places around the world, I know that that's sometimes a challenge. But at the same time, I think that this sort of global situation, global crisis, might accelerate some of this collaboration and alignment between different businesses, because in the end, if you're a safe business in an unsafe destination, you're still not going to get some of those guests wanting to travel there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the challenge, how to align. I mean, that's always the challenge in tourism, how to align stakeholders. However, I think this is extra challenging because, as you just said, otherwise it won't work. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. No, and it's once again a balancing act. You know, you can wait for everyone else to do the right thing, or you can be the company that leads in this. So I think that's the opportunity that you have there. So, and I think destinations that already have a brand that sort of is built on trust, you know, Switzerland, Swiss watches, Swiss education. These are some things that that already have a very positive reputation around the world, and maybe keeping guests safe is one more here. So I agree. It's the 80-20 rule. You know, by doing a few things right, you can already have a huge effect. And if you only get 20% of the stakeholders in your destination to align and to create this safe haven, then that will already help with the positioning, I think. And I really see an opportunity in this positioning of yourself as a safe business or a safe destination. But in saying that, you need to have the right processes to keep it safe. Be it at a country level, making sure that your borders are tight, making sure that you have proper quarantine regimes in your business as well, contact tracing. So if something goes wrong, how will you inform your customers? How quickly? You know, these are all measures that a business can implement. Yeah. I mean, one thing that I have, and I think we would have time for one more question, I think, if anyone has one. But otherwise, I have one that I'd actually like to put to you, Bettina.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, because one of the things, obviously, that businesses say here, and is that all these processes are very expensive, especially some of the additional equipment that they might need to purchase, the additional steps that they might need to take. It's a necessity, but it still costs a lot of money. So how do you see this balance between you know, keeping people safe, but also keeping the business afloat, I guess, in some cases?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. I think I will go back to what I said before. I think for me, it's in the sense of you need to think about as of when does it make sense to open, but open really, and not in a half, you know, in a halfway, because I think it wouldn't make sense to open without new processes, because there is new regulation. So it's almost a given that you have to adhere to them. So it's not a choice, and then it becomes a question of, okay, if I have to do this, what else can I minimize? Because I think there is a real case for, as you said before, going through the guest journey, but as well eliminate certain things, because people just don't need it at the moment. I don't see people wanting personal rooming, or I'm sure they want human contact, but not all the time and not very close, etc. So I think there are certain processes that can, at least for now, be eliminated, and hopefully at least you can reduce your costs a little bit on those, that you have more resources for the new processes. Or for example, I'm sure many people don't want their room serviced every day. When I stayed in a few hotels in the last month, they always said, like, we're not coming unless you want us, etc. So I think there is, as you said before, it's not only taking new processes and implement them all and having just more, but it's also a going through reduce and think critically about what your guests and your customers want and need. And hopefully this will balance out some of the cost implication, but I'm sure not all. I think that's as well, that's the reality at the moment.
Yeah. I completely agree. And I think it is in general, this sort of process audit, this is a very critical point at the moment to do one of those. But in general, those are a good idea anyway. If you go through and think, well, what does our customer actually value? And what just costs us a lot of money? Because sometimes if you optimize your processes, this is a good idea for businesses of all sizes. Unfortunately, you see a lot of small businesses don't do it. The processes are in the owner's heads, or maybe the owner and two managers, and they do it differently depending on who's on duty. So you get inconsistencies right there. So, but I think that if we go back to the positioning part, and I think this is the big opportunity to position yourself as a safe business, a safe destination, then those additional costs, well, guests might be willing to pay for that. They might be willing to pay for that security. And then you can actually position yourself there and get more guests because you're following those protocols. So I think one of the key lessons I want people to take away from this is that this sort of process optimization is a good idea in general, but see these changes as an opportunity. At the moment, I see a lot of companies that I've talked to still running to catch up. But I think if we take a longer term view and don't think, okay, this is going back to normal soon, so why should we completely change? Maybe take a step back, take a blank piece of paper, sit down with your management team and have a think, okay, if we need to do this for the next 2 years, let's say, what would we do differently? Because there might be some things that you invest in upfront, be it a digital tool, an app, some new signage, some revised process materials for your staff, that will actually save you money over that 2-year period if you install it now. If you just keep running in crisis mode and just doing these regulatory processes on top of everything that you used to do, then it costs a lot of money. But if you can actually integrate it with your overall business model, I think then that you can offset these costs more easily. But and I think that might be easier said than done. And you might need to ask for some assistance with this, because sometimes it helps to have someone external take a look at processes and to help you work through this as a sort of moderator, facilitator. I've seen that work quite well. But in general, take a look at your processes and see how you can integrate these new things rather than having them as an additional thing for your staff or for your business to do. And I think that brings us to almost time, Jan.
Yeah, it brings us to time. Thank you, David. Thank you, Bettina. It sounds more interesting to talk about the big strategic picture, the big questions, but I actually think there's a lot to be done in process optimization. And I also think it's not only about COVID, it's something which every business should do on a regular basis, overthink what you're doing. And my recommendation, I used to do it a lot in the energy business where I grew up. Make it simple for the start. Don't make it too complicated, because then you don't get there. Agree?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no point in overcomplicating it.
Yeah.
Process optimization sounds so technical,
yeah,
but it's basically just splitting up everyone's roles and responsibilities and making sure they know what their job is, what they need to hand over to someone else, and what the end goal is in relation to the customer. That's why we start with the customer journey.
Bettina, David, thank you a lot. Good insights. let us hope that a lot of small businesses, medium businesses take up your ideas. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jan. And also thank you to everyone who's listening and for your questions, and enjoy the rest of the expo.
Thank you.